why make it harder?
Don't hold back.
If you think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter.
Don't hold back.
And you shouldn't even care about those noses in the air and the crooked stairs.
Don't hold back.
Cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people care.
Don't hold back.
Trajectory and balance look good. You confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Welcome everybody from around the world, all you motocross fans. Here we are, round 7 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. I was going to say we're at sunny Scotland, but we're not. We've actually seen some liquid sunshine fall out of the sky. Rain in the UK? What's all that about? But we're getting to grips with it. It's stopped raining now. The track's in good condition. So we're really looking forward to a good day's racing here as we get towards the real sharp end of this championship. Like we said, penultimate round. We could be coming out of here today, actually crowning a couple of champions. So we see how that goes down. Before we do that, we've got the 125 classes to get through as well. And we've also been doing the Michelin Academy. So I'm going to bring in Kieran Bullock, who's part of that. Kieran, last night we were talking again. We do this academy at every round with Justin, which we're going to speak to in a minute. You've been obviously coming to the academy at every round. So for you, what's been the kind of advantages of actually having somebody to give you tuition at the races, and how's that helped you?
Well, obviously, people like yourself and Justin, you've been at that top level. You've done it all. And obviously, hearing from Billy and Conrad, who are in this same sort of era, like they've done it recently. Obviously, Conrad's junior world champion, Billy, won last weekend at Lommel. So being able to hear from people at the top of the sport really is, just to be able to hear how they think is like, it's nice to be able to take that in.
Yeah, because the aspirations, because obviously you want to go down that same route. So I guess, you know, it's nice to have those conversations where you're going, okay, so you're feeling like that. You get those same issues, because obviously we all think we're kind of invincible a lot of the time. So has it been helping you a lot more, not even necessarily with the riding, because I know you do the track walks with Justin and stuff as well, but more mentally up here?
Yeah, well, obviously Charlie Richmond was in the tent last night, and he was saying how when he started on the 250, he felt like he didn't belong in the class. And obviously that's how I feel as well. You know, I'm not one of the top guys in the 125 field. So to be able to hear from someone who's at such an elite level that they can relate to me makes me realise that maybe my problems aren't that big and I can get around them.
I like that. That's a good bit of positivity. Now let's talk about this. You're from the southeast of the UK, predominantly sand up near Ling. Though here we are, a pretty hard packed clay base. So how are you finding it? How was practice and qualifying for you?
Yeah, not the best, honestly. It was such a shocker. As soon as them like deep ruts got in, I was like, what is going on? But yeah, obviously we don't come to these hard packed tracks expecting there to be fireworks. You know, we know that I'm going to struggle here, so we take these opportunities just to learn, and then really tracks like Ling and Blacksall is where I show what I can do.
I'm loving it. That's what I mean. You're realistic about it. You've got an honest approach to it, you know, and that's kind of cool. You've also got some good people helping you out. So tell us who's behind you.
Yeah, so Tinklers, North Walsham and Norwich are like my main sponsor. They supply my bikes, engines. CBC Metals, AB Autos, Newnham Structures, and Lutz Creative Media, my media company. Luke, we love you at home. And my mum, my nan, granddad, yeah, just everyone.
Mate, I wish you the best of luck today. Thanks for keep coming out to the Michelin Academy, because he's been a stalwart of it. He's at every round, listening attentively. Let's bring in the coach, Justin. Good luck today, mate. Well done. Justin, as we said, we've heard Kieran say day. Now it's a bit different. We've had no rain for ages, and now we're actually got some rain, and we've got a technical rough road. Yeah. So
No
what have you been
sunglasses.
saying to the guys that, because obviously, you know, they've almost forgotten how to ride in any ruts because of the summer that we've had.
I know. It's bizarre, actually. I didn't even bring a coat with me. So I think I've been caught on the hop as well. But no, it's... Again, it's just part of the British Championship and how great it is. And, you know, with the weather being, 50, 60 days without rain or whatever. So we've come up here and we're, basically got a circuit now that, is tacky, is really grippy, deep ruts, all the bits that we really haven't faced all year, really. So it's great to hear the other side of the story and, how nervous they are and all the rest of these things. And with the academy, we're trying to put, settle these guys down and get them thinking about the track. But it's not just so much the 125 guys. I mean, you only got to look at last week. They were at Lommel. So, you've gone from the deepest sand tracks to now coming back here. So this is going to take a lot of the, the Billy Askew's and the Ben Watsons a little bit by surprise, because we haven't even been able to practice for this, because as soon as you go 200 mile down the road, we're back to 30 degrees.
Yeah, I know.
We're in a little bit of a bubble right now. And when I spoke to, to my wife in the morning, I was saying, like, it's freezing, it's raining. She's like, shush. Like, she's walking around and it's absolutely blazing sunshine. So, we're in that point right now where it's another great condition to really, really challenge the riders. And, having the guys every week like we do, it's giving them experience on how to look at a track in these conditions and how it's going to end up. And, and like you said, like he was saying that about, Charlie being in that position mentally as well. So it's, it's bumps on the road that they all come across, and even some of the best ones are dealing with it right now.
Well, look, you go to work, you got to be out there telling them how to do it. Like I said, all these contrasting conditions, that's what Justin does. Have a good day, mate. So Justin's out there, obviously working with his own riders, but the Academy guys as well, Michelin Academy. So that's a great start to it, great insight. We're now going to throw back to Phil. I'm going to put it back to the booth, and we're going to bring you up to speed where this championship is at. So don't go too far away.
Yeah, cheers, Jeff. Thank you very much. Great interview there from Kieran Bullock and Justin Morris. There is the track, and look at the condition that is in. It's been watered, lovely, ripped deep, and very well prepped this morning. Here we are, done round 7. Myself, Phil G, and obviously alongside me, when he hot-foots it back up from down the other end of pit lane, and you can see him scurrying there in the background, is the legend that is Jeff Perrett. We've had a really, really a nice bit of overnight rain here this weekend, and it's left the track in absolutely perfect condition. Thank you very much to MXGB-TV, brought to you by Dirt Store, for this free live stream of, again, round 7 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. Follow us on Facebook on MXGB-TV. Instagram, the same. Our website at MXGB-TV.uk. And of course, if you're watching us on YouTube, you are on MXGB-TV. And do not forget to subscribe on FIM-Moto.TV. You can catch us all with all of our latest news on all of those different platforms. And obviously, live chat on those. We do get to read it and see it as we're going along. Let us know where you are watching from, and we will try and give you a shout out. The main man himself is back with us, Jeff. It's absolutely perfect out there at the moment.
Yes, Phil, it actually is. Now, I know me and Justin said about the rain that came down and it's cold and we've kind of all become acclimatized to this new weather pattern. I mean, but it does feel quite chilly. It's not, this would be norm. We've been so used to this hot summer that we've had, but the track, we had heavy rain in the night. I know, because it woke me up. It certainly came down pretty heavy about 4 o'clock, and they've done a great job up to that point. Don't get me wrong; they've been watering so early in the week as well. But I think as a track, builder, and the conditions for the rider, now we've got practice out of the way, I don't think you'll get it any better. It's because it stopped raining. It's starting to tack up. We were watching practice and qualifying, seeing those perfect, tyre marks like putty.
They call it chocolate cake. Yeah. It was absolutely, and there is one of our track crew, and like I say, I was really surprised with how soft it looked yesterday in practice. It's absolutely perfect. The bikes are not claggy. Everything about it is just exactly as you would want it to be. They've done a little bit of track prep between the end of practice and the start of racing, which obviously will just mean that it's not going to get really, really rutted out for the whole of the day. But 6 rounds in, Jeff, it's been absolutely cracking. This is our race schedule for today. Then MX125, our first up RFX125 race, will go off the line at lunchtime, 12 o'clock. MX2, Jude Morris Foundation under 21 race as well will be at 1:45. Then our Apico Factory Racing MX1 race 1 will be at 13:35. And then we'll do it all again for the final time of the day. RFX125 at 2:30, MX2 at 3:15, and our final race of the day will kick off. MX1 will be 5 to 4. It's been great. 6 rounds of the championship. We've got a chance that we can see our RFX 125 wrapped up in the first race today.
Yes.
Likely that we might see the same in MX2 after 2 races, but not as likely MX1 going all the way to the wire at the final round at Blacksall.
Yeah, it definitely is. Nobody can win the championship in MX1 today. The margins are pretty tight in that one. But yes, certainly 125s, I would expect on the form and what we've seen that Drew Stock, if he manages the situation correctly, probably could. We're going to find out. Wrap up the 125 title.
And here we are, the 125 championship points then. Drew Stock, a healthy 77 points in front of Harley Marjak, but we'll give Harley a hat tip. He missed a round after injury at the Junior World, so he's 77 points adrift. He needs to beat Drew, and he needs to get himself in front of Drew and hopefully get Joel Winstanley Dawson in there in third place. Joel is only 12 points adrift of Harley Marjak there in third, with Stapley, Moncrief, Hayden Stack coming back after a long season injury in sixth, Alfie Heron, Ollie Waters, Chris Bindley and Alfie Geddes-Green rounding out your top 10. And so don't forget to like and subscribe and let us know where you are. Let us know who your top 3 are on YouTube, and we will see who that is. And there is, like I say, championship standings. MX2 then. So this is a lot closer, Jeff. This is Heyman, who has a healthy 57-point lead. And according to my fingers and thumbs calculations, he needs to drop less than 6 points to Ian Doonson today, and he will be champion. But the rest of them, Musto, Searle, Richmond, Askew, Rizzy Brooks, Colmer and Jamie Keith, they're only separated by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. So Jamie Keith with 4 good motos could still end up third in the championship. So
it's been a great class, Phil. Again, the level of competition, look at those names. They're starting to, some of them obviously perform in European as well. We saw Billy Askew take a win.
That was
BMX,
fantastic.
brilliant. Obviously, we've seen them all up there, Joe Brooks and stuff as well. So yeah, this has been a hotly contested championship. Tommy's still holding in there amongst the young guns. But you're right. If Charlie comes out here with a 51-point deficit, basically 50 is still borderline. We're not sure, because if he doesn't race the last round and somebody goes 1-1, then it could be a tie on points. But if he comes out of here with a 51-point lead, it's a done deal.
It's a done deal indeed. And then obviously our Jude Morris under 21 championship standings, a similar story, but the gap is a little bit closer in this one. And the other way round, Ginn has to score no more than 6 points less than Charlie Heyman to stay in that one till the final round. So we could see the main championship wrapped up today, but the under 21 go to the final round at Blacksall at the end of September. Charlie Richmond there in a good third in that one. Then Ben Musto, Billy Askew, Joe Brooks, Josh Vale, Jamie Keith and Freddie Bartlett. That's your top 10 in the under 21. And obviously this Duns track, we've been here quite a few times, I think, in the past.
Yes,
obviously we were here last year, double header last year. which Jeffrey Earlings came and put on a clinic for everybody. But there is your MX1 Championship, our Pico Factory Racing MX1. Conrad Muse then 16 points to the good of Auriel Oliveira, who's coming back after injury at Fox Hills. So he's not been on the bike, missed the last 2 GPs. Ben Watson obviously had a bit of a mare at Canada Heights, so he's 33 points adrift. I do not see that one being settled anywhere near close today. Taylor Hamill out with injury. Tristan Purden with a shot of 4th in the championship, possibly as a result.
Which would be great. I mean, you've got a couple of Kawasaki's there in 4th and 5th. Real shame for Taylor because, I mean, his performance, particularly at the British GP, kind of highlighted where he could, where he could be if he could do more GPs and all that kind of stuff. Last time out, like you said, shocker for Watson. He was very much in the title fight, but Canada Heights has definitely dented his championship hopes.
Yeah, first turn crash in race 1, and then a stone had the chain off.
Yeah,
literally at the back of where we were commentating. We heard Ben Rumbold saying that he was out, and obviously that's really destroyed what has been a good season for Ben Watson. And obviously, as always, at all of these rounds, we will be having our Phoenix Tools fastest lap. We will hit the button, and our graphics should pop up.
What a setting. Look at that. It literally, it looks like we're the only people around out here. Look at that. You can't really see anything. We are detached from the rest of the world out here. There's base camp, but it is an amazing circuit.
There's our Phoenix Tools fastest lap. And so, both their riders here today, Carlton Husband in a Pico MX1 and Josh Vale in MX2. So they're here. News that they are going to be Honda mounted next year.
Yes,
broke between Canada Heights and this round here as well. So don't forget to like and subscribe if you are watching on YouTube. Everything helps our demographic and helps us get better exposure for our output, which is always good.
Yeah, we'll be doing the Prox Pit Pass again, which you'll see midweek. I think we're going to be following early over the first block of racing anyway. Jamie Carpenter, I think, and we're also going to be following Billy Askew on the Prox Pit Pass this weekend. So interesting to see his take on coming from Lommel to here.
Yes.
Just the travel time, but also the contrast in tracks. And of course, we saw them on Tuesday. He was at VIP.
He was, yes.
Did some hard pack riding.
We'll talk about that later on. Yeah. So thank you to all of our partners then, Dirt Store, for bringing you this MXGB-TV live stream, Motul, Pico Factory Racing, RFX and all the others. We will have a word from our partners, and we will be back with the preamble for Moto 1 of the RFX 125 Championship, getting our racing underway for round 7 here at Duns.
Welcome back, everybody. Okay, Phil, let's do this. It's the RFX 125s coming up. We love this, the 125 class. What a great way to start any motocross race meeting, because they're young, they're enthusiastic, they make mistakes. We love it. Parents probably don't, but we do.
The racing has been fantastic all year, Jeff, and we've had a really, really tight qualification here. Here are your top 40 qualifiers then for the RFX 125 here at Duns. Round 7. Hayden Statt then took pole position by 0.012 of a second. That's the difference between having your transponder on the front or the back of your fork leg. From Drew Stock, the man who we're expecting to wrap up this championship, even in this first moto today. Then third was Finley J, fourth Lucas Moncrief, fifth Joel Winstanley Dawson, out on the new Husqvarna for this weekend. Sixth was Chris Brindley, seventh Harley Marjak, eighth Archie Stapley, ninth Alfie Heron, and 10th Alfie Geddes Green.
Yeah, all kind of what I'd expect there, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Before we do that, let's go quickly back to some very quick ads. Don't go too far away. It's a little short run. We're not going to miss the start. Don't go too far away.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
Right, holding area then. In fact, there's the gate, and we are waiting for the riders to come onto the line. There's the 211 of Chad Prince.
Yeah, and there's Kieran Bullock as well, who we opened the shows talking to with Kieran. A sand ride, he's brought up in the southeast near Ling, so he's still trying to find his way around this more hard-packed kind of dirt.
So Finley Jake taking his position on the...
one of his better qualifiers of the year, for sure. There's Hayden Statt as well. Again, Hayden, the championship kind of disappeared with that injury at the beginning of the year. And where he's at now, just wants to finish the year as strong as he can, being pretty solid in EMX to this point. Of course, he goes straight off from here to Sweden for the next round of the EMX Championship 125. He just wants to come out and win every race to the end of the year. Very different story for Drew Stock. He just needs to get it done.
He just needs to get it done. And like we say, from a points position, he is 77 points ahead of Harley Marjak. And if he beats Harley in this one or finishes second and Harley wins, it's all done. But obviously, once you get to a point where Hayden Statt chips in with his race win, it all gets a bit complicated. If Marjak is second and Stock is third, then they are tied on points. But Drew Stock will win it on countback of race wins, because he is the one who's taken the most race wins this season with 7, Statt with 3, Brian Giles with 1, and Arthur Moore, who's not with us today. He is away in Germany. He took the other one, a fantastic race win for him at Canada Heights.
Unbelievable, wire to wire. And it might not have caught Arthur off guard or his team, but I think everybody else was like, well, I didn't see that coming. I literally didn't. I know he's a talented, great little rider, but it was solid, and he just controlled the race from the front. But one to look out for next year for sure, Arthur Moore, as again chasing down a championship. Here we go then, Phil.
Yeah, 15 seconds. Spirographics 15-second board is up. It will turn to 5, and we will be underway with the first race of the day here from Duns at round 7 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. Away they go. Angus drops the gate, and it's a
Drew Stock's in a strong place.
Statt maybe on the...
No, Drew just hit the brakes a bit hard. Stopped at the inside, so he takes the lead. And Finley J has made a good start in second, Phil. Statt's right there, though, already pushing Drew Stock.
He is. Fat Statt takes the lead. It was Travis Lawton that looked like he was going to take the whole shot as they came up the start straight for the first time. But it is the JK Yamaha then of Drew Stock with the red plate. He takes the lead as they come down the hill for the first time. Oh, we've got a rider off the track there.
That's on a white Yamaha. It's not Stapley, is it? I know the S. Briggs guys are rocking the, or is it Marjac? I think it might be Harley. I'm not sure. It definitely looked like one of the S. Briggs guys.
There's Stapley there on the 484, Jeff, so it was not Marjac.
Okay, there's Jaden Anderson, the Scottish rider, making a really good start at his home round. Number 33, doing good stuff up here in the Scottish Championship.
That's Marjac at the back. I think he's got a mechanical there, Jeff, because he pulled off the circuit and did not make any kind of attempt to get back on in a hurry. As we look at the 531 there of Lucas Moncrief down the inside.
Yeah, that was sorry, Phil, but that was a strange one. You're right. It was kind of like he didn't make a rider error that kind of sort of send him off the side of the track. Very strange. Let's see if we can get to the bottom of that.
Well, the top and bottom of that is, Jeff, that if unless he can come back through to win, that's the championship for Drew Stock. Providing he scores points.
Yeah,
that is it. So I don't think that the level of excitement has dropped dramatically because it was a big ask. And like I said before, Harley Marjac missing around due to a wrist injury, which I'm assuming is the big double uphill at that Junior Worlds. There's Stapley on the other of the S. Briggs Yamahas. So he is definitely in there, and we'll get them across the line. Our start has moved this time. Finish line, sorry, Jeff, has moved this time.
Yes.
And so it's before pit lane rather than after.
So, yes, exactly. We get them all over the line. We get the timing up. I'm trying to look for Joel Winstanley Dawson. See how he's getting on. Obviously, new ride. But he said he's got off the gas onto the Husqvarna. Let's see if that enhances his performance in any way, shape or form. But right now, this is Lucas Moncrief on the free-flow Madison Crescent Yamaha, all decked out in the one-off round muck-off design, pink and black.
There is Joel Winstanley Dawson, say Husqvarna mounted on the new fuel-injected bike, talking to Grandad Kent in the pits last night, and they put a lot of time and effort into this bike, but were not prepared to ride it until they were ready to think it was better than the gas that they did. And Joel Winstanley Dawson across the line in 7th, Jeff, just behind Archie Stapley. So he is doing well. And of course, this misfortune that we're looking at for Harley Marjac means that will elevate Joel Winstanley Dawson to second in the championship should he score 12 points more than the rider on that Yamaha in this race. Yeah, Marjac 19th at the moment, Jeff. So
not cool. Finley J, look, he's confident enough to be wearing new flex kit, white, on dark dirt. He's feeling the ride, but he's going to get filled in with some dark dirt there as Lucas Moncrief makes the move.
Yeah, the three-flow Madison Yamaha rider just picking his line nicely, and this is going to be a day of line choices, Jeff. The track is not rutted badly at all. In fact, it's less rutted than it was here last year, and what we're seeing is that line choice is going to be key for the most of this day. You can see that hump on the inside of the circuit. Oh, and Moncrief goes down and he takes... Moncrief's gone down as well.
No.
So, and he took the other rider with him, I think was Travis Lawton. There is Winstanley Dawson. He is a proper bulldog of a rider, making up passes in the early part of this race. I think he will come across the line 5th now, Jeff.
Yeah, Travis Lawton, though, fair play to him. He's made a good start. And do you know what? He's there on merit. Look at him. He's really battling with those guys there.
Winstanley Dawson then gets the run on Stapley up past pit lane. So the man from Wigan, sponsored by the Winstanley Dynasty, their track up there at Abram in Wigan. And Joel, first year in the class, Jeff, I think he's done very, very well.
So do I, and he clearly knows how to ride a bike. He was so unlucky at the Junior Worlds. Not going to get caught up too much into it, but honestly, it was a weird old penalty that he got, really, and that affected his qualifying time. Ultimately, didn't make it into the race because of it. But he would have learnt from it, and I'm sure he'd be in contention to go to the Junior Worlds in Estonia again next year. And that is a very nice queue-in, actually, potentially, because we have the man that will probably be over there helping Team GB and coach all the riders. I'm going to step out. I'm going to let you introduce this dude. I'll let him get into my seat.
And dude is the word, a man that we've cheered over the fences many times for many years. we'll let him get himself sorted. Welcome to the booth, Stephen Sword.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, mate, again. So, as Jeff said, you're part of this crew now that is bringing on the next generation of young riders through our 125 class and the 85s and all the rest of it. Fantastic track here at Duns, absolutely prepped to perfection, and it's good to see that we've got guys coming up into the class from the 85s, making an immediate impact, like Joel Winstanley Dawson, for instance.
Yeah, exactly. We've got some great riders. 85, 125, 250. Sometimes we get a bit of bad press about not having those GP stars yet, but it'll take time for it to come, and there's lots of people doing good things. Not just not just one person or a few. There's teams that are trying to do good things, and other trainers are doing good jobs. There's a lot of people doing some really good things. So we need to just keep that going and get these boys up there.
Yeah, and obviously one of those teams that you speak of is indeed the Esprigs outfit, who have been one of the key funders and backers of our young riders coming through. They're taking guys through 125 and through into MX2, and obviously the amount of effort that they're putting in. And I wouldn't say staying in their lane, but they know that their value as a development team helps you guys out. We've seen Charlie Richmond go through to be on the full MX2 team for True 7 Honda after some great seasons with them. And obviously it looks like Archie Stapley and Ali Marjak, Jensen 7 as well, who's going to be riding for them next year, not with us today. They're all feeling the benefit of that backing.
Yeah, it's great. Like I said, there's a lot of people doing good things, and Archie's going well in this race now, as we can see now, and the HPA guys, the ACU Academy guys, Stocky, Statty, and Lucas Moncrief, they've had some really good results this year, some bad results, some injuries. So there's been a lot happening across the year and stuff. So it's all going good, I think.
So Jeff, looking out of the window, it says that Hayden Stat has gone down. So we will have Drew Stock in the lead. As they come across the line, we'll see how much time he has lost. The gap between Stat and Stock was five odd seconds. But, so Stat still showing as in the lead, but they will come across the line to complete another lap, and hopefully that will update. It is Drew Stock then that leads with 0.83 of a second. So really tight at the front. If we could go back to the battle at the front, 418 Drew Stock, he will be probably going by pit lane and up to the start. Top of the start as we speak, red plate on the blue bike. And there's Joel Winstanley Dawson. He's now currently up to third. They're at the second corner now. Here we are then, battle for the lead. Stat has ended up on the floor. And Drew Stock now our race leader on the JK Yamaha. That was looking like it was going to be a bit of a runaway for Hayden there, but all of a sudden it's interesting again.
Yeah, that was out of our shot. He obviously dropped it somewhere, obviously. I think Hayden's probably riding with personal goals of just trying to win some races before the end of the year now. Drew wants to get the championship wrapped up. So how many risks he'll be taking, I'm not sure. But it could be a really good race. Well, it is at the moment anyway.
Yeah. I'd like to say how much as a Stat goes high wide and Hanson around the outside, swap sides. Nice cover to the inside by Drew Stock. Both of these guys, on the number of times that I've watched them this year, are very, very mature with their line choices. They're almost like they're 3 or 4 years ahead of where you expect them to be with their racecraft.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's always learning along the way. There's still a lot of learning, but competing in the MX 125 European rounds has probably brought them on no end as well, because that's a high level. They're learning a lot there as well with the tracks, and those tracks develop a lot more line choice and rougher than what a British Championship would as well.
And let's be fair, both of them have not had the results that they were expecting. Obviously, Drew Stock riding with a wrist injury from early season, which has hampered him, although he has been able to obviously get himself into position to win this championship here today. And Hayden Stat, he was out for a long while with an injury, and he only came back, I think, at round 5, round 4 at Monster Mountain, where he went 1-1. But he's still right there on the back of Drew Stock. Bit of a mistake there from the man on the Chambers KTM, who lets the JK Yamaha rider off the hook by about a second by the looks of it. Really easy to do that in these ruts then, Steve,
yeah? I think Hayden's overriding a little bit at the moment, but he rides sort of, very aggressively anyway. And I think I think he's got the pace here. Stocky's letting him by. He doesn't want to race and worry about the championship. But I think two different riding styles, and I think they've missed out on the European scene with Usain being injured for a little while.
Yeah, you can kind of carry it at this level to a certain point where obviously Hayden not able to ride his injury. Oh, he's gone down again. It's really loose on the outside of those turns. It really looks like there's lots of grip to be had. But I was out there this morning, and if we hadn't have had the watering that had gone on, it would have been dusty even with the rain.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's perfect conditions, and it probably will. Well, it will dry out. Like you said, I think you said there'll be dust by the end of the day, maybe in some places. Drew's obviously riding a little bit sort of conservative and not pushing so much, and Hayden's kind of doing the opposite and very much faster, but just lost the front there, which is unfortunate for him. So I would imagine he's going to get the hammer down and come back again.
Yeah, this is almost like the race that nobody wants to win. It's almost like a who doesn't want to win the championship. But like I say, Drew Stock then on the JK Racing Yamaha. He's been riding around that wrist injury. Speaking to him in the pits yesterday, he is now at the point where he says it's not affecting his riding. He's not in pain. At a lot of the EMX rounds where they expected to do well, and the tracks that he was kind of the best prepared for, they really struggled with it. But over the summer, he's got himself back into proper riding fitness and riding shape. He was out at the test day that we did on Tuesday, looking very, very quick. And then, and with as it stands at the moment, he is going to wrap up this RFX 125 Championship. We are still looking to try and find Harley Marjak. Marjak then in 11th, so he's motoring his way through. It'd be interesting to try and get word from the Briggs crew as to what happened to Marjak there, but it certainly looked like a mechanical, whether he got mud in the brake or something, but he definitely looked like it wasn't just a case of, I've just ridden off the track and I'm going to ride back on in a proper manner. He lost a lot of places there. So it is 5 seconds then, the gap. Joel Winstanley Dawson then in a healthy third, and he needs to score 12 points more than Marjak. And at the current rate, Marjak will score 10 and Winstanley Dawson will score 20. So second place in the championship will still be in the pocket of the man on the Briggs Yamaha with 6 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Did you get to ride on this track a lot when you were younger, or was it one that was on your on the championship calendar back then?
Yeah, it was. It went back that far, yeah.
Yeah.
2009, I was here. Yeah. Good memories here, actually, because I won the championship that day, which I think it was the last round, or maybe it was the second to last, similar to this, on the MX2 with Hitachi Red Bull KTM team. With Roger McGee, so I won that one here, and then I rode here on the CCM on the 450. I think I've only ridden here twice, actually. It was never a track that I was here as a kid in the schoolboys or anything.
No, and that's the thing, because some people grow up on tracks like this, having it ridden all the while, and then there's, like you say, even though it's down the road, if it's not on the calendar, you get to ride it once in a blue moon, and
I think
the home advantage that people expect you to have simply isn't there. So there is Archie Stapley. He is currently on fourth, 4 seconds adrift then of Joel Winstanley Dawson, or 3.5 to be technically correct. And he's been good for me this year. Again, one of the youngsters in the class, and that Briggs development team picking their riders, and it's good to see them growing into the championship, and commentators curse. But obviously that corner has caught a lot of guys out. Do you think there's a lot of issues where the 450 lines that will have been in that corner from their practice session affect the way the 125 guys have to use them? Yeah,
I think we walked the track. I walked the track in the middle of the break with a couple of these 125 riders, and they were doing some track maintenance on jumps and some of the deeper corners, but they did leave a lot of deep ruts on the inside.
Yes.
And I think that was just a silly mistake, that one. It was nothing apart from the front just catching in the rut. But I do believe the way if you attack the corners, I think you're going to get yourself into more trouble rather than letting the bike flow, being off the back brake a little bit more, and just letting the bike get you around there rather than try and be aggressive on the brakes. I think you do need to be careful where you lean the bike as well, as we saw there.
And obviously that's one of the things you as a coach, it's very, very difficult to try and tell these young riders who are full of enthusiasm that you need to go slower to go faster.
Yeah, well, we've said it this morning, and even some of the the top MX2 and MX1 guys, that their overriding will get you nowhere today. You've got to really get a flow in the ruts and the corners. Kind of what Drew's doing now. He's taking a lot of outsides, getting himself out of some of the deep ruts. And then once you get a flow here, then you can start to push. If you do it the opposite way around and try and push, and you don't have the flow, that's when you sort of get into a little bit of trouble and make mistakes or get arm pump, and all of a sudden the race becomes a bit more difficult than you want it to be.
So just looking at Drew going through that corner, he's actually gone wide and there's a cutback there, and I think that may have been what caught Stapley out as he went into the corner. That cutback into the rut has just taken his front wheel and put him on the floor. So Hayden Stat was 4.7 last time across the line. Joe Winstanley Dawson in third. Travis Lawton there, a great fourth for him. Chris Brindley, a guy who I tipped for top three in the championship at the beginning of the year. He is there in fifth, having a decent ride. Stapley dropped to sixth. Moncrief down there in seven. Alfie Heron on the TM in eighth. And then we've got number 46, Harry Hall, who's not somebody that I'm used to seeing in this championship. He's there in a really good night. And Marjak still there in 10th, so not making mega progress. We saw this in the last couple of rounds where if he gets a start, he can run with Drew Stott, but if he doesn't, he's not able to get his way through the traffic as well as the older riders. And I think that's one of the things where racecraft in the smaller classes, there's a little bit more spread.
Yeah.
Whereas here it's really tight in the mid pack, and they're not able to find their way through at the rate that they would have done in maybe in the big wheel 85s.
Yeah, I think Marzak as well. He's first one back after his injury, so he just needs to get back into racing, and not sure how much the injuries, if it's all good for him, but I guess it is because he's here. So maybe it's just one of those, needs a race under his belt first.
Yeah, and I'm sure that there's no pressure from the team. If they felt that he needed to sit out another round, then they would almost certainly have done so. But sometimes you just need to race and find out where you're at.
Yeah, that's true. It's better just to be here, and he's trying to keep that second in the championship as well. I think that's probably on his mind.
Yes, and obviously with Drew moving up at the end of this season, as far as we are aware, certainly the chatter that we got in the pits last night that this would be his final season on the 125. That kind of leaves us to. The next best man in the championship is Harley Marjak on points. Hayden Stat, we're not 100% sure what he's going to be doing next year, but you kind of feel that with the riders that moved up last year, Jamie Keith and Charlie Richmond moving out of the class, and also Ryan Waggett, we expected maybe Stat and Stott to go, head to head, bar bang all through the season, and that hasn't happened. And I think if one of them moves up, the other one hasn't really got anybody to drive them on through the championship. And I think that it'd be good if they both stayed or both went up.
Yeah, true. I think Drew's, for sure, he's going up probably sooner rather than later. I think he's probably too old as well.
Yes.
Hayden's got the chance and the team supports to stay down on the 125 and also do the 125 EMX again, which is a big learning point. He's a year younger, I think, so he's still got a year in him to do the 125s, which I think, my personal opinion, I think that would be a good move for him. And stay on the program with the ACU program and try and develop him a bit more, because he did start and have some really good results in the EMX 125. He had a 7th and an 8th at the beginning of the year in a couple of the races. So maybe have a target of doing having some really good EMX 125 rides for him. Drew's obviously going up, mixing it with the big boys. Maybe there was talk he might go up into the MX2 at Blacksall.
Okay.
But he's also carrying an injury which needs resting still.
Yeah.
So I speak to him weekly about the injury and have done all year, and he's managed it extremely well because at the end of the day he's got a broken scaphoid, which is a bad one. But he seems to be managing it well, and it's affected his European results, which he's been really disappointed about, because I felt like he wanted to take advantage of his ride with the JK Yamaha.
It has almost been a little bit of poison chalice, that JK ride, because obviously Jamie Keith was in the same situation the previous season where he got injured very early on and he struggled to try and get back, and he basically wrote the season off, and Drew has almost been in the same position, and obviously he has got to the point where he is going to wrap this championship up. As he comes across the line, it's going to be, clock is counted down to 0, it's going to be 2 laps to go, and he will be riding this one in to take his first 125 British Championship, the RFX 125 class. And like I say, moving up to MX2 next year, if Hayden Statt, if he's got eyes on that 125 EMX programme, and obviously being the team that he's in, they're there in the GPs already with Ollie Colmer and Adam Sterry, so that's a good thing for them. We'll try and see who has done our Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race. I think that is Drew Stock. No, in fact, yeah, Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race was a 2:09 by our second place man Hayden Statt. So our Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race then. Our second place man Hayden Statt. But Drew Stock then, he will take 25 points for the win, and that will extend his championship lead. And there is nothing else that Marjak can do. He's just moved past Alfie Heron into 9th, but I would say it'd be really interesting to try and get some kind of understanding of what happened to Marjak, because I didn't see anything there that was him having a little bit of a problem. Maybe the bike just fluffed up or something. We've all had that on 125s where all of a sudden they start popping and then they clear themselves and you carry on.
Yeah, I actually missed what happened, so I can't.
Yeah, so as they came down, I think it was turn 1 or turn 2, one of the downhills after the start, he was off the track on the inside, as if you'd kind of gone off the track and I just need to find my way back on, but he just took so long to do it. There was definitely no kind of call that he could have been gaining an advantage and everything, and he just seemed to take a really long while to get back onto the circuit, and it cost him probably 10 or 12 places. So we will find out maybe. Here's our second place man on the Chambers KTM, Hayden Statt. He will be wanting to take the race victory here and add it to the overall that he took at round 5 at Monster Mountain. He's taken 3 wins so far this year, but he won't be taking a win in this one. Still 4.5 seconds adrift of our race leader, Drew Stock. So as Jeff was saying earlier, you're going to be out with these guys in the big wide world, giving them the benefit of your experience. And as I suppose that there's things that you didn't realise that you needed to know when you were their age that you've now got that kind of golden hindsight of, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just experience, and it's being there and the years of doing the job. No different to any other trade. You just get to know a minimum of what needs to be acquired. What you need to do and how you need to go about it. All right, it's changed a little bit, and I think the generation has changed a lot as well, and the bikes and how everything's going, and the setups and stuff. But the sort of the work and what needs doing is very similar to how it was 20, 30, 40 years ago. So I just try and install that in them. And also they've got to find their own way, like saying too much or trying to make them, what they need to be is not a good thing either. You need to let them find their way, make some mistakes, but have the guidance to just pull them in line or get them to do the necessaries and the hard work.
And I suppose one of the big things as well is understanding that at this level, it does become a job. It's your living. Yeah. And there's a level of seriousness that comes with that. Whereas, when you're trying to get to that position, all of a sudden having it where this is where I'm earning my bread and butter, this is what I'm going to be doing, it changes your focus a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's many riders, I think I said this before, like, in the MX2 class, they're kind of working 3 or 4 days a week. Some of them, like Taylor Hamill, for instance, he's just won the championship.
Yeah, there he is. So Drew Stock takes the win and the championship. The 418 with the red plate. There's his parents down there. And that JK Yamaha ride, like I say, it's been a difficult year for him, but he has got the plate there. The cameramen all zoom in. Jeff is hot-footing his way down there. That'll be a big relief. Sometimes when you've got a big league like that, you can overthink the job.
Well, this is right, and well done to Drew, because I spoke to him this morning like you're in one of those situations, and that's why you saw him wave Hayden over. Okay, Hayden was, for sure, he was quicker in the beginning, you know, maybe making a couple more mistakes, but he'll go back to the van and think, I should have won that race, you know, Hayden, because he was kind of there. But Drew done what he needed to do, quite sensible. And like you say, it's sometimes better knowing you have to win rather than thinking, oh, I can finish 5th or 6th. It's just the focus is different.
And he won't have known that Harley Marjak was having that had that problem. But Drew Stock then takes the race win. Hayden Statt second. Joel Winstanley Dawson there in third. And then it is Chris Brindley across the line in fourth. Archie Stapley, Lucas Moncrief. Marjak gets himself up to 7th, so that helps him keep on to his second place in the championship. Travis Lawton, a great ride for him. He fell back to 8th. Harry Hall, he is there in 9th. And Alfie Heron, he goes across the line in 10th. So we will take a word from our partners. Thank you very much to you, Stephen Sword. Thank you for giving us your time and your expertise. Best of luck for the rest of the season and obviously into next year with these guys. And we look forward to seeing you are you going to be at the last round of Blackstall?
Yes, I'll be there. Yeah,
we'll see you there. Yep. Right, we'll take a word from our partners and we will be back with Jeff with our 2026 RFX 125 champion, Drew Stock.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
I got a good start and he ran it in on me and I just had to back off. Like, he made a few mistakes and he was pushing. I was trying to keep it steady and I did actually let him pass. I don't know if the camera got it. And then he crashed in it and it was all to me then. So I just chilled for the win then. But so happy to get this over and done with, and yeah.
Because winning the championship is an amazing experience, obviously, but it's not been as easy. I mean, you know, and I know we've talked about it, and I've played it down on your behalf a little bit this year. It's not been as straightforward. It's just because you've had to nurse an injury all the way through that. So you must be relieved to go, oh, it's done.
Yeah, I am definitely relieved. When I first done it at the start of the season, I didn't know if I would be able to carry this on this far. And I weren't ready to end it that so early into the season. And yeah, I just got it over and done with. And maybe you might see me at Blackstall on a 250. We might see.
A bit of a scoop there. You've had an amazing year with the team as well, obviously, you know, with EMX. Just very quickly, let's talk about that relationship and how that's gone.
Yeah, the team's been great. Like, the Italians have done everything they can to help me what I wanted, and the bike's been mega all year, so thanks to everyone who helps me out.
Repay them with a title. Go and celebrate with mum and dad and the team. There you are. He's your 26 champion, RFX 125 champion. Let's bring in, where is he? Hayden Statt. Come on in, Hayden. I can see the disappointment on Hayden's face because, again, leaving it all out on track, mate. I know these conversations are sometimes painful when you've left it all out there. You were going for it there, but maybe just overcooked it a little bit. Talk us through what happened down this hill.
Yeah, definitely just got a strong start, to be fair. Thought I was going to have the horse shot, but Drew got underneath. But then I passed him early on in the first lap and pulled a good size gap and ended up bending in one of the corners over there. Probably have to sort the front suspension out. She's a bit skittery, so we'll sort her out. But I don't know what games he's trying to play, waving us past as if I wasn't going to pass him already. So don't know why he's playing that, but yeah, it's a good race other than that.
I guess from your standpoint, you know, you had that injury at the beginning of the year and that effectively ruled you out of trying to win this championship. So you just want to win the remaining motos. And I'm thinking maybe one eye already on next year.
Yeah, definitely. Just season was ruined on the first race with it just blowing up. Just a freak incident. Just unlucky on that first race of the season. Obviously started the season off not very good, but I've had a few wins here and there. I'm just looking to finish the season strong and going into next year, I want to try and be European champion. Just set big goals for next year and try and achieve them.
Well, there you go. Again, another kind of, you heard it first. Good luck with that. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. Let's bring in Joel, Winstanley Dawson. Good to see you back up here, Joel. Just talk us through very quickly. So we've had a change of machinery. Reasoning for that?
Basically, it weren't Monster Mountain. It was at Landrakes. The bike went bang, and then my granddad just went, "Oh, I'll go buy a new bike." So we're on a new bike. Then we got parts for it, and then it was like, "Oh, let's just bring it racing," basically.
And you look at it. I mean, you've picked up a solid result there. You happy with that?
Yeah, I'm really happy with the bike. Suspension's nice, engine's nice. It's just really smooth, and I like it.
So we'd like to see on it. So what are your expectations now, realistically, then, with 3 races to go in this championship? I'm guessing it's to try and be up here for the remaining 3 races.
Yeah, I just want to have a consistent top 3 every race, basically.
Yeah. Good stuff. Well, look, well done. Congratulations on a solid 3rd. So there you go. That's our top 3 in the RFX 125 opening moto. Again, don't go too far away. That's just the first of 6 races you're going to see today. Coming up next is the MX2 class. And again, the championship battle in that is absolutely on. We're going to see if Charlie Heyman can actually get it done today. But the rest of them are so tightly matched. So don't go too far away.
This is madness. It rages within us. From the world it seeks to consume. We dream, sweat, achieve.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think. Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle.
Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win.
Never hold me back.
Let me try. Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
Welcome back, everybody, to Duns for our first of our MX2 action, our MX2 race, and our Dew Morris 101 Foundation Under-21 Championship. Moto 1, we could see Charlie Heyman wrap up the championship in this race, but I think it's unlikely yet. It's going to go to at least Moto 2. Let's have a look at our championship, our qualification for this round 7 of our championship. You can see a beautiful view. It's quite clear today, but you can't believe how far we can actually see.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, we've been up here before where the clouds have come in, and we've had to, can't remember what year it was, I want to say 16, something like that, where we had to cut the meeting short because of the mist, but there we go. That's the qualifier. Joe Brooks on it again.
Yeah, Joe Brooks then qualified 0.16 of a second in front of Cian Doonson. With Jamie Keefe, a good qualification in third. He's a further 0.2 back. Then it was Ben Musto, Charlie Heyman, Billy Askew, Freddie Bartlett, Charlie Richmond, Joel Rizzi, and rounding out the top 10 was Tommy Searle, who's 2.5 seconds back. And it's going to be tight, the points and everything. We'll have a look at that when we get closer to the race drop. There's Coleman, McCormack, Garland, Vale, Coleman, Eddie Wade on the Triumph, Adam Collins, Liam Bennett, Ryan Waggett on the two-stroke Radji Racing KTM, and Luca Pegg on his 250 Yamaha, where we'll have another quick word from our partners, and we will be back with the gate drop of the first MX2 action of the day.
How would you like to win Tommy Searle's actual race bike? Well, at the end of the British Motocross season, we are going to be raffling it off to one of you that have a ticket. Okay, John, can you tell us a little bit about how this is different to a standard Triumph 250?
Yeah, so we begin with a 2026 TF250X from Triumph, and we completely strip the bike, modify the engine, EvoTech, full race engine, K-Tech take care of our suspension, some custom SM Pro wheels, Acropovic pipe, X-Trig clamps, Dockwad titanium bolt kit throughout the bike, plus so much more.
And one of you is guaranteed to win all of that, but not just that. Every single week we do tons of different competitions, whether it's cars, whether it's watches, whether it's bikes. Week after week, we give away prize after prize. And now it is down to you to be the next winner. But remember to keep your eyes peeled, because at the end of the season, someone will be winning Tommy Searle's race bike. To be in with a chance to win, all you need to do is head over to the TWD website, make an account, grab your tickets, and you really could be next.
So a few spots of rain on the lens as we get ready for race 1 of our MX2. And just to point your mind there, Dew Morris, we are back at Duns, where we lost him 4 years ago now.
Yes, I'm not going to speculate because I really can't remember. But obviously a poignant moment, and in his legacy, of course, you've just seen the advert. The amount of fundraising that as a community, so many people have got behind the Dew Morris Racing Foundation. And hopefully that will never stop, because if you contribute to that, you are contributing to your own safety. A lot of the money goes to the air ambulances, which, you know, we hopefully never see many of them. But do your bit, contribute, and then you're playing your part to keep this amazing sport going and keep it safe.
Yeah, and obviously Dew's legacy lives on with the sponsorship of the Under-21 Championship. Like I say, you often think, you know, where would he have been in his career now? But people will remember him, and this Dew Morris Racing Foundation, as you say, doing so much with the air ambulance. Fantastic work that they do all of the time, and we specifically remember him here at Duns this weekend.
We sure do, yeah. And then hopefully in his memory, we're going to see an absolute rip snorter of a race, because Charlie Heyman, of course, has a healthy championship lead. But listen, it's there to be chased down. But some of those others back there in second, third, fourth, all those guys, it's a tightly fought thing. And I would say there's not much between any of them. Of course, on his day, at any given point, Tommy can always pull one out of the bag like he did at round 2, kind of caught us off guard. He started the year not so great and then came out and we're like, okay, so he can still do it. He can still turn it on. Askew carrying a load of confidence.
He's been good. He had a pretty wretched beginning to the season. Not for any particular reason, but he didn't hit the ground running. And I think it took him like 4 rounds. I think round 3 he had a 5-3 that got him on the podium at Ling, which kind of started to turn things around. But the second half of his season, especially after that fantastic ride at Lommel in the EMX250 last weekend, which I wouldn't say I was really impressed with his first race where he ran third for ages and I think he ended up in sixth. That was still good, but to come out and go forward and take the race win, that was excellent. And to finish second on the EMX podium at Lommel when he's never raced there before was outstanding.
So, and then before that as well, we've had the British GP. I thought Ben Mustoe performed particularly good there as well. That was hard pack. Ben likes a bit of hard pack. He's from down at Cheltenham. I mean, again, I wouldn't want it. Doonson obviously riding well as well. Brooks at any one time. Joel Rizzi now getting in that group. He's proven that he's, it's all starting to click again a bit for Joel. By the way, keep a lookout for his race kit this weekend. The guys at Ride have knocked up some very special Scottish kit with William Braveheart on it. It's actually got Mel Gibson on the chest. It's like a blue and white effort. You'll see him. It's pretty cool.
So they're coming to the gate, and it will beat the Nationwide Science Honda of Joe Brooks. Again, another guy that's been really good. He was good at the GP. I think he had a tip-off in one race, but all of the guys that went to the GP, with the exception of the man that's leading our championship, who's Charlie Heyman, who I will give a really good pass because he hit the wall at Canada Heights.
Didn't he ever? It was quite a scary feel, that.
Yeah, he was not a well man on the day, and he rode himself to a standstill, and then to try and pull it out of the hat the following week for the GP, he had a tumble in practice as well, I think. So I think that he was like, do you know what? I've got a lot on my plate here. I'm the only one in this race that's defending the championship lead, and he did not get too bent out of shape about the fact that he didn't do maybe as well as he wanted. Gern Doonson, another man who was pretty well up there as well, but all of these guys in the mid-pack, any one of them can be 3rd or 10th. It's just so even. Like I say, Charlie Heyman has a 57-point advantage over Gern Doonson as it stands at the moment, and then there's another 30 points back to Ben Mustoe. So while mathematically, before this gate drops, anybody within 100 points, which goes back to Billy Askew in 6th, could still win the championship. That is never ever going to happen. But Ben Mustoe, he is the man that is currently sitting there in 3rd. And let's forget, he had a mare at Monster Mountain. He had a big crash or an incident in race 1 that bruised his rib cage, and whilst he tried in race 2 to go out and add some points, wasn't able to. So he's also had a complete non-score. Tommy Searle had a chain break at Canada Heights. Charlie Richmond there, he's in 5th. He's had a couple of not so good results, but for a first year man out of the RFX 125 Championship, Jeff, he's gone really well, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, like he's finding his confidence. I was talking to him yesterday at the academy. He came in and did some guest talking there, and now looking back on it, he maybe set his own expectations a little bit too low, and now he's like he's out there racing it and starting to believe he belongs in the group. So it's we got some genuinely good talent coming through, and we got some other really good talent coming through in the 85 classes. So next 4 or 5 years in British youth motocross coming in, we're in a relatively strong place.
Interesting to hear your interview with Kieran Bullock at the opening of the show, where he said that one of the things that he was most impressed about was Charlie Richmond saying that he had a little bit of imposter syndrome in that MX2 class, and yet here he is sitting in 5th, and you don't realise that all of these riders are going through that. But anyway, 15-second board is up. Our first MX2 action of the day here at Duns, round 7 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. It's spitting me rain, 5-second board turns, here we go.
Well, it looked like, was it a KTM or Honda straight down the pipe? It might have been Jamie Keeper. He ran it wide.
I think that was Billy
Searle
Askew
was there as well. I think you might be right. Yep. Or getting a kick. Or is that Joe Brooks? I think that's Joe Brooks. Early pace setter on the Honda. Looks like 419 to me in that purple Fox kit.
You could be right. Is that Tommy Searle or Billy Askew there in 2nd place? Oh, there's a bit of shenanigans in that corner. Everybody gets a bit tangled up. Oh!
It's Heyman, isn't it? Heyman, I saw the red plate in second. That's definitely Charlie Heyman in second. So good for him.
Yeah, decent 30-odd rider entry here at Dunn's. It's a long way for some of these guys to come. We've got a lot of people out through injury as well, Jeff. So still a decent turnout as the last few riders find their way through. And you can see that the rain is starting to fall. This is the most exposed part of the track. Is that... oh, that's the 479 of Josh Val. There's Eddie Wade on the third of the Dirt Store Triumphs.
Yeah, that rain will, obviously it won't make the track overly stodgy, but it will play havoc with goggles, I would imagine.
It will. So there's a
Richmond,
Honda.
is that?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's Jamie Keefe. He's rocking the red and blue actual Honda look next, the stock design.
So Heyman there in second.
Then
and then
Searle.
it is the 100 of Tommy
Yep.
Searle. So a look across then from Jamie Keefe.
So, okay, yeah. So Heyman in a strong place here regards of his championship quest. Can't see Guillaume Dussin yet. That's him there, isn't it? Just going around the outside
I think he's
of
about
that
six there, Jeff.
Yeah. Obviously, we haven't got the split time in here, so we've got to wait for them to get over the line before we actually tell you who's exactly where. We're all doing it by just as you are, just watching the screen here and seeing who's where.
Jamie Keefe made a move on Charlie Heyman there,
and that's Askew, just two back from Searle. There he is, there in that new O'Neill 27 purple kit.
Is this a good time to mention the fact that in the battle of the MXGB commentators at the O'Neill Madison launch,
yes,
that,
you did better than me.
It was a win for me, but purely down to the fact that you turned up with no kit and no bike, and we'll take that anyway.
You'll take that as a default win.
Yeah.
Phil turned me over on Tuesday on the grounds that I didn't even go out on the track.
But no, it's good to see those boys up close, and obviously that's the new colourways for them. And so Tommy there in the orange of the two kits, and the purple then for Billy Askew. So that's we've got that dialed in for the race. There is Heyman in third. So it's Brooks, Keith, Heyman, Searle, Mustoe in fifth, Billy Askew sixth, Doonson seventh, Colmer eighth, McCormack ninth, and Joel Rizzi in 10th. Nobody really missing out of that top 10 that we would expect to be there, Jeff, I don't think.
No, only exception maybe this time around going on qualifying. Freddie Bartlett has not capitalised on a relatively good qualifier. He was seventh, but
he's there in 12th.
He's 12th,
he's not at the back of the field. Josh Coleman in there in 14th. Liam Garland in 11th. He was a man who we saw have a bit of a launch at Monster Mountain after leading the first race. He's been decent this year. He's as much of a veteran as Tommy Searle, to be fair.
Yes, he is actually. All knocking on a bit, those two boys now.
But this is the battle then, Jeff. And Jamie Keefe is taking it to Joe Brooks.
Yes, and now this is where Jamie, he's picked up, 2 race wins this year, I think? I think he's
just won one. He won the opening round at Oxford.
He nearly won another one, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, he was so close.
Yeah.
And then, this is where he needs that. It just needs, in my opinion, I'd like to think he'd possibly agree, if he can just finish this year with 4 strong, consistent motos.
It will elevate him in the points.
Yeah, certainly in the points. But listen, we know he's got the speed to win a race, but he's got to just maybe have that positivity to take into the off season, going, okay, I'll finish the year strong with some consistent results. Let's build on that.
So Searle and Askew have both passed Mustoe on that lap. So the man on the 163, he's dropped back to 6th. So Searle is only 2 points to drift of Ben Mustoe at the moment. So as that pass puts him into 3rd in the championship, Guillaume Doonson, he is in 7th and has got a bit of a gap to catch the man on the AC United Gas. But I've been really impressed with Joe Brooks this year. Again, another man that missed around through injury, had some really good results. Didn't have the best of results at Lommel, but was on the podium. Was it Trentino? I think he got on the podium in the MX250. I know that he managed to nab a podium. He rode out of his skin and got on the box. EMX 250, which is absolutely top draw for him, and it'll be interesting to see what he can do again in his tail end of the season. He's currently sitting in 8th in the points, but a win in this one will give him a real good lift towards that 3rd place in the championship. Keith then taking the very short route around the inside of this track. We're talking to Stephen Sword while you were out there doing a bit of spotting, Jeff, and we were saying that the couple of 125 guys that went down do you think that the track, having been ridden by the 450 guys previously, the 125 boys were struggling with the ruts, the way that they went and everything?
A bit of both. I think also when we saw obviously Hayden Stack go down, I think again I think I even heard Stephen say it, just overcooked it, just overriding, just trying a little bit too hard. That coupled with the fact that, because either way you look at it, a 450 4-stroke will make much deeper ruts than any other of these bikes out there. And of course the 125s, the track had changed quite a bit, even though they had a sighting lap when it comes at race speed, probably caught them out a little bit.
So Heyman is sitting there, just 3 seconds adrift. They've dropped Tommy Searle, Askew and Musto by about 6 seconds. So that is from the leader. So 3 second gap from Heyman to Searle. That means that he can focus forward. And I think that at this point, Jeff, that's the thing. Oh, big mistake there from both.
So that must be so bullet hard there underneath, and they're catching that ridge, and it is literally like on ice coming out of that corner field, isn't it?
Yeah.
All three of them did it there, but third place rider Heyman managed a little bit better throttle control.
Yes. And
look at they're really struggling, aren't they?
They are.
So it's a hard base, and it's no wonder. I mean, anybody living in the UK, well, anywhere in Europe, I mean, we've had this insanely hot summer. The ground is just baked really, really hard. And, of course, a lot of water's gone down. It rained in the night. It hasn't had a chance to soak all the way in, so it's still really hard. Here it goes.
But, look, the track here is absolutely perfect, Jeff. It was ripped deep. It rained overnight, but just there's lots of places where it's not going to be dusty today. But there's some lovely, nice, dry parts on the outside on the berms. It is not a rut fest. It looks like it is a little bit in the corners from the 450s, but there's... Down the straights, you go pretty much where you like, as Keith looks like he's going to swap to the inside.
Well, we're getting proof that good save in the end. Yeah, it's not a rut fest because we're racing. We've seen racing in both races so far.
Even the jump faces look really good.
No, I mean, yes, there's ruts, but there's a lot of ruts to choose from, and it's not one line at the minute, as proven. You're literally watching Jamie Keith ride different lines to Joe Brooks, but they're not like losing necessarily a load of time. He's just got to get close enough to stick a wheel in there. Right now, Charlie Heyman in third, Red Plate SC Sports Homes is in a strong position. Remember, he needs to come out of this weekend. If he has a 51-point lead, he'll be celebrating the second moto. He can win this championship. He can't win it in this one, realistically, mathematically, but he's pulling more points on his closest rival, Ian Dewson, in this one. So, yeah, it's kind of trending towards that, but of course we've got a second moto to go.
Interestingly, Jeff, doing my research for this round, obviously 6 rounds in, it's interesting to see kind of the runners and riders and what they've been doing all year, as this time Brooks manages to stay on the track. Doomson only been on the podium twice, and they've been both in wins, which is not what we would have expected. But again, it just shows that the level in this class, there is a lot of talent that are all battling for those podiums.
And he said to me in Winner's Circle enough time, Phil, like, this championship's tough. You know, the British riders step up to the plate, and it has taken him that long. As good, he's obviously a rider that does EMX and all that. And once it took him quite a while to get that first race, but once that first race came, then we've kind of seen a slightly different approach, and confidence from Dunson. So,
and let's not forget, he won't have raced on tracks like this back in Holland where he's come from. But he's had a decent EMX championship. Yeah, he's been pretty good. In fact, I would say his EMX performances have been better than the British. So it does show when the likes of Brooks and Askew can get on the podium at EMX, the level of where we are. And from my point of view, if you're getting on the podium in EMX, you're good enough to be an MX2. And we saw that at Fox Hills with Joe and Rizzi and Billy Askew, that they were up there battling with guys who we see as top 10 MX2 guys week in, week out. So our boys are definitely fast enough.
Of course they are. Going back to Dunson, I mean, I don't know, I might have missed any social media. I don't know what his plans are for next year, whatever. But from my point of view, I thought he's brought a good value to the championship. I think he's a real nice young lad. I think it'd be great if he stuck around and does the championship again next year, hopefully with Sean and the team there, SS24 Gabriel team, because, I mean, this championship's like stacked out. So I'd like to see him stay. I think the big question is, is Tommy going to be around for another year? We've said it before, but he said that 2 years ago. He was kind of hinting that it might be time to wrap up, and he's still here. But I really get the sense that this might be his last full racing year as a full-time professional. He might jump in to an occasional race if he's still at it, but yeah, I think he's just finding it harder and harder as he gets older. Obviously got all the track craft, but the training, and he's got family. Yeah, and of course he's got a young family, all that kind of stuff. Listen, whatever, if it is his final year,
yeah, it would be nice to know and give him the props he deserves.
Yeah.
While he's on screen, we'll give a ping for the Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race. Then is Jamie Keith. He did a 2:02 early on in this one, and he's been the fastest by about half a second. But everybody now is the times are starting to drop off. The track is getting slippy, the ruts are getting deeper, and the primeness of the circuit has started to go away. So the lap times are only going to go out as Joe Brooks seems to have weathered the storm a little bit and has a nice 2.5 second gap. He had a really nice line round the turn before pit lane, Jeff. Ran a little bit wide, a nice shallow rut, didn't get stuck in it, and he kind of gapped Jamie Keith out quite a bit there, who went to the tight line.
Yeah, well, I mean, it did rain. It stopped again a little bit, just that little bit short shower. It wasn't that much, but I think it maybe just where it had gone a bit hard in some places, it just had a little bit of grease layer on top, which is why they were spinning it up so much. It is starting, obviously, to get more ruttier. Each lap stands to reason. The 4 strokes and the 450s will only dig them deeper. It'd be interesting to see if the guys get out there and do any kind of scraping and a bit of track maintenance. Probably not before MX1. But I could see them maybe doing a bit between the 2 blocks of racing after the MX1 race.
Big moment for Keith there, Jeff. The back wheel hopped out of that inside rut and into the second one, and it, I won't say almost threw him over the bars, but it certainly stopped his momentum, and he had to take a little bit of a dab and get himself back underway. And there you can see the gap as Brooks on the Nationwide Signs Honda starting to eke away a gap. Mid-season bike change for them, don't forget. He started the year on the Triumph, and they went to the Honda, I think, for Landrake, and certainly seems to have worked out for them. They were getting a little, saw on their Instagram that they were getting a little bit of assistance from HRC with some parts.
Yes, they gave them one of those Yoshi pipes. I think, I'm not sure if it's a full factory one, but yeah, they've definitely got a little hop up there from guys at HRC.
And even if it's not much, it's a notice.
Of course
it's It's a we see you, and that's always appreciated. And obviously the MXGP, that was really nice there by Heyman. Nice corner speed. The MXGP merry-go-round of who goes where ultimately affects where we are, because obviously Sean Simpson's Gabriel SS24 team that Gian Dunson is on, that is a team that is tasked with developing the young talent for KTM. So whether Dunson goes forward from there into the next level of KTM, or sideways, or what, remains to be seen. But there's a kind of a similar position, I think, in MX2 that we've got here. There's nobody that's really stand out. There's just lots of good guys who are all deserve a seat, and I think it really depends on who finds one first as to where everybody else goes.
Short term, never mind team managers looking for riders next year, I would not want to be in Mark Chamberlain's position right now regards of choosing this Team GB team, because I mean, you could say, look, if Charlie gets this done on merit, winning a British Championship, you know, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's why Mark does what he does. Rather him than me. I wouldn't want to be tasked with that.
Well, I think you might be having a chat with him later on, so you can ask the difficult question.
Okay.
That was the 82. That's a DNF then.
Ashton Barlow out of that one. We spoke to Ashton, actually, didn't we, at Canada Heights?
Yes.
He's another one rider that's part of the Under-21 Michelin Academy. I'm not sure what's happened there.
So Dunson not making any ground, really. Musto still there in 6th. Brooks now a 4-second lead, so he is definitely managing this. But Charlie Heyman, 6 seconds. He's just going to be getting the pit boards from his mechanic, just telling him, yeah, all good. We've got 4 positions on Ian Dunson, and that will just eke out the points lead. Another one of these later on this afternoon will be enough to wrap up the title for the first time. I mean, again, he took Tommy Searle to the last race after all the dramas of last year. Searle getting injured and missing a round, and then having a wheel collapse at the bottom of the hill at Ling. It was down to 9 points going into the final moto, which we would never have imagined obviously Tommy doing what Tommy thinks and putting us all out of our misery and taking a well-deserved championship. But Heyman has proved that speed that he had last year and the second place in the championship was no fluke.
But what he's done, Phil, is it's the consistency. You know, has he always been the fastest every round? No. But what he has done, where some of the others haven't, is he has just always been there at the sharp end. His starts this year, by the way, has been a massive help. He's been getting out of the traps. He's done it again. He's pretty much always in the top 3, certainly top 5, coming round that first corner. And he has got that points lead for a real level of consistency where, like we said, as others have been a bit up and down. And obviously that's what gets it done.
And he's not got this championship lead by finishing second. He's taken 6 race wins here,
of course,
Jeff, this year.
I'm not disputing
the next
that.
nearest is Garen Doonson with 2, and the rest of them, Tommy Searle, Jamie Keith, Joe Brooks and Ben Musto,
totally
1 each. So he's definitely been the man that's been able to stick it on the top step and more often than not, as Doonson there going through. Looks like he was having a bit of a poke at Ben Musto.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's taken the most race wins, but he's always backed those race wins up with solid races out. It's not just been a race win, then he's got a DNF, or he's been out of the points, or he's down outside the top 10. So yeah, and again, he's doing it here now. Like, is he going for the win here? I'm not so sure if he would be. I think he's genuinely thinking about the championship at this point. He's ahead of his nearest competitor in the championship. You know, he's 4 places up the track ahead of Doonson. So it's, again, just getting it done.
So 8 minutes plus 2 laps to go. There is the current champion, Tommy Searle. And as we were discussing earlier on, whether we will see him again, or a bit of a cheeky inside line there, around the inside of that jump. We'll call that the Deegan line.
Yeah, well, they're all on it. So
that's fine. But yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. And I was always a little bit, look, it's time to move on kind of thing and let these guys battle it out. But my take on it has changed over the last few seasons, seeing Tommy and Jake Nichols to a point, although we're not seeing Jake this year yet. Hopefully we'll see him at Blackthorn, maybe. Having Tommy in the championship gives it a level of credibility, because had it not have been for the fact that Tommy was racing against one of the generational talents this sport's ever seen, he could have been a 2 or 3 time MX2 world champion.
Of course.
Certainly, you know, and he was the man that took it to Jeffrey Erlings when Erlings was, the upcoming kid. And obviously Tommy was kind of into his early 20s back then, I think. But having him in this series and running as well as he is there in 4th position, he's showing Billy Askew a clean pair of heels at the moment. It gives it a level that people can see, well, we know how good Tommy is. It shows you what
100%, Phil. And of course, listen, we run differently to GPs. There's not an age cap off in this class in the UK. And I'm a big believer, as like, until somebody younger comes along and can actually beat an older guy, then that's where the mantle gets handed over, the torch gets passed on. He still puts the work and he still trains stupidly hard, and it's up to the others to be better than him. That's the standard, and of course that's now happening. Tommy has just got to that level now where he hasn't got that level of intensity, and energy like these kids have. So we are effectively going to see a passing of the baton, really, this year, no matter what. I mean, Tommy's not realistically in a position. It's going to be either Doonson or Musto that's going to peg back Heyman. But anyway, that's sort of my take on it. He's been a wonderful ambassador for British motocross. He continues to be so with all his social media and everything he does.
Yeah, he does. And a lot of that stuff, quite eclectic, the way that he goes about some of the things that he does. But it's certainly watchable and very relatable for a lot of guys, as his teammate then, who will be getting an absolute clinic here of where you need to go when the track's like this. The line past the end of pit lane, Tommy ran right out to the far side of the circuit and cut back across the ruts in a way that saved him a lot of time and energy. There's Musto then on the 163 AC United gas, still closing in on Billy Askew, and Doonson in the background as well. But there's Jamie Keith then on the Goswell Honda. Like I say, he was the man that took the win in the opening round at Hawkston Park, and kind of one of the best interviews of the season. You've had some doozies, to be fair, Jeff.
That was a good
one. He
one.
really didn't know what to say, and by his own admission, I think that the rest of his season has not gone according to plan, but not down to anything to do with the speed that he's got, because he is very, very quick. But he's in that tight inside rut, and this is where Brooks finding the nice outside lines. He's just gapping him a couple of tenths either at every corner without even having to expend any effort doing it.
Yeah, Brooks is riding a very good race here, Phil. I think he's, well, I wouldn't say underestimated rider. What I'm saying about Joe Brooks is, you know, he didn't come through necessarily the normal route. A lot of these riders we've seen start on a 65. They're winning on a 65. We're getting used to the names on the 85s or whatever. Sort of Joe was effectively a bit of a late starter in the sport. And obviously, you know, he's worked at it. But I do like Joe's approach to it. I think his demeanour is very calm, very methodical, and I think that shows in his riding.
Yeah, I spoke to his mechanic at Landrake and had a good chat. He'd already had a couple of really, really good results in the MX by that time, and kind of put himself on the radar in the bigger picture. And he was just saying, look, we know where we sit, we know what we're capable of. And we just want to be able to do that week in, week out, but we're not getting upset with the job if it doesn't happen. And I think that's the biggest thing, that at this level, you're 2 good starts away from being on the podium in EMX, or 2 bad starts away from being 15th. And as long as you don't yet let that spoil the next round and the next round, it's good to go. And this is the same with Jamie Keith. If he gets off the gate, he can run with anybody in this class, and he's taken race victories, one of the few that has. And again, I'll say it, second's as good as the first. Charlie Hayman, he's not going to be out there busting a gut to win the second one. He's just going to cover off Keith Doonson. If Jamie Keith can get himself off the line, he'll fancy himself for the overall with this against Joe Brooks. Hayman's still there, you know. This is a good ride from Charlie under a lot of pressure.
It is. I'm still impressed with, I know we're just saying it could be his last year, but, you know, there's Tommy. You know, still going strong. Let's not kid ourselves. Askew's riding high. He's just come off an EMX, 250 race victory. I know it was in sand, and they've come back to here, but it just goes to show you the level. I mean, straight up, like Askew right now, you know, just inside the top 5.
Jamie just goes down. He just toppled over there, went into that berm, just got a little bit, just didn't have enough speed and couldn't stand the bike up. So Jamie Keith then just ends up on the floor. Literally went behind the advertising hoarding and flopped over.
Well, he made a mistake just prior to that, so maybe that just starting to feel the heat a little bit from Hayman. Maybe again just overriding it. Of course, a track like this, when it's rutty like this, Phil, as you well know, if you come in too hot, it just stands the bike up. Your foot pegs hit the opposite, like all the dirt that's built up on the outside can stand you up. You have to be incredibly patient when you ride a track like this. You've got to hit your marks. You can't just throw it in there like willy-nilly and expect it to always stick. You've got to be so precise.
And I think when you look at Charlie Hayman and what he's done this year, Jeff, that has been his MO. He's never looked like he's in a rush. He's ridden steady. He's ridden some good lines. I mean, look at that. Just really nice roll speed in the turns, doing everything that he needs to do just to keep that SC Sport Homes Husqvarna on the straight and narrow. Team manager Neil Prince, then it's a really relaxed effort down there, and they've been at the sharp end before, but bringing home this championship for the team will be a big feather in their cap.
Well, they've been immaculate, and if you actually think about it, I mean, yes, Neil was a 125 British Championship champion, but then if you do the equivalent to back in the day, effectively that would have been this class, if you see what I mean. So, yeah, I mean, Neil knows how to win a British Championship, so I'm sure all those years of advice.
And one of the things that we did have, and I spoke to Neil at Fox Hill at the GP, where they were there with a great display of SC stuff. We were talking about Arthur Moore's win on the TM. Who was the last person to win a British Championship race on a TM?
Well, I rode for TM, and it wasn't me.
It was you. It was Neil Prince.
Probably Neil Prince, I was going to say, because you teed that up.
I think he said it was 1999.
Yeah.
So we'll give him props for that. But it just shows, Neil's won at this level. He knows what it takes. And it must be a real good feeling for him. Billy Askew's dropped to 7th, Jeff, so I think he's had an off somewhere. Yes. In fact, he's tipping down the order. So the man on the Dirt Store Triumph has obviously had a bit of an off somewhere. We'll try and pick that up on the timing, but that will mean that... where's Joel Rizzi? Rizzi's currently 9th, and he's only a couple of 3 points adrift off Billy Askew. But time is up, so we're going to be getting 2 laps to go next time by.
Yeah, just keeping an eye out for some of the other younger riders as well. So Richmond down in 12th. Obviously, he's had some stellar results this year, but that's probably not where he wants to be. His qualifying was okay. Where did he come in qualifying? In 8th. But again, first year rider, picking up all these valuable experiences and whatever. And if the season was to end right now, I would imagine when it all settles, both himself and his team and Dave Thorpe and the team manager will probably go, yep, that's been a pretty good rookie year.
Yes. So we'll see what happens as they come across the line. So Keith was showing as 4th last time by. Musto 5th, Doonson 6th. Ollie Colmer in 7th. He's another man that's out there, and he's in the big boy class out there doing MX2 and doing well.
Yeah.
I think that's a good move for him because, like I say, the Axe Murderer class, the EMX, it's very, very difficult to make an impact there, but his progression in MX2, the results he's getting, and the difference to the leaders coming down with every GP. So Ollie Colmer having a good time in MX2 on that Chambers KTM. But here is the man that is going to take the 2 lap to go board. Joe Brooks on the Nationwide Signs Honda. He's only got 3 odd seconds on Heyman. The gap's coming down. So whether Charlie's just going to try and see this out with a win remains to be seen. But it's 3.8. So Brooks can't have a rest.
No, I think he'll keep the pace going, what Charlie's got going, but will he step it up another level? I can't see him doing that. I think he's acutely aware of a second's good right now. I would imagine the team maybe have been letting him know where Doonson sits in the race.
Did I see a little bit of steam from the radiator there on that rear shot of Joe Brooks? I don't know whether that was just my eyes playing tricks on me. Has he backed it off a little bit because he knows he might have a problem? Maybe that's something you can ask him in the post-race,
yeah, we'll
Jeff.
See.
There was just looked like there was just a little bit of moisture. It might just be obviously the rain or something coming down a little bit harder.
Yeah, maybe.
No, you can see it though.
Where are we looking?
I'm kind of looking on the throttle side of the radiator where the cap is.
So front end.
Yeah. Just kind of coming out, up from the top of the
Could
radiator.
be. I mean, to be fair, it's quite. There's definitely some puffs coming out there. It is obviously heavy dirt, so I would imagine the radiators are clogged up a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely. He's definitely got a bit of a sweat on there. So Brooks, then
I don't think it's happening enough for it to be an issue.
I would agree. And obviously, with the great things like that, it's all right. While there's still a little bit of something coming out. It's when it stops you've got to worry. So Will Heyman not close enough to see that. Tommy Searle then still has a second over Jamie Keith, and he will be in 3rd position as they come across the line to start the final lap of our first MX2 race and Jude Morris 101 Foundation under 21. Obviously, the only person who isn't in the under 21 class in this top 10 is Tommy Searle, and it will be 1 to go then. This time by, we hope.
Should be, yep. I can see the back
so
of the
1
board.
To go. And it looks like Heyman is still there or thereabouts. But Tommy Searle not in close attendance.
No, he's got a nice workable gap there, Heyman.
Yeah, that Honda is breathing hard. And he did look down a little bit there, Jeff. So managing the gap, Joe Brooks on the Nationwide Honda. And you can see that part of the track where they're landing there. That's really, really nice, hard. Last time we were here, I think that got quite rutted through the watering. But the track prep, bearing in mind the fact that it rained pretty much all night, although only very, very lightly.
Well,
it's been fantastic.
It did, but I can categorically tell you at 4 o'clock it was coming down hard. Definitely. Yeah, certainly was beating down on the motorhome roof at 4 in the morning.
So Brooks then from Heyman, Tommy Searle 3rd, Jamie Keith 4th on the AC United Gas of Ben Musto 5th, Gian Doonson on the Gabriel SS24 KTM is 6th, Chambers KTM of Coleman 7th, Billy Askew drops to 8th, Joel Rizzi 9th, and Freddie Bartlett on the Absolute MX KTM, he is there in 10th, Richmond up to 11th, and the Chambers KTM of Glenn McCormack, who's been picked for the Irish Motocross of Nations team. He is there in 12th, Vale 13th, Wade 14th, and Liam Garland bringing out and dropping out the top 15. So our race leader then, Joe Brooks, easing his way around these last few turns. Not got to do anything too daft as he gets down the inside of John Meara. Jack Meara. Tommy's still in a battle with Jamie Keith in the background. But here's the man that's going to take the checkered flag for the first race today here at round 7 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. It is a win for Joe Brooks on the Nationwide Signs Honda, second, and a big one hand on the trophy for Charlie Heyman. He will extend his championship lead to somewhere in the region of 60 odd points. Tommy Searle comes across the line. Obviously not happy with somebody there. So Doonson comes across the line in third. So he's had a proper rip on that final lap. So give him Doonson. Obviously Tommy maybe got caught behind a back marker, not happy. In fact, Jamie Keith has gone missing. So Keith went down on the final lap. So it's Brooks, Heyman, Doonson, Tommy Searle, Ollie Coleman, Jamie Keith across the line. Musto drops to 7th, Askew 8th, Joel Rizzi in 9th, and Freddie Bartlett will cross the line in 10th. Well, that was interesting. I'll say Jamie Keith put some pressure on Joe Brooks for the opening few laps of that race. But he had a tip off and went back to 6th position. So he will end up maybe a little bit disappointed. Right, we're going to go and have a word from our partners, and we will be back with Jeff in Winner's Circle.
How would you like to win Tommy Searle's actual race bike? Well, at the end of the British Motocross season, we are going to be raffling it off to one of you that have a ticket. Okay, John, can you tell us a little bit about how this is different to a standard Triumph 250?
Yeah, so we begin with a 2026 TF250X from Triumph, and we completely strip the bike, modify the engine, EvoTech, full race engine, K-Tech take care of our suspension, some custom SM Pro wheels, Akrapovic pipe, X-Trig clamps, Doc Wob titanium bolt kit throughout the bike, plus so much more.
And one of you is guaranteed to win all of that, but not just that. Every single week we do tons of different competitions, whether it's cars, whether it's watches, whether it's bikes. Week after week, we give away prize after prize. And now it is down to you to be the next winner. But remember to keep your eyes peeled, because at the end of the season, someone will be winning Tommy Searle's race bike. To be in with a chance to win, all you need to do is head over to the TWD website, make an account, grab your tickets, and you really could be next.
6, 5.
Welcome to the Winner's Circle. Always sounds nice to say that, particularly when I start with the winner, Joe Brooks. A solid, very solid performance there. You come under a little bit of pressure, but to me, watching it looked like you was always in control of that one. Is that the case, apart from maybe a little spin-off over there?
Yeah, the track's really gnarly. Like, obviously, I'm making a few mistakes here and there. I tensed up quite bad in that. I had really bad arm pump. Hopefully, not so much in the next one. Get back and massage my forearms because they're sore after that. But I felt good. Start was really good. Rode my own lines. Maybe some of them weren't the best lines. It's difficult when I got the whole shot. I didn't know where anyone else was going. I just heard bikes here, there. But yeah, no, I felt good. Just obviously a bit of arm pump. But hopefully we don't have that in the next one.
No, that's the thing, innit? Like trying, and I was saying in commentary about how when a track gets like this, patience is a kind of key thing. Like you have to try and not override it. And you seem like you obviously were doing that better than anyone.
Yeah, like obviously I'm just trying to be smooth and not rush into the corners and bury it in. Obviously, every lap, the worse my arm pump got, the more I was getting a bit loose and sketchy. But yeah, I felt good. I like these conditions. I much prefer this to the sand. So yeah, I'm enjoying that.
Go and get yourself ready. Get those arms massaged. Let's bring in Charlie Heyman. Charlie getting a second in that one on SC Sports Homes. Again, Charlie, another solid performance. A great start. I know you've whole shotted and run away with some, but that was another good start. Yeah. Where are you at? regards it championship-wise, thinking about it, or are you managing the situation? Because it seemed to me like once you knew where you were, you just settled in nicely and took a second.
Yeah, it was a good race. Start could have been better. I think I was a bit slow on the reactions there, but when I got going, I kind of found a better flow, and then I was behind Key for a while, but he was fading away and then just dropped to the side in one of the ruts, so I kind of took that one nicely. But yeah, I rode a pretty sensible race. I mean, had a little go push for a lap or so near the end, but I didn't make it happen to the lead. But no, it's good. I think the championship is obviously, yeah, you're going to think about it, but I just turn up and race and do my job. So
obviously, as well, I just want to highlight this. Last time, well, I didn't get to speak to you at Canada Heights. She was in quite a lot of distress, and obviously the knock-on effect of that going into the GP. Clearly, you looks like you're back to that normal, but that was quite a whole energy sapping mid-season kind of thing you had going there.
Yeah, massively. I think we kind of caught that off. I kind of caught that like out of nowhere, but I've got that kind of under control now, and I was still really struggling just over 2 weeks ago. The GP, like, I was better than I was at Canada Heights, but it wasn't worth me going out there. But now I'm just kind of getting back to how I felt at the start of the season again, and I feel a lot fresher, and it's actually a lot more enjoyable to ride around like that. So sure it was nice, yeah.
Well, look, go and get prepped for this second one. It could be a key race. We wish you the best of luck in the second one. Let's bring in Ian Doosan, who's coming out. Caught me off guard because I was already walking down to do the winner's circle, and when I left, you wasn't in third, and when I got here, you finished third. So talk us through that last lap.
Yeah, I was in sixth going in the last lap, and I finished third. So I just kept pushing till the end. I felt I had the speed on moto. I was struggling to pass Ben, and then I passed him, and then Jamie made a mistake, and then he passed me back. So it was a roller coaster ride, let's say, but I felt good. I had a bit of arm pump on moto, so I was not the comfiest, but I think still had the speed. So happy to keep pushing till the end, and you see what it delivers,
I mean, the track, we've had this incredible dry spell, and now we've come here, and it certainly looks a very technical circuit. Maybe that we haven't had so far this year. So you just mentioned arm pump. That's obviously an issue because the way the track's riding? Or is that a personal thing?
Yeah, it's a first race. Normally I never have it. But like you said, the track is very, very technical, and so many lines. It's like 100 lines, let's say. Yeah, it looks like. So it's really finding the good lines, finding the flow, and I didn't have that. But still, like I said, I felt quite okay. But looking to go for that win in the second moto and take a better start, hopefully, and then I'll be up there.
Well, we certainly know you got the pace on the last couple of laps. You go and get yourself ready. So it seems like that's the kind of thing going here. The guys are suffering with a bit of arm pumps, so we're going to see how that manages out. We've got the Apico MX1 class coming up next, so let's sit back and enjoy that one. But these guys are going to go down, maybe get a bit of an arm massage and come out swinging, and we're going to see maybe a new champion crowned after the next MX2 race. But before then, we have the Apico MX1 coming up next.
I never take a day off, work around the clock, my engineer getting paid off. Rock like Ace up, like the weed and take off. So high, cannot see Adolf. Now I got these rappers all breaking up a sweat. Cause every time I get up on the mic, I come correct. And I learned it from the best, always dressing something fresh. Looking for a little dime, big button, nice chest. Yes, they heard I used to rock Guess, but now I'm rocking clothes that ain't in the stores yet. Travel back in time, I'm in a vortex, trying to make it work out, think I need more reps. Used to take a bus, now the boy board.
ride, you're in control. Create something unique or choose from our wide range of base designs. Stand out with eye-popping colours and bring your kit to life with personalised details and logos. With our advanced materials and proven durability, our kits are built to perform. Head to our website and start designing today. Look good, feel good, ride good.
MXology, next generation performance in off-road. Find us at www.mxology.co.uk.
Welcome back, everybody, to what is going to be the first gate drop of our Apico Factory Racing MX1 Championship Round 7 here at Duns. We are in the Scottish borders. We have a nice day for racing. The track is absolutely prime. The weather is cool and overcast, and the track is brilliant. We've just seen two fantastic races in RFX 125 and also in our 250 classes. And so we've got a championship to decide in this one, currently being led by Conrad Muse, who is only 16 points ahead of Oriol Oliver. Here is how the guys qualified this morning, Jeff. Ben Watson, fastest in practice then by over a second from Conrad Muse in second. Adam Sterry on the Chambers KTM third. A welcome return to the Apico Factory Racing Honda of Josh Gilbert fourth. Oriol Oliver, fifth place for Oriol. Expected it, obviously. He's coming back from injury, so a bit hard to know where he was going to be. Bobby Bruce in 6th, Tom Grimshaw 7th, Jason Meara in 8th, Tristan Purden in 9th, and Carlton Husband on the Phoenix Talk Fantasy in 10th. And then Lennox Dickinson, Ben Edwards, Jamie Carpenter, Travis Steels, Nathan Green, Sid Putnam, Jack Benniston, Harvey Cashmore, Callum Murphy, and Charlie Owen. So that is your top 20. We will talk about the championship connotations when we come back, where we will have a quick word from our partners, and then we will be back with the gate drop for the first of our Apico Factory Racing MX1 races of the day.
Welcome back. Okay, let's buckle in. We got the Apico MX1 class coming up now. This is, as Phil highlighted just before, a little mini ad break there. This is a more tightly fought championship, definitely. Nobody's coming out of it today as champion. It is going to go the distance right down to the last race at Blacksall, I would imagine. Great to see Josh Gilbert back. Like I say, he's not in the championship, but if there was a track for Josh to come back to, and that's probably why they maybe pinpointed this one. It's very kind of Josh Gilbert track, similar to his hometown track, Landrake, regards to the ruts, the feel to it. So a good track for him to come back to.
Yeah, last time we saw him was there in the Phil Congdon bus, which seems like an absolute age ago, but great to see him back on the bike. Had a quick chance to talk to him yesterday, and he was saying that shoulder feels good and it actually feels better than it did prior to the injury, because he'd always had a little bit of a niggle with it. So while he's not in the championship fight at all, he could be a spoiler if he is up to speed. But the championship connotations then, obviously, it relies on everybody finishing all of the last 4 motos for it to all to make sense. But Conrad Mewse then has a 16-point advantage over Aurel Oliver, a man returning from injury after a crash at Fox Hills. He missed 2 GPs and qualified 5th here today. We will find out how fast he is when the gate drops. Ben Watson, fastest qualifier. As we said earlier on, disaster at Canada Heights. A crash in the first turn in race 1. I think he got back to 7th or 8th. And then a stone having a chain off in race 2 have put him 33 points adrift. It has never been more than 6 points through the whole of the season.
I know. What a shame for it to happen that way.
Yeah. And again, going back to the start of the season, Ben Watson held the red plate for the first 4 rounds. He traded wins with Aurel Oliver in the race wins, and obviously Jeffrey Hurlins as well, who came in for Preston Docks. But he was the man that held the red plate all the way to through the first 4 rounds, and it was only then that really Conrad Mewse caught fire and started to bang off the race wins and going 1-1 at Landrake. And we were obviously told by team manager there, Dave Thorpe, that Conrad had quite a big operation in the winter to sort his hips out, so he really did not hit the ground running at all coming into the season, but kept himself in the championship fight. And then round 4, he got himself with a 1-1 at Landrake, and then finished 2-2 behind Jeffrey Hurlins at Monster Mountain, and put himself in a really, really commanding position, which is a 16-point lead over Aurel Oliver. There is the man on the Gabriel SS24 KTM. He is the local rider. Team based in this part of the Scottish borders, certainly spiritually, although I think their team workshop is in Belgium.
That's
Jeff,
right,
yeah.
And obviously, if you're wondering, in case you missed practice, which you might have done on Speed Hive and whatever, no Taylor Hamill. He currently sits 4th in the championship, but Taylor is out this one injured. Real shame, because he proved his worth, certainly at the British GP as well, with a quite stellar performance in the opening mode. So close, half a lap away from breaking the top 10. So great from him.
Yeah, that was probably the highlight of the whole weekend for me. But the 15-second board is up on the first moto of the day here, our Apico Factory Racing MX1 Race 1. And the spiral graphics board will go sideways, and it will be 5 seconds. Angus drops the gate again, and they're away. Who is it up the inside? That looked like it might have been Carlton Husband.
Could well have been. But Auriel running it wise. Travis Stills with another flyer.
Yes, Travis.
He is a good starter, isn't he? When he gets a proper huckabuck.
That was a proper kick down the inside. He missed that inside rut.
You're right. It was Carlton Husband who's taken the lead then on the Phoenix Tools. Is it him? Yeah, I'm pretty certain that is. Yeah, it is definitely him on the Fantic. Number 6.
Who's that there? Is that Adam Sterry there in second? As the tail end of the field find their way through, up onto the top.
Yeah, they're all starting to... That Ben Watson scrubbing his way into 3rd. Ben needs to go. It was.
So Oliver there in 2nd then. Watson 3rd. Is that Mewse on the outside? It is. There's the 426. The Crendon True 7 Honda. So Ben Watson needs to take a win here to keep... straight off the side of the track. That looked like a chain come off for the number 6. Something's gone wrong there.
What a shame after an amazing start. Yeah.
No, the chain's still on it. It's just, I don't know whether that looks like a throttle position sensor. It looks like he's twisting the throttle and nothing's happening. And all of a sudden...
Like that, Conrad Mewse in the lead.
Leads. Ben Watson was there putting the pressure on for a pass. And suddenly Mewse is in the lead. Aurel Oliver 2nd. Gilbert there behind Watson, who's in 3rd. So Gilbert 4th.
Yeah, and then his teammate, the 2nd of the Apico Factory Racing Hondas, Tom Grimshaw, tucked in behind him as well. Okay, so I'm not sure, because we're obviously watching Carlton, quite rightly, trying to work out what happened there. While we were watching that, somehow Conrad made a few swift moves, and there he is, and he's already starting to gap them.
So he will need to... his main championship contender, or main championship challenger, is the 83 of Auriel Oliver on that. Number 83, Gabriel SS24 KTM. And this is the line. This is the Tommy Searle line going out wide there and cutting across. I came across the line for the first time, not the first lap, but obviously we will get a time and see who's in the lead. And there it is. It's already dried out quite nicely. So there's Ben Watson. Watson already up to second. He's passed Oliver, and it looks like Gilbert round the outside. So the Spaniard looks like he's already on the struggle bus a little bit, Jeff.
Yeah, does look that way, doesn't it? Yeah, and he's being picked off as well by Tom Grimshaw, and now Adam Sterry is closing in on him as well. So it's already on lap 2, or yeah, effectively lap 2, starting to unravel a little bit for Auriel.
So Ben Watson needs to win all 4 motos of this, and he needs Conrad Mewse to have a little bit of the bad luck that's befallen him at some point during this season, for him to be in with a shot. There's Gilbert and his teammates. So Grimshaw then, like I say, putting the pressure on Auriel Oliver, and you do get the feeling that Auriel is riding maybe not at 100%. And as you spoke to most of the guys in MX2, lots of arm pump issues. Adam Sterry, another guy riding himself back into fitness after missing quite a few rounds with an injury over the last couple of GPs. He is currently there in 6th. Ben Edwards, the local man, in 7th.
With Purdon as well.
And Purdon in 8th.
In that Braveheart ride race kit, the blue and white. Special edition just for this round in Scotland.
Yeah, the 772 Ride Store Kawasaki team making a special effort coming north of the border. And good to see that Tristan Purdon also been named in the Motocross of Nation team for his home country of South Africa.
Yeah.
So nice to see that we've got some good British Championship guys going to be at the event.
Lennox Dickinson as well,
and
also
Lennox,
in this class.
Yes.
He's going to be representing Ireland. I actually spoke to him. I was over in Ireland last weekend. Was it last weekend? I can't even remember. But anyway, yeah, he's absolutely, as you'd imagine, a young lad, absolutely buzzing on his selection for that. And the fact we're going to Erne, he's ridiculously excited, and quite rightly so.
Can't remember who their MX2 guy was, but that will no doubt pop into my head at some point. But Conrad Mewse then 3.4 seconds
Glenn
the lead.
McCormack, I think, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Chambers KTM and Glenn McCormack. I knew that. I looked at it and thought, yeah, that's a solid team. That'll do. That they'll go well there. Obviously, it's.
Well, hopefully they get straight into. That's the big thing.
Yeah, they're going to win the B final.
Yeah, I'm sure Marty Barr, who's obviously now the Team Ireland manager, great, and he's done his service to earn that, hasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, hopefully if Martin does half a good a job as he always did as a rider, Ireland will be making the grade. And
right, Auriel Oliver has just found his way past Josh Gilbert. I think Gilbert made a bit of a mistake there. So all of a sudden, Oliver back up to 3rd, and then Gilbert just in front of teammate Tom Grimshaw. So
be interesting to see what Josh does here, because we know he can ride these conditions. But, and of course, they would have earmarked this race to come back and he would have been building towards it. But as we say so many times, there's no substitute for actually race trim.
No.
And I would imagine as this race goes on, he'll just start to feel it a little bit.
Yeah, I would certainly. I'm watching the track and getting arm pump. But Josh Gilbert is a man who's he works hard on his craft, and fitness has always been a thing. But upper body injuries are difficult because you can maintain a level of fitness, do a bit of cycling and stuff like that, but strength work, very, very difficult when you're trying to come back from a surgery like that. But he certainly looks decent on the bike, and hopefully he will ride himself into fitness, and he will be a contender in the final round. Nice tight line there. A contender in the final round at Blacksall at the end of September. So Oliver, he's currently there 4th. Grimshaw 5th. Sterry 6th. And it's Tristan Purdon, Bobby Bruce having a good ride in 8th. Lennox Dickinson 9th. And Travis Steele after that good start. He is still currently there on the Yamaha in 10th.
So fastest Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race, I think last time around was Conrad Mewse. It wasn't by a lot, but there's enough to start getting away from Watson.
It is 1:59. He's the only man to get under 2 minutes. And we did see quite a few riders under the 2 minute mark in qualifying this morning. the first 4 or 5, but he's the only man to get under 2 minutes as Purdon now finds his way past the 16 of Tom Grimshaw. So the man on the 772, Ryan Kawasaki, moving his way to the front.
Well, Travis Steels, after that, another blinding start, is now dropped outside the top 10, but, you know, that's not to be sniffed at, because when you look at the names in the top 10, pretty strong contenders there. But Travis definitely can get that bike out the gate.
Those Yamahas are fast. I mean, one of these start straights, so maybe just holding it on the limiter that little bit longer on the Yamaha gets you to where you need to be. Nice line by Purdon around the outside. And you can see how dry it is there already, Jeff. It's been... Well, the conditions here, I cannot stress how great this track is. When I looked at it yesterday and thought, this is just going to be a swamp.
Yeah,
especially with the rain.
Yeah, exactly that. But we're on the side of basically a hill or moorland. You can see the panoramic view that we've got. So the wind, when the wind picks up, that's what's drying the track out more than anything. Because obviously you can see the grey skies. It's not. I don't think it's going to rain again. But this track's not drying out due to the sunshine. But we are getting quite strong winds sweeping across. So that's what's drying the track out here.
But Conrad Mewes already easing away 4 seconds then on Ben Watson. And this is going to extend his championship lead. Auriel Oliver currently there in third. So it's going to go out by another 5 points to 21. But it will not be enough, we think. Well, there's not really a lot of likelihood that he can clinch the championship today. It will go to Blacksall. And like I say, we've seen it before. Riders have got into the final round with a big handful of points. I'm trying to think of one where somebody was injured in a practice crash, and you just a silly little tip off, and they were behind the 8 ball, lost a massive points lead in the final round. And like I say, you never want to lose it all, win it like that. But Conrad Mewes, I'd say he's ridden himself back into fitness through the beginning and middle part of this season, and has proved himself another. Oh,
that corner again! Yeah. Do you know what? I wish I had more time to whiz over to there, and I'd like to have a closer look at that corner.
It's not that far from the holding area. You can have it from the
it's
the winner's
not that
circle.
far, but I'm not that fit, and that's where we got to meet somewhere in the middle, Phil.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely not doing it. As Adam Sterry put in a challenge then on Tristan Purdon. He's found his way past Tom Grimshaw. Grimshaw again made a little bit of a mistake, but again he's carried that team this year in the absence of Josh Gilbert. Again, been decent. Like I said at the last race, he came and did one of our centre meetings and showed everybody what a proper motocrosser looks like around our track. Very great, good to watch it was. But Purdon, and again, another man that swapped teams mid-season, round 2 or round 3. I think the first time I saw him on the Kawasaki was possibly Landrake, and he seems to be a good fit in that.
I was just going to say, I don't think it's just. I think he looks good on the bike and he's gelled well with the bike, but I think it's more than that. I just think it's a good fit all round. The personalities and the kind of love that he gets from the team, and yeah, I mean, he was genuinely so emotional at Canada Heights when he got that third. You know, it all came flooding out. You know, because you've got to bear in mind, he's moved from a foreign country. He's dedicated his time to come over here and race in the UK. It's a big thing. So,
yeah, it is.
You know, it's not.
And let's not forget, other than Jeffrey Hurlings, Ben Watson, Conrad Mewes, and Auriel Oliver, he's the only other person to have been on the podium this year in this class. So it's, you know, it was a good achievement. You say that he was there to pick up the pieces, but he's been there or thereabouts. Obviously, not as much as Taylor Hamill, but
yeah.
I'm just checking my notes to make sure that I haven't missed Taylor Hamill on the podium. No, but he is the man who has been, again, so close. But it goes to show that the strength of the front end of this British Peacoat Factory Racing MX1 Championship. There's no easy points. No easy points at all. Ben Edwards up to 13th. He was a long way down. The man on the absolute KTM. The man, I think, is a 2-hour trip south from him here. He's from right up there in
it's
the
mad,
north of Scotland. And
yeah, I bet he's thrilled that we actually bring a championship much closer to home, because they put some hard miles in. There's no question about it.
And again, they've travelled light this time. I think they're here in a small van and a camper rather than their big rig. All Purdon down the inside, trying to come back at Adam Sterry. That was a nice pass.
Yeah, Sterry just closing the deal there. Another rider that, just again, he knows where he's at. He's won a British Championship. He knows what it's about, but he'll be wanting to look at these last, effectively 4 races. He's already in the 4. Just to keep plugging away and build confidence and give him some kind of positivity going into the off season, because that, obviously lost a lot of the season.
There is Conrad just looking as only Conrad does when he's on a roll.
This will be a good track for Conrad. Big twitch there though. But again, very similar conditions to his private practice track down near Shepton Mallet, obviously that part of the world where he lives. Similar kind of dirt, so he'll feel completely comfortable out there in these conditions. And I've seen Conrad out grinding the laps out on his practice track in awful conditions like this before, so he'll be quite comfortable where he's at, I would imagine.
Nice line through there, did not get himself in any of the deep ruts, just found his own nice little line in between 2, but he pulled 4 seconds on the man in second, Ben Watson. It was 7 something across the line last time. It's now 11, so a mistake then from Watson. We'll just see how much time he drops, or whether it is in fact the hammer being dropped.
Bit of both.
So the last lap, so last time 1:59 for Conrad Muse, a 2:02 for Ben Watson. Oliver in the 3s, everybody else 4 and above, and this man is slowly working his way to the front of the championship with a lead that is going to be very, very difficult for anybody to pull back. Aurel Oliver is 24 seconds down, and we're only just over halfway, Jeff. So just to show you that the actual pace at the front of Conrad is well above what these boys are running.
Yeah, just today it looks that little bit cut above, I have to say. And it's a long road back. He played it down at the start of the year. The team decided to keep that information about that double hip operation as quiet for as long as they possibly could. There was rumblings and talk about it, and it wasn't until actually his team manager, Dave Thorpe, actually messaged us during the actual broadcast. It's like, okay, I think now is a good time we go public on it to say that.
I think it may well have been at Landrake when the first time he actually got himself in and took the race.
It was at Hawkstone, because we were talking about it. And no, either way, you might be right actually, but either way, it was like, okay, that would explain a lot. But Conrad didn't want to talk about it too much. But that wasn't even a necessary motocross injury. That was a kind of thing from being a child that's been playing havoc with him. So, and either way you look at it, when you have, let's be honest, a double hip injury, it's got to take a bit of time, no matter how fit you are, to just,
if it's a niggle that you're dealing with on a day-to-day basis, it becomes debilitating mentally as much as physically. So good that he's got that sorted out. Here's the battle then, and is this Gilbert round the getting
Sterry
beaten up by Sterry? Adam's having a good run here on the Chambers KTM. Good to see Tim here this morning. He's a man that's put a lot of time and effort into British motocross and continues to do so, and I think Adam's going to have the run down
here. Got the inside, isn't he? But again, Josh just over-jumped that by half.
I thought they were both going for the same run for a second then.
But then Gilbert's going to get the drive back up there. Oh, that was good. I like the way that Josh squashed that out. Little pre-jump on landing. But I think Sterry's going to control the inside here.
Yeah, the Welshman then just...
I don't know. This is a good little battle. Very good, in fact, because Gilbert is hanging tough, and he fought to defend him there. Yeah, that was really good.
Nice corner speed on the inside there. Phoenix Tools' fastest lap then still is Conrad Muse with a 1:58.94.
Just to put that into perspective, that is a clear second and a tenth faster than anybody else, but he's consistently been that few tenths, half a second quicker most laps, which is hence why the gap is as far out as it is. Last time we saw it round, it was up to nearly 12 seconds on it feels, so we're still waiting for them to cross the line. I would imagine that's gone up again.
I think Josh Gilbert will be fairly happy with this. I don't like using the phrase best of the rest, but to expect to come out and be on the pace of Conrad Muse, Ben Watson and Aurel Oliver straight out of the gate after such a long layoff, I don't think that he would have ever expected that. But to be certainly where he is, in front of the likes of Adam Sterry, Purden, Grimshaw and that, he knows that he's got a base to work from for the last 2 rounds of the championship. Obviously with 8 minutes 30 to go, this is where fitness starts to come in, and he's got 6 seconds on the track to Aurel Oliver, which I think the Spaniard will probably hang on to, although he is in a similar situation. I don't know whether you got any kind of heads up as to what injuries that Aurel had after that crash at Foxes,
I didn't get a
I
chance.
believe he got cross-jumped by Brent Van Donnick going down the valley. It was right in front of us. We only saw the aftermath of it, and he was a little bit fragile riding off, and obviously enough to keep him out of the next 2 GPs. But it may be that they just decided that the rest was a good thing, and to get him back on pace for this, well, he still had a chance of the championship.
Yeah, because that would have been, I know, like doing MX1, and he wasn't even scheduled to do that this year. But this obviously would be their priority, even though they're a Grand Prix team. They got a chance of winning a title. So the GPs was like, okay, let's make sure that he's hopefully fit enough to come and challenge here. But it doesn't. I don't know if, like we said, if it's an injury thing or it's just he's just a little bit out of sorts with the circuit. If he stays where he is, I'm going to get a chance to ask him that. But obviously, let's see if he does. But the gap is, look at the front, like Conrad is just, he's found a different zone, a different speed to all the others, and just like that, seemingly the gap is nearly up to 20 seconds, and I expect it to keep growing towards the end of the race. So a bit of a slap in the chops to the others here from Conrad. He's like, right, if you're going to win this thing off me, if you're going to take this off me now, you're going to have to really, really step it up.
And off the bars there from Gilbert as he went into that corner, just over that jump, just dropped the clutch side hand off the bars for a brief second. So the man from down there in Cornwall obviously having a few issues with arm pump, and Adam Sterry doing everything that he can to try and find a way past. There's Purdon and Grimshaw. This is a good battle for what is effectively second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Third, fourth, fifth, and sixth in the race. As we look at Grimshaw then on the second of the Pico factory racing Hondas.
Just thinking about the Prox pit pass, which you'll get to see, comes out midweek usually after the event. Going to be focusing on that. One of the riders that we are going to be focusing on is Jamie Carpenter, and I'll be interested to watch that, so I don't get to do the interviews. We're doing this obviously to see what he's got to say, because Jamie's been solid over the last 3, 4, 5 years, maybe even more than that. Worked his way up to be obviously on a top team. The injuries and everything set him back, so I'm looking forward to seeing what his take on it, because clearly he's still finding his way, coming back down there in 13th. So
he's had some good results, Jeff. He's been inside the top 10 a lot this year. Sterry then trying to find his way back onto the back wheel of Josh Gilbert as they make their way up that big step on the far side of the circuit there. This is the bit that's, like I say, quite exposed to the wind here, but the way that it's blowing across, they've actually got the wind behind them, so only just gives them a little bit of assistance down getting across the jump, rather than blowing across from side to side or even into your face, because that's always the worst one, getting the wind under your front mud guard when you least expect it. Purdon's not give this up, he's really stayed in this battle. He's not let that gap go out to more than a few seconds, and this, with 5 minutes plus 2 to go, this could still see the South African on the Kawasaki. Well, a quick look over his shoulder and see where Grimshaw is. He still fancies himself for having a go at these two boys in front of him.
Yeah, and like I said, I think he's found a home here. I think they're happy with him, vice versa. And again, either way you look at it, he made that switch. They'd have learnt a lot while they're doing it, and I'm pretty certain they'd be keen to sign him up, and I'm pretty certain he'd be happy to stay. So with a full off-season but under their belt, if that is the case, you would expect even better things from Purdon and the team for next year.
And that ride kit looking pretty cool. Obviously they will do custom stuff for you to your own designs apparently.
Yeah, that's right.
They had some really good retro stuff at Canada Heights. And there's Gilbert, there's Sterry, with Oliver down there in the corner in front of them. Still 6 seconds the gap. And Sterry then going around the outside line. I watched from there in practice.
He's there, isn't he? But Purdon's right there, and like you said, Gilbert, proving that fighting back like he did and not just yielding and letting Sterry go by.
It's too easy
look at that,
to settle. It is really. You know, fifth's all right.
I love the way he does that.
I can keep myself in the battle here. These boys, and he will know that Josh Gilbert's not raced for half the season.
Yeah.
And he will also know that Adam Sterry's riding himself back into that. I think this is like Adam's third or fourth race since coming back, and his was a foot injury, I think. So, not kind of the same thing, although obviously it does affect your fitness. But he is there and he's having a go.
He is. He's coming on strong now, so it looks like Sterry has just lost that momentum. I mean, he put quite a charge on Gilbert there for like a couple of laps. Got effectively, well, he did pass him momentarily before Josh fought back, and now maybe just starting to feel that the dreaded arm pump, because he is definitely falling into the clutches at Burden here.
And it is interesting that all of the podium boys in the MX2 race all said that they were suffering with arm pump, but it is one of those types of tracks, and nobody's ridden anything like this all year, Jeff. It's been dry as a stick. Even the sand tracks are not rutted or anything like this. This will be, it's been a real struggle for these boys to maybe even find a setup with a 1:15-minute session this morning to have something that's even close to what they've ridden this year.
Totally. The closest we got was Landrake, but Landrake by its standards wasn't even as rutty as it previously is down there, again, because we had that dry spell. Yes, there was ruts, but not as deep as these and as many of them. And of course, that we haven't ridden like this, a track like this, for a good few months because of the weather as well. A lot of hard, even the practice tracks. Got to bear in mind, a lot of these lads will go to UK practice tracks. Some of them have their own facilities. Okay, let's see if he does the same move again this time. Sterry, that worked for him before.
Yeah, he just can't. It's just that little bit too long. So there's Auriel Oliver. So Oliver is
he's
falling
coming
backwards.
into the mix, isn't he? I tell you what, wouldn't it be? Gilbert's got him in his sights.
This is an 8-wheeler now, Jeff.
Yeah.
Burton could be third here. I'm not saying it's likely. In fact, it's more than that, because obviously Grimshaw's there as well.
But Auriel is, you're right, Olivier is really starting to suffer. Now let's see, while you're watching him, I'm going to try and see on the lap charts last lap around if he had an absolute shocker. Yeah, he did. So something happened to him. His last lap was a 2:07.97. So he lost, 3 seconds to Sterry, 2 to Gilbert. So I don't think it was a gradual thing. I think maybe he's made some kind of, hung it up in a rut, stalled it, something. I don't think he's crashed, but he's definitely dropped his lap times quite significantly last lap around.
But easy to do. This is one of those tracks where those mistakes in these tight corners, we've seen everybody getting the hook on that uphill corner. It wasn't there because the gap had already come down by the time they got there. But the Spaniard then on the Gabriel SS24 KTM needs to get a move on, otherwise he is going to come in there Sterry right again on the back of Gilbert. I think that was a bit of a lot. They were actually closer than they looked.
I don't know.
They weren't as close as they looked, rather.
Yeah, he was back on him because when Gilbert was landing, coming into land, was Sterry in the background there. So there's not much between. Well, we're going to find out. We're going to go across the finish line pretty soon, about bang on now.
Yeah, 3 laps to go then. And so there is your third place man, Auriel Oliver, and
yeah, there's not much in it. That's showing the lap time. So there you go. Well, yeah, look at that. Only 3 tenths behind Sterry on Gilbert. So that battle continues.
That's a lapper. That's the 181 of Gary Sharp. I think he's a local from this neck of the woods. There's the Dirt Store Triumph then. Ben Watson, he's a long way adrift, but he's just riding for points. He knows he's got nothing for Conrad. So he's moved himself into second place, and he's happy to do that.
I don't know what it is, but like I don't know if it's the new 27 O'Neill kit and the colourways or whatever, but to me, Ben Watson suddenly looks about half a foot taller than he's looked all year. He doesn't. He looks really leggy on the. I mean, he's tall anyway, but he I don't know. I mean, that might be an optical illusion to me, but it just suddenly seems like that bike's a bit more cramped under him. Well, it's obviously not. He hasn't grown.
No, he's definitely not. And like I say, he is a tall guy anyway, but he is. That kit does. I could do with something like that, but just making me look a little bit thinner.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I need both. Making me taller and slimmer would be nice. Nice there, though, the way he worked it over that. But this will be. I've sensed Ben's frustration a couple of times this year. That he knows what he's capable of. I think he has I think he's been brutally honest in his assessment, saying, look, I do struggle when I come to the British. I'm still getting my head around this kind of one-day format, and seemingly does seem to take a little bit longer to get up to speed. I don't know what it is, because obviously his performances at GPs have been particularly good. Last time out at Lommel, which we'd expect, because we know how good he is in the sand.
Yes, he was. That was one of his career best rides, and obviously he's won GPs there on a 250. But he crashed in the second corner. And came back to, I think, finish 7th. Obviously, he was the benefactor of Roman Febvre's demise in that second moto. But 7th overall on the day is his best MX1 finish. But there is Aurel Olivet. He's in traffic now. Is that Ezra Blackwell? So there is Olivet.
Is that Aurel? No. Well, behind.
So
sorry,
inside, so Aurel on the 83.
Coming up to Gary Sharp.
So there's Aurel. That's
Oh, he's definitely picked it back up.
Yeah,
that must have been a one-off mistake, I think, when he came back into the sight of Josh Gilbert. But that must have been a big error. That was nice, almost enduro trial-esque round there.
So Gilbert then now has 4 seconds to catch Aurel Olivet, and it's the battle. So here's Gilbert, and have we lost? So Purdon has got past Sterry. So something has happened to the man on the Chambers KTM, because he's dropped a ton of time. Then
there was Purdon there. Do you know?
So Purdon's there on the back of Josh Gilbert. We said he was going to be somewhere near, but here is our race leader.
No, I've lost complete track. Is that 2 to go or 1 to go, Phil?
That's a really, really good question, Jeff.
The clock's been on 0 for
quite, to go.
Yeah, I think it is. So we don't have that on our. 1 to go. There it is on our timing screen. So we're gonna. That's just refreshed. So let's just watch them here and watch how it's done, because he's made this one light work look easy. Just that little bit smoother, carrying more corner speed clearly than all the others out on track, which is why the gap has gone out to what it is. He's in that lovely privileged position. Got to work for it, of course you do, but he's in that lovely position where he's done all the hard work in the first half of the race. Then you're under no threat at all, and you can just get into a lovely rhythm, and then before you know it, you're going even quicker, and that's effectively what's happened here.
So across the line last time, still quite tight between Gilbert and Purdon's, about a second. But we are going to stay with our race leader. We'll give props to Conrad Muse. He's going to extend his championship lead by another 5 points, taking it out to 21 after Moto 1 of this first Pico Factory Racing MX1 race. Comes up on the 1:33 of Josh Greedy, the Welshman. Nice line round the inside there.
A nice throttle control with it, Phil. Did you see the whole time the back end was just trying to slide out, and he just kept that a nice throttle control, nice and smooth. Didn't light it up too much.
What's tyre choices for everybody here? You think we're all running scoops? Or?
It's interesting. I saw a lot of them running scoops, Phil, because of the start, and this is one of those areas where we obviously just use the start once. It's going to stay loamy all day. It's not going to dry up enough. And that uphill start and the track conditions like they are, you've got to try and get out in front. Right, I better head on down there.
You better head on down. It is a race win for Conrad Muse on the Crendon True 7 Honda. He takes a comfortable victory over Ben Watson on the Dirt Store Triumph, and extends his championship lead over the Spaniard Aurel Olivet by another 5 points to 21. And obviously he will be wanting to just keep that momentum going through the rest of today. Nothing he can do other than go out and win races. And Ben Watson, like I say, did everything that he could do, but was unable to close the gap. Lost the toe early on. Still not across the line yet. So this shows you the level of performance. Best time of 1:58.94 for Conrad Muse then. And Phoenix Talk's fastest lap of the race. They've lapped up to 16th. Sid Putnam, and comes home 16th on the SC Sport Homes. And Purdon does get Gilbert on the line. But we followed our race leader as we need to take the victory. So it's Muse, Watson, Oliver, Purdon a great fourth, Gilbert fifth, Adam Sterry in sixth, Tom Grimshaw should come across the line in 7th. That's a good ride for him. Indeed he does. And then 8th place will be Bobby Bruce on the 579 Honda. And then 9th, number 10, Jason Mira on the motorcycle Yamaha. And 10th place, and a good recovery ride from the Absolute MX KTM, Mark McCann YouTube sponsored rider Ben Edwards. We will go down to Jeff in Victory Lane.
Right, here we are, winner's circle. Conrad's just talking with his dad, Steve. Had a debrief with the team. You had plenty of chance to have a debrief with a team. We're a 40-odd second race win, so that's a bit more like it. And we know this championship got off to a difficult start for you. You know, we've got everything happening in the off-season, but now that looked like the Conrad of old. And I know you love conditions like that.
Oh, that was so good. I was just saying to the boys then, I had so much fun riding around there then. That was so enjoyable. The track is so gnarly. My bike is honestly handling like a dream, so shout out to them guys. And I feel like I'm just one with the bike out there, you know, and I feel like that's what we've been working towards, and that's kind of the build up which has led to this. So yeah, overall couldn't have gone any better that first moto. Going to go back, regroup, and try and do the same in the second one.
And obviously when you start stretching out a lead like that, I said in commentary, it actually makes it even better, because then you really know that there's no real threat from behind, and before you know it, you're going even quicker and finding even more of a flow.
Yeah, definitely. You know, when people's behind you, you can't mix up your lines, you can't change your line. Well, you can, but it's always that risk, you know, that you could change to a line and it's not as good as the one you're in, and someone pops up the inside or goes down the outside of you. So yeah, when you've got a nice little gap, it's nice just to ride the track. And mainly for the last 10 minutes, I was just trying to be creative and just look for lines that would work for this second moto. So yeah, it's good. Like I said, I couldn't have felt any better that moto, and everything's working great. So hopefully same again in the second one.
Okay, good luck. Go and get debriefed. Barely in a sweat. Let's bring in Ben. Let's get Ben over here. I don't know what it is. I said in commentary, it must be the kit. You suddenly seem taller than ever on the bike, really? But maybe because the ruts are so deep, you look like you're sat lower. Listen, I know you desperately want to try and make up for that disappointing, all the bad luck that happened at Canada Heights. So talk us through that one.
Yeah, it was all right. Just had quite an all right start. I was like fourth, I think, on the first lap, and then I got through to second pretty quickly behind Conrad. I had like a good few laps behind him, and then a bit of arm pump kicked in, especially on my throttle side. So I found it quite difficult from there on. Just tried to manage the race. I knew I wasn't going to catch Conrad, but then I had a good gap behind me, so I just settled for second really early on, to be honest, which is not ideal, but normally the first race is the one where I struggle. And then, yeah, second race we've got coming up, so hopefully I feel a bit more loose in this next race.
I know you're a seasoned pro and you've been around the block quite a bit now, but it's still some contrast coming from Lommel. Yeah. And then coming and ride something like this a week later. How easy is that? Although you've done it 100 times, it must still take a little while to sort of find the groove of it.
Yeah, a lot. Takes a lot. I mean, this year being based in the UK, I've not rode as much deep sand as I would do whilst living in Belgium. But yeah, I went to Belgium in the week before Long. I did one day on sand, and that's a condition that I just do a few laps and then I get into it pretty quick. But yeah, after Lommel GP, I didn't want to ride too much, and to find these conditions here is so difficult. So yeah, I mean, I was P1 in qualifying, I felt good, so that's, you know, getting into the track's not my excuse, it's more, you know, one lap compared to 30 minutes, so yeah, like I said before, hopefully I'm a bit looser in the second race.
Good luck in the second one. Keep the championship alive, and keep pushing. Good luck, Ben. Let's bring in Oriel Olivier. Coming over. An eventful race, and a lot has happened since I spoke to you last, which was Canada Heights. Obviously, you've missed a couple of rounds. Unfortunately, got injured at Fox Hill. So, how's that coming in? Because I guess you've had limited bike time.
Yeah, I have limited bike time, but yeah, I was in a really good spot in Fox Hills. I did a really good race. Unfortunately, the crash, was not the best. And yeah, I tried to recover fast, and I could arrive to this race good. And the plan was to keep the championship alive. I'm second, and I don't know how many points to Conrad, but yeah, the plan was to race, do the race, and just give myself 100%, and that's what we did. Yeah.
Have you got any repercussions of the injury? Are you 100% over it, or
I'm 100%? So it's just about now getting the rhythm and
a little
exactly.
bit of bike time.
Yeah.
And in commentary there, I think we had one lap. You must have made a mistake or something because Josh suddenly was right back on you. Is that what happened?
Yeah. First I did a mistake in the first lap. Then they passed me, and then mid-moto I did some mistakes, but I could take a little bit better rhythm in the last part of the race, and finish in a third place, so it's okay.
Okay, we'll go and get recuperated. Good luck in the second one, because we really want all three of these guys, or certainly those two, to keep the pressure on Conrad to make a really good championship battle. But obviously Conrad looking pretty dynamic in that one. Again, don't go too far away. We're going to go to some adverts now for all the good people that help support us on MXGB-TV, Dirt Store notably, and everybody else. Might be a good time to quickly put the kettle on if you're sat in your nice comfy chair at home, but don't go too far away, because the RFX 125s are coming up next. We'll see you in a bit.
Whoa, Black Betty, bam lamb, whoa, Black Betty, bam lamb, Black Betty had a child, bam lamb, the damn thing gone wild, bam lamb, she said a word not of mine, bam lamb, the damn thing gone blind, bam lamb, I said, oh, Black Betty, bam lamb, whoa, Black Betty, bam lamb, whoa, Black Betty, bam lamb.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. If you think about it, so many people do. Be cool and look smarter. Don't hold back. And you shouldn't even care about those roses in the air and the crooked stairs. Don't hold back. Cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people care. Don't hold back.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Welcome back, everybody, to I won't say bright and breezy, but it is kind of bright and breezy now, isn't it? The weather has certainly, it's not deteriorated.
It's breezy.
It's a nice day. Jeff has to go out there in
breezy.
the cold, whereas I'm here in the luxurious studio to enjoy all of its trappings. And as you can see there, the Duns track looking absolutely perfect. We've seen 3 fantastic opening legs. Our RFX 125, our Jude Morris under 21s and MX2, and our Apico Factory Racing MX1. This is one we saw the champion crowned in race 1. Drew Stock took the number 1 plate, and he will obviously be very, very pleased with that.
By the way, we haven't missed the start, so don't panic.
Yeah, this is
the sighting lap. Me and Phil aren't that complacent that we're just like, it's whatever.
So we'll run through the race 1 results then, and it was a win for the number 418 of Drew Stock. He takes the championship from Harley Marjak with 88 points in front, with only 75 left on the table, so he is done. The gap between Marjak and Joel Winstanley Dawson comes down 6 points, so now only 6 between the Spencer Briggs Racing Yamaha of Marjak and Joel Winstanley Dawson on the Winstanley Husqvarna.
And I would say, Phil, that battle for 4th is wide open, because Hayden Stat has closed in quite significantly on Lucas Moncrief and Archie Stapley. Lucas lost a few points to Archie in that first race. He was obviously 3rd in the race and then took that tumble, which cost him. So 4th is wide open.
Yeah, so it was with Stanley Dawson. Chris Brindley was in 4th, Stapley 5th, Lucas Moncrief in 6th. Harley Marjak came home in 7th, and we never did get to the bottom of what went on there. If somebody can text us and let us know, that would be great. 8th, a good ride for Travis Lawton after that really good start. 9th for Harry Hall, and 10th, the TM of Alfie Heron. We will have another quick word from our excellent partners, and we will be back with the second and final RFX 125 motor of the day here from round 7 of the Motul ACU British Championship here at Duns.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
Welcome back. Look at that beautiful scenic view in the Scottish borders. We're something like 50 odd miles away south of Edinburgh. A good old John. We were just discussing that actually. We're all scattered around the country, so the varying routes to get here.
The fastest way to get out of this.
Yeah, the racing line to get to Duns.
I had a lovely, pleasant drive up on Friday morning. Left early. Took a little bit of time to take in some of the local sites and stuff on the way up, and which was nice. So I kind of won myself. I spent a day doing things I'd planned to do tomorrow, so that was quite nice. Got a chance to visit the Jim Clark Museum here in Duns. We're like 5 minutes down the road from there. For any of you guys that are into your motor racing history, a really nice place to visit.
It is a beautiful part of the world.
It is fantastic.
Definitely is. The coastline's amazing. Obviously, we're not too far from the River Tweed as well, Berwick, places like that. And we've said it many times before. Actually, Scotland offers some brilliant motocross tracks. There's a good 2 or 3 more we could mention that this championship could easily go to, and they'd be more than up to the task.
Obviously, from our point of view, we've got to look at the logistics of going further north than we are already, which is obviously we're already kind of stretching everybody's budgets a little bit. This was a double header last year, almost for that reason, to make it worth the travel. It was the first year of the new. The reconfigured British Championship as it was, and it was a good success here last year. And this racing that we've had again this weekend has been good. There is RFX, our title sponsor of our 125 class.
Yep.
I've got a few bits of that on my new Husky. Got some nice little bits of bling, and couple of Pico bits and all the rest of it, keeping everybody happy. But they're the people that support the sport, and they've been doing so for quite a long time. And this Dunn circuit is in absolute prime condition. We always like to think of it that, although the track is always prime, but today is, see a few ruts and bits and bobs in the corners, but the straights and everything else, really, really excellent.
Well, Conrad enjoyed it.
Yeah,
I can tell you that. He was buzzing right up his street, so he was really happy with how it went, his kind of going. So we're going to start loading them up onto the start gate really soon. The wind has picked up a little bit. Track conditions, as Phil said, actual ground conditions, never mind the ruts and the layout of the circuit, we're going to be good to get through to the rest of the day. No watering, nothing like that. There's enough moisture in the ground, but it's drying out a bit, but there won't be any dust issues, anything like that. All that's going to happen is this track's going to get even more technical, and these riders really have to start thinking about line choice. What was working for them in the first race is not necessarily going to happen here. There you go, justifiably so. We let that slide. Obviously, he's got his numbers on the side of his bike on his back, but quite rightly rocking the championship plate.
And the man who really thought that he was going to get that at the beginning of the season, and as he pointed out in the interview, a DNF in the first moto really put him on the back foot right from the start. But Hayden Statt, he will want to take the overall. He will want to beat Drew Stock in this one. Now, Drew said to you on the podium and in Victory Lane that he might be on a 250 at Blackstall, which means that this is his last 125 race.
Yeah, it could well be.
So we'll give a hat tip to that. There is the 581 of Harley Marjak. He is the man that.
He's just rocking. He's obviously a good friend, Jude Morris. He runs the sunflower thing of the Jude Morris thing as part of the Jude Morris Foundation. The guys at Flex have done Harley a special Jude Morris kit with the sunflowers and everything down the legs as well to match his Jude Morris racing crash helmet, which I thought was a really nice touch.
That's a really nice touch. And as we said earlier on, so Joel Winstanley Dawson having a problem. He's going to get some assistance from the 33. Yeah. Come on, if Joel Winstanley Dawson can't put his own start device on, there's nobody that can. There's Chris Brindley. So there's the gate from one side of the doghouse. There is the 548 Chambers KTM of Hayden Statt. He's inside the doghouse, that little bit there. There's Angus in the centre. Our track crew sat and had a good chat with him on Friday night, and it was nice to catch up with the guys. And there's so many people behind the scenes, the local people from up here at Duns that have come out to assist us, the marshals and all the rest of it, all of our MXGB crew who have been doing this for donkey's years as well. And we just get to sit here and do the easy bit. Here is the 15-second board, Jeff. We're away.
Yeah, Ariana's there with the 15-second board. She'll spin round and face us, and of course there get the 5. There we go.
Seem to be again. They're always along. Who's got the? Well, it's not Stat.
It's another one of those Briggs Yamahas, I think.
That looks like Marjak.
It is Marjak. Yep, absolutely pulling it. Oh, we got carnage in the first corner.
Somebody down. Oh, it's Stat. Stat's down in turn 1.
Oh no, it's just not going his way. Charlie Hopton was there as well. They're trying to kickstart that YZ into life.
Well, so that's all pretty. I would say that's pretty much gifted Drew Stock the overall, because he's going to be there or thereabouts as we look for that number 1. But he's about 6th then with that number 1 plate on it. Let's see what Hayden Stat's got then. He's going to be absolutely
rampant.
He is going to be.
He is, because he was. Let's just say
there he is.
He wasn't in the best of moods after the first one.
No.
And he's going to be even more charged than for this now. He is going to rip through this field, I'm sure. There he comes into view already. The red mist is clearly down, scrubbing everything in front of him. He'll make light work of these early riders towards the back of the pack, but obviously as it gets harder as he works in front. This is Marjak's chance here to maybe consolidate that second place in the championship. He'll be bitterly disappointed. But again, if you actually look at the bigger picture, first year 125 rider, 13 years of age.
Exactly that.
You know, it's been a stellar breakthrough year for him, and clearly he's going to go into next year as a firm title contender. I
would say so, and let's not forget. So a nice move up the inside. Was that Chris Brindley?
I think it might have been.
Let's have a look.
Drew Stock's just got into second. There
it was Drew, and just for a second there, it was a 1-2 for the S Briggs Yamaha team, but Stock manages to find his way up the inside of Stapley. Oh, there's a good battle there as well. Or nice wheelie over the bumps there from our champion.
Well, the pressure's completely off now, isn't it? So you wouldn't expect anything but there's two ways you can go when you win a championship. You can go, I'll just go and have a little play around or whatever. But then more often than not, the championship's done, all the pressure's off, and they ride probably better than they've ridden all year. Because it's just like, well, I've got it done now. Doesn't matter. I can just go and ride.
So our champion then putting the pressure on the man who is currently second in points. Ali Marjak looks over his, I think there's 3 or 4. Oh, this is that nice little hop there from Marjak. I don't think that he's going to be too worried about seeing the champion disappear into the distance. He's now got to concentrate on beating the 2:36 of Joel Winstanley Dawson, who is there in 4th place behind teammate Archie Stapley on the 484 Briggs Yamaha. So trying to find his way down the inside, and indeed he does. So the man from Wigan up to 3rd.
Yeah,
he was very pleased with that Husqvarna in the post-race interview, and I know that they've been running old bikes.
Yes, they have.
To Dad Dell, they've been picking up low hour 125s for the past 2 seasons, just having enough round them to get the job done. And obviously these 125s do work hard, and having a couple of bikes around you for practice and stuff like that, not necessarily the latest of spec. And as you know as well as I do, a lot of these 125s not changed that much. They've been doing that, but this is a brand new out-the-box fuel-injected Husqvarna with a nice kit on it, and he has definitely hit the ground running on that with a good performance in race 1, and he's going to want to chase Ali Marjak down if he can to close what is a now 6-point gap at the top of the championship for that second position. He's already passed Stapley.
There you go. He's passed them both.
Yep.
He's there in the second.
He has.
Yep. So Joel definitely hitting the ground running with his new bike. We said it's not just a new bike, it's a new manufacturer. He's gone from gas to Husky.
Yeah.
And clearly it's working for him.
I'd say the Winstanley MX logo on the side of that. Uncle Matt, top GP runner back in the day for Honda, I think. And
yeah, he rode Honda and the KTM as well.
Yeah. And then obviously he came and ruined all my fun at Supermoto by mopping up and winning that, and was the last British person to win a Supermoto GP in Portugal, I think in 2015 or something. So very, very good rider in his own right, and obviously but interestingly he doesn't train he's trained by Justin Morris. Oh, big mistake there from Stock, but in the same way that you often see this in the classic example, Stefan and Liam Evans.
Yeah,
they have nothing to do with each other now, pretty much, because that father-son bond.
Any family bond, it's always difficult.
Past that in a situation where you need to give somebody some hard love. Joel Winstanley Dawson is going after the win here.
Slight change, it is a change there. So Archie Stapley has gone past his teammate, who, listen, we know he's been off the bike and all that kind of stuff, but obviously looking a bit out of sorts, Marjak. To be expected. This was always going to be, if they were going to try and get him back here, which they was, up against a pretty hard timeline to try and get him ready off that back of that injury. Clearly, he's not back to 100% yet, but it's just damage limitation for him out. The issue here for me is just be sensible with it. Don't go and make it worse again. He's just got to try and get some points and do what he's got to do. But right now, they're desperate for him to still finish second in this championship. But, as you've highlighted, Phil, right at the right time of year, Joel Winstanley Dawson is coming on strong.
He is. He's lit the touch paper under himself, and after a decent start, he also had a DNF at Landrate with a machine failure. I think it was in the second race, and that's cost him. So he would possibly be 15 points nearer to the front of this RFX 125 championship lead. I don't think it would have stopped Drew Stock clinching in the first race, but it would certainly have meant that he would be the good side of Harley Marjak. Let's have a look. Phoenix Tool, fastest lap of the race. I would imagine it is going to be
Hayden Statt
up to fourth.
Good God. By some margin, 2:07.54. That's quick when you compare it to the others.
There he is.
Oh, he's angry.
Oh,
He's
that is
exceptionally
unbelievable.
angry. He wants to be European champion next year, so that signifies what his plans are. He's staying down in the 125 class next year. He is nearly 2 seconds quicker than any other rider on track, and he goes and just bins the front end, tucks it in.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Oh, come on.
So again, trying to
Chris
a bit
Brindley.
too hard. Just ran it in there too hard. A little momentary lapse of concentration. Didn't lose a lot of time, so he should be able to get that back, but you lost momentum, and that's the key thing.
But what you've got to remember is you're not going to come from dead last to where he's just done, which was 4th place until he tipped off, without taking risks, and that's what he's done. He's thrown the kitchen sink at it. He's like, look, I need to win this last moto. If nothing else, this is the last time he's probably going to race Drew Stock for quite a while, and he's going to want to stamp a little bit of authority on that relationship. Remember me, mate, I'll be back.
Well, to be honest, Phil, it's got a little bit edgy as the year's gone on. There was some conversations in after that first race in the winner's circle. Hayden's like, well, I don't really know why he's waving me through. Wants to race him, all that little cycle thing. They've had a few little run-ins throughout the year as well. It's all a bit tense.
It is. The press there's the 357 of Finley J. He's there currently he's there in 7th, showing at the moment. Lucas Moncrief then 6th. He's having a better ride. He had an off at the last round, didn't he, Jeff? And he was
he hit really hard at Fox Hill.
Yes, of course. Yes, he did.
Really bad in the valley.
Yeah, he did. I did actually see that. And it was. He didn't. I don't think he really did an awful lot wrong. He just kind of. And I think he hit the wall at the side as well, which did do him a lot of good.
He's okay, but he definitely just shook up. There was nothing serious injuries, but they basically took him into A&E. He went straight off to hospital. He was like, okay, you need to rest for a bit because your insides have taken a bit of a hammering.
Yeah, and there he is, and he's trying to make the move there on Marjak as they come past pit lane. There's Stat. Moncrief then on the blue Madison 3-flow Yamaha. Stat then makes his way past on the Chambers KTM. It's taken age to come there. I thought they'd all gone down.
Yeah.
So the gap then's Hayden Stat 17 seconds adrift of our race leader Drew Stock, and I think that obviously whilst he's made good progress forward, that gap is has only probably come down 7 or 8 seconds over the course of the race. And it's more the fact that Stock is protecting that lead at the front as the 531 still not giving it up.
No, and I can see already here Lucas Moncrief has kind of looked at this and gone, right, I need to tag on the Stat here.
Yes.
And he's actually really trying to do that, and he's up the pace. He's thinking, right, he's come past me twice now. And I've got to go with him this time.
Yeah, Finley J on the inside as well there, Jeff. So that's another place lost for Marjak, I think.
Yes, he is just riding it out. He's not 100%. That's clear.
10 seconds from Stapley to Joel Winstanley Dawson. So that is a country mile in RFX 125 terms. And we will just keep an eye on the gap for Hayden Stat as we see Drew Stock in the background there. It was a nice shot with the number 1 plate on.
Yeah, so ignore your K-Tech timing tower. That is going to refresh next lap around because Hayden Stat has picked off 2 of those riders and is now back up to 4th.
Yeah, the K-Tech tower then
only refreshes, doesn't it? Obviously, we don't have sector timing here at the British Championships. Only when they cross the finish line.
I think we got it at
We tried it.
Yeah,
we tried it at Landrake,
and it's great. But obviously, it's another level of infrastructure, and you've really got to be all of these things. Take time and effort and people to manage. And here he is on the back of Stapley as they come across the line this time by. We're going to have another. I don't think we're going to have a fastest lap because he fell off. But
well, I'm going to say this much: if Hayden Stat makes it into the top 3, which is, in this race, which is looking likely because he's just gone into 3rd, for the sake of the enjoyment of the interview, I hope he goes on to win it because he is not. He is still going to be pretty edgy, I should imagine, and pretty spiky in the winner's circle because he'd be so frustrated. I know it. Yeah. He was frustrated with the second in the first race. He just wants to win.
Yeah. So 7 seconds the gap now between Drew Stock and Joel Stanley Dawson. And Hayden Stat 18 seconds across the line, but he's just put the pass on Archie Stapley on the what is now the lead Briggs Racing Yamaha. And now we'll see whether he can pull 10 seconds. He's got 10 seconds to pull back in 8 minutes plus 2.
He's looking way down the track. Did you see him when he went over that step up? He looked way over to try and see where the next rider is. He has only got one focus here, and that is to get to the front as quickly as he can.
He's just got to hope that he doesn't have any more little mistakes and see. But yeah, when the red mist comes down like this, and I'm sure you've had it in your past as well, Jeff, where you have a crash in race 1, you go to the back, you come through, you finish 2nd or 3rd, and you're just like, yeah, that was really good. And then the next race you get a cracking start and you finish 4th and you don't know why. And
the worst thing about it, Phil, is when that happens, because you can't explain it, adrenaline, all those kind of things, is when your people in your small unit and everybody nearby say, do that next time. Why don't you ride like that all the time? Well, I don't know. I wish I could. What do you want me to do? Lay it down in the first corner every race? It's just something that happens. It's an instinctive thing. Like you can't. But all your inhibitions, all your thought process, and that's why you ride so quick, because you're just in your zone. But if you could bottle it, obviously great. But finding that zen feeling every time on the bike, that's what makes the sport so difficult.
Another big bit of a paddle there by Abe. But this is why it's motocross, and this is why we race. We've had riders turn up after dominating meetings and go to another track, and they just don't have a good practice, and then before you know where you are, instead of them going 2, 3, they're like 5th and 6th, and this is why we race, because some days people just turn up. Arthur Moore at Canada Heights. I would not have expected him. I wouldn't have expected him to ever win a race in 125, but I certainly wouldn't have expected him to win one this year. Yeah, and certainly not in the style with which he did it.
Yeah, because it came from nowhere.
It came out of nowhere.
It's not like he'd gone like 5th, 4th. He was getting closer. It was like bang, and it was an amazing performance. And what I just want to, while we're on that subject, highlight down the history in the years, any rider that's done like a perfect season at any level, but particularly when you get towards the Carmichael doing it, and Stuart and Lawrence and all that, my God, that to win, not lose a race throughout all the year with everything that can go wrong in a motocross race and the level of competition is immense.
So here's Hayden Statt on the 5:48, our Phoenix Talks fastest lap holder at the minute, 2:07, so the track's slowing down a long way. Winstanley Dawson then 8 seconds. Statt has only caught our race leader by 2 seconds on that previous lap, so he is not going fast enough. This one has kind of spread out a little bit, although Finley J, Lucas Moncrief, Chris Brindley and Harley Marjak are having a bit of a battle. Travis Lawton there in 10th as well. But we're rightly concentrating on Hayden Statt because he is on a rip at the moment until he just runs into the back of a back marker.
So he's gone down again. I'll tell you.
So that has almost certainly let Joel Winstanley Dawson off the hook, and his 3-2 will trump what is looking like going to be a 2-3 for Hayden Statt. So the man from Wigan, not only will he take second in the points going into the final round at Blacksall at the end of September, he will be second overall on the day behind our newly crowned champion, and that is a career best then for Joel Winstanley Dawson. He's had a couple of in fact, he was third at the opening round at Hawkston, and he was third at Monster Mountain, so twice on the podium already this year. And again, Statt has a look and sees if he can see anybody in the distance. So the Stapley, Finley, Jake, Moncrief battle.
Well, I was just thinking, if we ever had a rider wired up for sound in a race, we'd need a bleep button if it was on him now, because I can guarantee that he's probably fuming under that lid,
he hasn't. In fact, he hasn't really. He's not gapping away from that battle behind him. So this is the other battle here as the rest of the pack stream through. So there's the Yamaha of Stapley. So there's Stapley, and then Finley J, Moncrief, Brindley, Marjak and Heron.
Great. Hayden obviously is still charging though. He's not given up on it, of course, but he's had a couple of tumbles now, 3 I think almost, so it's going to take the edge off of it, and another little mistake there. So just got to keep his composure, but he's not rolling over on it. He's not just going, right, okay, I'll settle for that now. I like the fact that he is pushing himself all the way to the flag. Like I said, he's in a danger though, Phil, of like overcooking it. Don't go doing that.
So these guys are off to they're off to Sweden. They've got the Uddevalla GP next weekend. Now I do know that Drew Stock is not planning on being there. He's obviously the European season as there is that's the 484 Stapley, so he is there with Finley Jake for company. I think obviously the injury that he's been carrying and the fact that he isn't really anywhere in the championship at the minute means that the rush of getting out to Sweden to go 14, 16 or whatever, maybe not something that they're able to do, and so I don't think that they're going to be going to. There's the battle. So there is Stapley across the line, stat 21 seconds with Stanley 13 adrift, so he is closing up a little bit.
But that little bit is just that. It's not going at a rate that's going to see him being able to challenge before the flag comes out. Certainly got 2 lap board. Moncrief is having a good battle with Finley J for 6th and 5th. That's probably the tightest battle on track, actually. The riders in 6th and 7th, the 2 Yamaha riders there. Marzak now dropped back behind them, as we've mentioned before. Just damage limitation, try and get what he can out of this championship. That all derailed for him at the Junior Worlds.
Stapley's been decent this year, Jeff. Another guy that's filled out.
Yeah.
And again, another youngster. Got a couple of years left in this class.
Yep, said it before, and I'll continue to say it. The guys over there, S. Briggs, doing a great job with their youth development team. Really chucking some investment at it with everything, not just the riders, the education, the bikes, the setup. They're doing things right. That's their focus. They've set their stall out. They do a great job. And long may that continue for the future of obviously British young talent. Hopefully they'll keep their enthusiasm going, and there'll be a kind of conveyor belt of talent potentially coming through the S. Briggs team and taking them off to race European. That's what we need. It's all well being contesting championships in the UK and trying to go for championship wins, but if we're going to take our riders to the next level, we need more of our British riders doing EMX 125, EMX 85, and of course even EMX 65 really. So that's what we need, and the guys at S. Briggs doing a great job with it. As we're focusing on Archie Stapley here, been a relatively good day for him. I think he's basically consolidated. He might even be in a position. We'll have to check at the end of it. I'm not even going to try and work it out. He was certainly gained quite a few points on Harley Marjak. Will he actually overtake him and move into 3rd? And Marjak could fall down to 4th in the championship here at the end of the day. He's definitely being overtaken currently by Joel Winstanley and Dawson in the championship. But he might even fall behind his teammate by the time the flag drops on this one. There is Joel Winstanley Dawson.
He is a unit. He's a big lad. He was a big lad on a big relay fight. But I tell you what, he's lost a ton. He's lost a ton of timber. He's training really hard.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to see him on a 250F. I don't want to be wishing his championship away, but he's a rider that his style and the way that he rides is going to suit him the further he goes through his career. But he is definitely hit the ground running on this Husqvarna and taking what is going to be his best overall finish of the season. The time is out, and the clock goes to 0 on our K-Tech tower. Thank you to K-Tech for being our timing partner all year. Nice to have their input. And obviously, if you're after any suspension work or anything like that doing, go and visit their website, because it is an absolute treasure trove of all sorts of suspension stuff, things that you didn't even know you needed. Quite local to me as well, so easy for me just to pop up there. So Joel Winstanley Dawson, then 14 seconds the gap to Drew Stock, and I think that he's gone, I'm not catching him today.
No, it's going to take a mistake.
Yeah, Drew Stock's going to seal the deal with a 1-1, which I think, given the way that he's done this championship, is nothing more than he deserves. And Hayden Starr, if he hadn't have had those 2 small mistakes, maybe we'd have seen him get within a few seconds, maybe 5 or 10 seconds of our race leader. But I think that Drew would have been, he wouldn't have wanted to have given up the overall as easily as he gave up the first race. Now the championship's in the bag.
There's going to be a lot of moving and shaking, I think. Obviously, we know the championship's decided, so that's that. But interesting to see where Marzak comes out in the championship at the end of the day. Hayden Statt might actually move up past Lucas Moncrief into 5th, not where he wants to be, obviously, but remember, he's missed rounds, or a round. The biggest beneficiary, I think, is going to be Joel, who's obviously moving from 3rd into 2nd is quite a big thing.
Look across then from the 418 with the number 1 on the front. I'll say local to me. And again, he's had a good season with that JK Yamaha, and he obviously saying about you that the team have been well, but even privately as well. Yeah, everything's gone as good as it can. They've been, when he didn't ride because of the injury, they were cool with that and everything.
Yeah.
But obviously he's got his own sponsors as well. Mate, Mark Reed put some effort into keeping them on the road and
yeah, exactly that. I know
all of those, and again, all of those small partners that all of our riders through the pits have, the little people that are just keeping the stuff in the background ticking over, can get you where you need to be. And I know that Drew's family and a lot of time I was talking to Craig Start as well, and obviously they're off to Sweden and people have got jobs. It's hard work for these people. So it was a big sort of year for Drew in many ways, with the beneficiary of obviously winning the Blue Crew Masterclass. So went to the super finale, won that. Then 5 riders get selected to go to the Blue Crew Masterclass, where they go down to France for 2 days, and the likes of Gauthier Paulin, Brian Jorgensen, Nancy van der Ven, put them through their paces. Then Yamaha and that panel of judges choose 1 rider from each class, 125, 85 and 65, to get the support, and he earned the JK ride because of that, and clearly it's gone well. It has. So last lap board then is out for our race leader Drew Stock, and like I say, it is the Blue Crew. It is a really good program that allows people that have got the talent to be in with a shot. And in fairness to Drew, I didn't think that it would fall in place for him, but when he needed to win, he got the I think he won the was it Uddevalla where they ran around with
that was it this year.
And then they also did
they took
the race
the
in the state.
Yes, so what happened was that was the official super finale final, and then the Americans guys, they came over to Matterley in 24, loved it so much, and they said, look, when the nations comes to America, can we do an American version? Because obviously getting all the European riders over to America for a super finale logistically is not going to happen. So what they did is they said, okay, whoever wins the super finale, the official one in Sweden, in each class, will also be looked after by Yamaha and go and ride Ironman. And that's what happened. And he finished 3rd there as well. And while he was there, he took in the Mini O's as well. He had the full experience. And of course, you've got the Blue Crew Ride Day in the UK happening this Wednesday at VIP. Again, Brian Jorgensen, Nancy van der Ven coming over, and everybody that's signed up to Blue Crew and has registered will be there for some tuition. Drew's coming along as the prime example of this could happen to you.
Look what you could have won.
Yep, type thing.
And somebody's got to win that this year. That ride is up for grabs. It may not be anybody in this country that gets it, but again, you've got to look at Harley Marjak and Stapley and all of these boys.
Yep.
If they're not in it for this year, they've got a chance for next year. I'm already looking forward to next year. I think if Hayden Statt stays down, I'm expecting that he will have a Drew Stock-like season, but I'm also expecting that he will be good value for money in the MX 125 Championship, which, bearing in mind, he is a year behind at least from where Drew Stock is.
Well, that's what he said in his winner's circle. He's like, I want to be European champion. That's firmly in his mindset. Right, let's go and speak to these.
You go and do your winner's circle thing with this man here, who's ridden an exemplary race and comes across the line to take his 2nd victory of the day. So he goes 1-1 for the overall, takes the RFX 125 Championship and all the plaudits that go with it. Congratulations to him. A massive whip from Joel Winstanley Dawson. He comes across the line only just in front of Hayden Statt, who I think we're going to get an interesting interview out of. A lot of time for Hayden though. He wants it. He's a nice kid. He's very hard on himself, and he definitely will not be. I don't think he'll be realising how good that race was, and maybe till the journey home on the way back down to the northeast. Probably not that far for him actually, although obviously they're off to Sweden on Tuesday or Wednesday. So Drew Stock, Joel Winstanley Dawson, Hayden Statt, Archie Stapley takes 4th. Chris Brindley comes across the line in 5th. Good ride from Chris Brindley. Then it's going to be Lucas Moncrief. He is across the line. There is, there's the number 1 of Drew Stock. That bike being pushed in the JK Yamaha. Yeah, so Lucas Moncrief 6th, Finley J 7th, Alfie Heron comes through to 8th, Harley Marjat 9th, and it's fair to say that he's found it tough this weekend, having coming back from injury. And 10th place again will be the number, the 46 of Harry Hall, so a good result from him. Right then, we will go and take a quick word from our partners, and we will be back with our race winners and podium guys from race 2 of our RFX 125 Championship.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Then Harry Hall took 10th place. That was Travis Morton, next behind Ollie Hoffman.
Okay, in the winner's circle, in the words of Alice, our camera woman here, she just said to you, well done, you smashed it. Well, that's the perfect race synopsis that we need there. Pretty much that. What a way to go out. Number 1 on the plate. This could be your last 125 ride. You kind of suggested it might be. So yeah, great way to celebrate being crowned champion.
Yeah, no, it was good. My hand slipped off the bars on the start, so I dumped the clutch and I was right at the back. But I picked my way through on the first 2 corners and I was top 3, I think, and then got into the lead and just chilling again. I could have wound it up at any point when anyone wanted to pass me, but I'd done what I needed to do. I was in control and I felt really good out there.
What was it like going to the start line with that number 1 plate on?
It was good, to be fair. It was nice.
Fair play to you. Obviously, it's been an incredible year. And we were saying about coming off the back of the Blue Crew Super Finale and picking up the ride and then winning, getting selected at the Master Class. And it's worked really nicely for you, the support that you've had from JK and everything. It must have made a big difference to your preparation and your whole year in general.
Yeah, flying into the races when they're out in Europe with the bikes and the team, the kit and everything, it makes life so much easier. It's like flying in like a pro nearly, but
well, you are you're a young pro.
Yeah, no, it's been great. Inside in at the start of the year, yeah, it's been really good.
So can you say are we going to see you on a 250 or are you going to keep us waiting for Blacksall?
I'm probably going to keep you waiting. I'm gonna ride one. I'm gonna see how I feel, but
okay.
I'm pretty sure I'll be there.
Right, good stuff. We'll go and celebrate. Everybody. There you are, your champion for 26. Let's bring in Joel Winstanley Dawson. Okay, so he's been hovering around 3rd, but now what a great performance. Not only 2nd in the race, but by my calculation, you'll know this more than me. That was enough to clinch 2nd overall, right?
Yeah, I felt good then. To be fair, the bike feels amazing. I'm so glad I changed.
Yeah. It's obviously you look right at home on it as well, but you're carrying all the momentum at that kind of critical point of the year. Harley's obviously not in a position where he wants to be. I think you might have also just maybe nudged up into 2nd in the championship. If not, it's really close. So everything is kind of coming good right when you need it to be.
Yeah, struggled at the start of this year. To be fair, I was riding with a broken wrist, and then getting back healthy now, and then feeling really good.
Yeah. Well, go and congratulate with Grandad. I don't know where he thinks he is, but with a hat like that, okay, he's got rid of the beard, but yeah, clearly he's expecting more sunny. Go and congratulate, and celebrate with Grandad and co. Let's bring in Hayden Statt. Now, I'm not going to make excuses for Hayden, but I know this will be a painful another conversation because, mate, I know you want to win races. You said that. in the winner's circle last time out, but that was a real rock and roll, eventful event.
Yeah, definitely. Just didn't get the jump off the gate. I think I bogged or something. But got up into the first corner. I was up the front, and unfortunately, I just clipped Finn's back tire and went down pretty hard, hit my head, but got up and just regrouped and got back to third, I think it was. Crashed again, and then had to redo it all again. And then back marker just decided to take us out in one of the corners. So yeah, it's frustrating, but it's part of racing. So we'll go again and on the Blacksall, and I got Uddevalla next in Sweden. Hopefully we can get a couple good results there and finish the season strong.
Well, that's the key thing, isn't it? Like you said, you got Uddevalla, you got an EMX to look forward to, and trying to turn it around there. But I know when you come to Blacksall, for example, it's just like, right, look, come on, you know, let's just finish this off right. And clearly, you've got the speed to win, so you just got to piece it all together.
Yeah, definitely. I've just got to find out those little mistakes. The track was pretty hard today. Just if you weren't in a straight line and you went to swap your line, you got pretty front end like heavy. But yeah, we'll go on to the next one and we'll try again and see what we can get.
You're okay though? No. You banged your head, but you're all right. Yeah.
My head.
Okay. All right. Well, I say good luck for the rest of the season and whatever. We're going to see him obviously at Blacksall as well. A roller coaster ride for Hayden in that one. 2 races to go. Coming up next, we have the MX2 class, and again, we just may be crowning a champion in the next half hour or so. So don't go too far away. Can Charlie Heyman clinch the deal and win his first pro MX2 championship? We're going to find out in about half an hour's time.
This is madness. It rages within us. From the world it seeks to consume. We dream, sweat, achieve.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think. Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle.
Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win.
Never hold me back.
Let me try. Let me try.
Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
Here we are. Welcome back. Look, Phil, quick. Let's make ourselves presentable.
In our beautiful FXR kit,
God,
which has served us well all year. I've been...
Well, I think I need to go up a size.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's for next year's. No problem. We've got to get through the rest of this year. It's been another great weekend's racing so far. I mean, the track is it's one of the most technical it's been all year.
We've seen nothing like it all year, and the lads have not had the chance to practice on it anywhere in the country. So it's been a real leveller.
Yeah. It really has. You can see there, while you're obviously watching the sighting lap, the technicality of all these corners. There's ruts everywhere, and it is up to the guys at this point. It's all very well saying there's some might say, well, does it make better racing? It gets a bit one line. Not a believer of that. This is where the guys have to get creative, start finding different ways around the track, because what was working in the first one won't necessarily work in this one.
Yeah, so here we are, current championship standings then. 59 points is the deficit between Garen Dunson and Charlie Heyman at the top of the championship. If that's more than 50 points at the end of this race, then Charlie Heyman will be our MX2 champion. Tommy Sterling third, Musto fourth, Richmond fifth, Askew sixth, Brooks, Rizzy, Colmer and Keith. But so tight in that mid-pack there. Any one of those guys from third to ninth can still finish third in the championship. So a really... it's going to be a really interesting last three motos. One more today and two more at Blackpool at the end of September. But Charlie Heyman been the class of this field, and he's got the chance to stick the number one plate on that SC Sport Homes Husqvarna at the end of this race. If he finishes fifth or better is what we're hearing from our race controllers.
Yes, I believe so. They've kind of worked out the points. I'm glad they've done it and not us. So actually, if that's wrong, you can blame them.
Yes,
don't shoot the messenger. For once, we're only relaying the information. Me and Phil aren't doing the kind of thing, the abacus kind of thing that we usually try and do. But he can potentially get it done here. And if he does, I'm quite intrigued to see how we potentially celebrate, because Charlie's a relatively reserved character. He doesn't give too much away, Charlie Heyman.
He doesn't, does he?
So I'm going to be interested to see if he gets it done, if the raw emotion of it all does come flooding out. I'd like to see that if it does happen, but of course he is just keen to focus and execute this race. So before we get to that though, we're going to go to some of our incredible partners. Don't go too far away, just a shout out from them.
How would you like to win Tommy Sell's actual race bike? Well, at the end of the British Motocross season, we are going to be raffling it off to one of you that have a ticket. Okay, John, can you tell us a little bit about how this is different to a standard Triumph 250?
Yeah, so we begin with a 2026 TF250X from Triumph, and we completely strip the bike, modify the engine, EvoTech, full race engine, K-Tech take care of our suspension, some custom SM Pro wheels, Acropovic pipe, X-Trig clamps, Dockwab titanium bolt kit throughout the bike, plus so much more.
And one of you is guaranteed to win all of that, but not just that. Every single week we do tons of different competitions, whether it's cars, whether it's watches, whether it's bikes. Week after week, we give away prize after prize. And now it is down to you to be the next winner. But remember to keep your eyes peeled, because at the end of the season, someone will be winning Tommy Sell's race bike. To be in with a chance to win, all you need to do is head over to the TWD website, make an account, grab your tickets, and you really could be next.
Okay, here we go. Well, there you are. There's the Jude Morris Racing Foundation banners. As we mentioned before, if you can, get on the website, go and contribute. It doesn't matter if it's £1, if it's £10, whatever it is. It goes to a very good cause for not just riders that race the British Championship. We're on about riders that race motocross up and down the length and breadth of the country. So if you race or you ride yourself, it goes to a good cause, with so much money raised for air ambulances as well, which is just incredible. So yeah, do it if you're a supporter of motocross or any off-road motorcycling in general, and you'll be doing your bit for Jude's legacy. So here we are at Duns. We are getting ready. They're going to start to roll out onto the start line anytime now. Penny Thor, the thoughts going through the head of Charlie Heyman.
Yeah, first, well, he had this last year. He went into that that final race of the championship, 9 points adrift of the master Tommy Searle, and well, he's in the box seat. He's got a really, really good lead over Gian Dunson, the man there on the 574 Gabriel SS24 KTM, who, by his own admission, literally snuck through to third on the last lap against the runner Blake. There's a 419, the race winner of Moto 1, Joe Brooks. And then the 163 of Ben Musto. We have got some quality riders in this NX2 field, Jeff.
We do, and it shows the level of competition, because they're just always been so mixed up. Other than Heyman, which is probably why he has that big lead, they've been kind of up and down, swapping and changing positions all throughout the year. But like you said, that's not just the consistency. He's there on merit. He's taken more race wins than anybody else, and he's been there.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Rear start device on the...
No, I wasn't watching.
Rear start device on that SC Sport Homes
Okay, so, well, that might be part of the reason why he's been getting these incredible gate drops then.
Has he got the front down as well? He has.
Yep.
So he's a dual start device man. There's Tommy Searle. They've all got their little steps, bless them.
As Phil shakes his head, old school rider. Phil's like, right, let's get rid of start blocks, let's get rid of start grids.
It obviously makes a big difference. Look, we're talking such fine margins now, start devices and all of that kind of thing. The setting of them, we've seen riders have issues with them not coming off and all sorts of things. It is part of the sport. You've got to get it right. And so all of these little things that give you a level of comfort to help you execute the start, we're talking, I think the margins now for starts are much finer. There's no, oh, well, that he's in a good rut and I'm in a bad rut. Everybody's on the same grid. You've got the same chance when that gate drops. You've got the chance to choose wherever you want to go, and obviously some are better than others. But getting your bike set up so that you can launch off that start. Starts have always been important in motocross, but today, with how tight these fields are, you've got to have everything exactly as you want it, the same every time. And seeing everybody there, the green flag at the back, who's your money on for the whole shot?
I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna go for Heyman. I think he's been getting great starts, and actually I just think he's gonna focus harder than he's ever done, because he knows if he gets a start, he's in a really strong position. I'm going Heyman. You're gonna go Brooks, aren't you?
I'm gonna go Joe Brooks.
Yeah, I thought so. Right, here we go then.
Away they go.
I think you've got it. I'm claiming you as the whole shot because you chose Brooks. You have, well done. But I was close. They're 1 and 2, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, we'll call that. Should we call that a draw?
No, you chose the winner there. You chose the whole shot. So credit to you for that. Anyway, raced right at the back in that pink O'Neill kit, so not a good start for him. But this is looking good for Charlie Heyman. Very early, obviously. Still got 25 plus 2 to go.
It's a long race, but our mathematics, if Gian Dunson wins this, then Charlie Heyman needs to be no worse than 50. He will take the title. Obviously, if Dunson does not get to the front, then the gap just needs to be more than 50 points. Is that Tommy Searle? We need to find out.
Musto was there. Dunson, no, did we miss him?
Yeah,
no.
I think that. So Tommy Searle was there in the red kit, and I think that ACU is in a darker kit now. So that's the Dirt Store Triumph guys. Race leader down.
Brooks is down. No, when he had a chance here. I mean, he's still got a chance. There's still plenty of racing to do, but when you crash that early on in the race, they're going to go flooding by. He's going to be way outside the top 10 by the time he picks that bike up.
That's Musto in second on the AC United Gas, Jeff, I think.
Yep, it is. Ben Musto, 163 there, yep. Oh, and who's that? That's a bit of a yard sale.
That looks like Charlie Richmond.
I think so, in
possibly.
The fly kit. No, I'm not quite sure.
We'll have
a bit
to
too far away. But listen, this is where he wants to be, as in Charlie Heyman, championship leader, clear track. Nerves, you've got to keep them all in check. he's just got to focus here. He's been here before in youth championships, but winning youth championships and winning your first ever pro title, not that I've ever done that, but I should imagine they're two very different feelings, because that's what you work to be, a pro rider, and getting that first one done must be an incredible feeling.
A race leader across the line, so it's Heyman from Musto, Jamie Keith in third, then it's Searle, Askew, Doonson in sixth. Although that's from the, let's wait till we got all of the arrows everybody's gone through. So Richmond falling down the order, so he's at the back. So it was the...
Yeah, I think it was, you're right, yeah.
The True 7 Honda.
So where are we seeing Doonson then? Fifth, currently sixth.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to get a wriggle on them.
Askew there in fifth.
Going everywhere, from right to left, Billy Askew, not obeying the physics of the track and the way the ruts were going. He was going across them there.
Yeah, he was going wherever he was put. So Doonson then currently sixth. That's not going to be enough to get the job done. So we've got Heyman Musto, Jamie Keith, Tommy Searle, Askew, Doonson. Glenn McCormack having a good run in seventh. Coleman eighth. Brooks recovered tonight, so he can still do something from there, Jeff. And Freddie Bartlett in 10th. I'm going to set aside.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can, and I'm going to. Yeah, we're going to get a guest in here that is watching this class probably more astutely than anybody, I should imagine, because he's got a decision to make. I know he probably he probably won't be telling me what that decision is yet. Maybe he hasn't even made it. Mark Chamberlain, welcome to the booth. Obviously, you are out there doing your thing, team manager for the Motocross of Nations team, and now all the youth racing as well. And you said before you came in the booth, look, I'll come in for a bit, but I want to go out and watch these guys with my naked eye, because obviously at some point you need to make a selection choice with the Motocross of Nations fastly coming round. So what are you looking for at this point? You don't need to tell us who you're going to choose, but obviously it's not always a clear-cut decision choosing any team.
No, it's always tricky, but yeah, nice to see you, Jeff. Thanks for having me on for a minute. Ultimately, it's a combination of what they're doing, what they're doing at British races, what they've done at international races, and there's a lot to consider because there are differences, as you know, different fuel regulations, different competitions, and Charlie Heyman's had an amazing domestic season, and he's riding really great. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't 100% for Fox Hills at the GP, so I believe they might be considering doing another Grand Prix, which if they do, that would be really good for me, to make it a little bit of an easier decision. If he does well in that, and like I say, with the fuel and everything, you're double checking the bike and rider, because it is a different thing riding at the front or riding, ultimately at the Nations you're going to be mid-pack and battling. So there's a lot to consider. Like watching these guys, there's very little between them. If they get a good start, they don't get a good start. The competition looks fairly even.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see they're all pulling each other up, so that's good. The level is definitely coming up, and the speed is getting there. And some of the races that they've had at GPs, Fox Hills, they're just outside the top 10 at a GP is a good level, and it's nice to see them trying those races and also pushing each other domestically and getting the speed up.
But you also, because it's such a different event, it's a one-off event, and most race fans that are genuine and understand the situation, you want to reward a rider and they felt like they deserve it for a season that they've had. And I'm not putting any suggestions in your head, I'm certainly not going to put you on the spot with it. But form also plays a big part coming into the Motocross of Nations, because confidence is a big thing, and it's a one-off event, and you just need, when we've often seen in the MX2 class in particular, 2 race results are great for them, but if they can just get that one exceptional good race in, it can make such a difference to the team result.
Yeah, definitely. The 250 is such an important part of the Nations race, and you need one good start, and a good start's mid-pack realistically at the Nations, and then you get away with the front runners and in your class, and then they get a decent score. It can mean the world for the team. So it's important, but we're in a transition period, and I'm not, we're not going there realistically. Before we were going there feeling like podium. Those first few years when I was there, we had some guys that were in the twilight of their career, but they could pull it out of the bag. And these guys, to be fair to them, they still got a lot to learn and a long way to go. And we need to get them in there and experience and get them blooded. Really, that's where we're at. And it will take some thinking about, and hopefully after Sweden I really need to make a decision.
Yeah, I mean, credit to you for saying that, because it's easy to sort of, sweep over the cracks. And by the cracks, I mean I'm glad you used the word transitional, because we are. Tommy's coming towards the end of his career, and even sometimes you picked him and they're like, oh, he's getting on, why are we choosing him? But he's always stepped up to the plate. But we are at this kind of tradition, like this transitional period of riders with a lot of experience that are parking up and come to the end of the career. At some point, we've got to give these youngsters a bit of a go at it. So, it's good that you've kind of accepted that. I hope British fans do, because you kind of made a rod a little bit for your own back with the way you started as Team Nations manager. We come out, we podiumed again. It's like, oh yeah, Mark's the man for the job. Well, look at this, we're doing it. But maybe that was a little bit of false security of where we're actually at. As by the way, Heyman just was standing a good battle here from Keith. He put a bit of pressure on him, but Charlie, he seems to be talking to pressure. He's handling it well at the minute.
Yeah, no, he is, to be fair, and looks like he's recovered well from, I believe it was a slight blood disorder, low levels of iron or something along those lines. So, as yourself, it doesn't take a lot to make a difference. So, hopefully he's fully on the mend. He looks good, and he's had a great season, and it's good to see, really good to see.
So regards of whoever you choose for this year's Motocross of Nations, beyond that, because you've had a little taste of it now with the youth stuff, you've now not only doing the Team Motocross of Nations team management, you're also doing the Junior Worlds. And that was your first year doing that alongside Stephen this year as well, and of course with the High Performance Academy and all that kind of stuff. What are you seeing with your first? I know you follow it a little bit, but you've had to follow it more intently this year beyond what we're seeing here at British Adult Championships. How's the future looking for British motocross? Lower than the 125 class.
Definitely Harry Dale winning a race at the European finals the other week, and he was unlucky not to get on the podium. He could have, there were 4 guys joint on points after the second motor, and little Jack Waters winning the 65s, and it's not, there's other guys there as well. There's a group of youngsters that seem to be at a really high level. The part of the academy thing is to make sure that those guys with that talent, we give them a bit of help and assistance, and we try to keep them at that European level. And what we did have a few years ago, for whatever reason, maybe a lack of teams going to the GPs, we lost our way a little bit, and these guys didn't have options really to go. So it's about creating pathways for these young guys, young riders, and especially these kids, because it's more of a long-term plan. It's a 5-year plan with the academy, and you're just generally speaking, it's just nice to see some of these guys have gone and had a go at some Grand Prix this year. Ben Musto's done a few Grand Prix and had some decent results, and there's some, Ollie Coleman was there doing the whole season. You've just got to take your hat off to those teams and riders that are doing it, whether they can do 3, 5 in their budget, whether they can do all of it. I understand how difficult it is. I ran a team for 10 years, and it was blood, sweat and tears, and I know what these guys put in. So the more they can do, the better. But at the same time, we understand that no one's got an unlimited pot of money, and you've just got to look at the pathways to get through, and hopefully you can get picked up by a team. But if you're not putting yourself out there, you're not going to be. So it's just great to see them having a go. Yeah, like you say, so we've got to buck the trend and start it somewhere and get more British riders right from 65 upwards. As he's going to make the move here, is he? Yeah, so Jamie Keith finally squeezing a move on Charlie Heyman. I don't think at this point Charlie's going to worry about that too much. He's still got his main championship rival Gian Doosan behind him, and to be honest, even if he overtook him, it's still not going to be enough. So he's still in a really strong position here. So what we're basically saying is, as Jamie Keith takes the lead on the Honda here, we've got to start buck the trend somewhere, get back to more kids racing in Europe. Yeah, definitely, and there's a group of people there that are massively committed 65, 85s already. So if we can support them when they come up to the 125s and just help them out, the ACU all pull together. As we need to help each other. That's the bottom line. The position we're in generally in the UK side of things at the moment, we all need to work together to try to get a few more guys in there, inspire people, and get another cycle going. But Heyman's looks like he's just settling for second because he doesn't need to.
No,
doesn't
exactly.
Need to push at this stage, just wrap it up. And he's just had a great season, and he's looking back, just checking where everyone's at.
Yeah, that's not panic. Well, look, I know that you want to actually go and cast your eyes real time, not looking through a TV screen. So you get out there and do your thing. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff.
We're all looking forward to it, to the announcement. Not everybody will agree with it, but I know you got thick old skin and you're used to that. So listen, whatever team that you pick to go to the Motocross of Nations, as always, you from the top will be leading with 100% effort. So we wish you the best of luck with that. Thanks for your time, Mark.
Thanks a lot. Take care.
So Mark's going to go out there and actually give even more close study on these guys. I'll bring this one in. Phil's out there watching as well. So he's going to get a little bit of intake. So Jamie Keith, out there, Dirt Store as a private sponsor as well. Goswell, he's got all these people helping him out, kind of private setup this year. He showed his worth, came out swinging at round 1 with a race victory. It's been that classic rookie MX2 year. Speed's been there, consistency hasn't, but he's looking good in this one. You can see Charlie Heyman, he has his roll-off cartridge clearly has come out there. I don't think that's so bad in the position that he's in. He's not going to be getting totally roosted by the rider ahead of him. So, and he, like I said, he's got a little bit of wiggle room. He can let Dewson do his thing. So even if he overtakes him, he's still going to get this championship done.
Track conditions out there, Jeff, absolutely fantastic.
I thought you'd be liking it. I commented,
yes.
I bet Phil's out there loving it, watching it with his own eyes and not watching the screen.
Look, I love this job, Jeff. It's fantastic, but there's nothing about beats being trackside. Watching these guys flying up past pit lane, so good. And obviously, Jamie putting the pass on Charlie Oak at the end of the start-finish straight on. Brooks down again, bless him. He's had a solid day up until that, and he hadn't done anything really wrong. A little tip off and then just stalled out. Tommy Searle obviously went down just as I stepped out of the boot. But Heyman with the roll-offs flaring in the background. He's getting the job done at the minute, but there is Doonson. I'm not expecting any shenanigans here, Jeff. He can just pull over and let him by, can't he?
Yeah, I mean, this is where he would absolutely have to do a Ken Roxon on it. We saw Kenny in those closing laps getting that long-awaited Supercross championship, and he was like, press on, fellas. I am not in this one. I'm sitting this one out. He hasn't got quite the same amount of wiggle room that Roxon had to play with, but Doonson can go past it, and it's not going to be enough.
No, it's not going to do anything at all to affect the championship game. Doonson needed to win, and you can see that
he's back in the lead here. So what's it, Jamie?
Jamie's gone down.
Yeah, must have missed that. Sorry, folks.
Well, no, there was nothing to see, Jeff. I think that Jamie's tipped off in that corner. Did he tipped off in that corner in race 1?
Did we
our new race leader. That is.
Well, yeah. I didn't see that on the screen. Maybe just because we were talking to each other.
He was back in the lead as they landed off the jump. So Keith has fallen in that turn, and this is the battle for the lead. 3 riders.
Yeah.
Charlie Heyman, Jamie Keith, Cian Doonson up the far side of the circuit over that nice big table.
Now, from Charlie's perspective, this is where he'd want Jamie to do him a bit of a favour. Not that he needs to race either of them, but it would be quite nice from his standpoint if Jamie Keith kind of didn't come back at him and actually held Doonson at bay a little bit. But I don't think Charlie will go on a rampage here to try and gap them. I think he's set his pace for the race. He doesn't need to push it and try and pull away. Just keep going and let the others do what they got to do, because like I said, he is and he's chasing down a championship, and I don't care who you are and how calm and cool you are, when you're chasing down your first ever championship, if you don't feel a little bit of nerves, particularly as the race goes on, then you can't be human. I mean, we've all heard it. We've heard so many champions go, they start hearing bike noises that aren't there, they start seeing things that your mind goes, doesn't it? As the laps count down, it must be difficult to keep your concentration up.
Jamie Keith's been really good today, though, Jeff.
Yes,
he's showing the speed that we knew he was capable of, and he's racing against the guys that he needs to be beating and showing them that he's got something for them. And he's still there on the back of our race leader Charlie Heyman. Dunson third, Musto fourth, Askew fifth. Obviously Tommy Sill, he tipped off earlier on in the race. He's not going to figure. So trying to work out the overalls at the moment.
Well, I thought
Brooks
Heyman
is eighth. So obviously Heyman's going to be our overall
2-1,
victor
yeah,
with a
2-1.
2-1. Brooks is a 1 and I want to say 1 and nowhere. 1-8 is not going to get it done. Dunson will be second, and I think Jamie Keith with the 6-2
might do it. Yeah.
Might do it. So we will wait and see.
Well, if Dunson gets past Keith, a 3-2, we'll definitely see him into second overall. It's all about who's going to get that third spot right now. But obviously there's championship implications on this as well. Things are trending well for your race leader right now.
Yeah, no matter what happens, if Dunson's got to pull a massive points out of our race leader in this one so we can keep it alive. I think it was 59 was the gap. So he's got to pull at least 10 points out of him to keep it alive, because even if he ties, he's only got 1 race win to our 2 race wins to Heyman's 6. But as it stands at the minute, it's Heyman's in the box seat. Jamie Keith is closing in, and Dunson just does not seem to be able to have any say in what's going on.
I'll put that up. Phoenix Tour's fastest lap of the race. It was some time ago, but the rider on screen did set the quickest lap of the race, 2:03.38 by Jamie Keith. So it wasn't last lap around, although he was slightly marginally quicker. But when he was making that chase to Charlie Heyman is when he set the quickest lap of the race. He's regrouped from whatever little tumble or mistake that he made. Dunson's still sitting there, but look, Dunson went into the last lap in the first moto in 6th and came out in 3rd, so don't rule him out. I missed all of that on my way down the winner's circle, so when he turned up at the winner's circle, I was like, what's going on here? Like, what's happened?
So this is also interesting. As it stands at the moment, this will not wrap up the Under-21 Championship for Charlie Heyman. That will still be a couple of points adrift of that. And also remember that Jamie Keith was also the fastest rider in Moto 1. So a pair of Phoenix Tools fastest laps for the Goswell Honda rider will be maybe a little bit of comfort for the little tip-offs that he's had.
Certainly laying it all out there coming around that first corner. Jamie is going to be another one of these young riders that are going to be racing at the now sort of almost legendary VMXDN. This time moving to Hawkstone, so he's going to be racing a 2-stroke at Hawkstone for the stolen Yamaha team. I think that announcement's been put out there, so that will be interesting. Certainly knows how to get around Hawkstone because he won the opening motor of the year.
He did. He won the opening race of the year there back in March. Seems so long ago, but this season, goggles off then for Heyman.
Yeah, they're driving in potty, I should
imagine.
So
I'm wondering if there's a little bit of rain out there again and he's just getting done. Now, Jamie Keith has got to go right. He's got no goggles.
Yeah.
If you're following somebody in the chuck the goggles, I've got to get in front. Because if I get in front, they're never coming back. But he's got to get there.
And that's the point. He has got to get there. And in many ways, I understand why Charlie chucked them off. If they were giving him grief and it was flapping around, maybe it was pulling on them and all that. And while he's got the race lead, that will actually make it so much better for him. Obviously, you don't chuck your goggles off if they're really hampering you. They've got to go. I mean, we always try to encourage riders to keep their goggles on for as long as they can. But sometimes, Phil, we've all been there. They've just got to come off. You can't get the job done.
And the instant they do come off, you automatically feel faster.
It's like somebody put contact lenses in. Like, it makes such a difference, doesn't it? So he might actually, this might help him. He might actually be able to see the track a bit clearer now and get away again. Going to find out. But all the while, that clock, the more important thing is, the clock is ticking down and that championship is getting closer and closer.
He's the only rider consistently using that inside line. Every lap he went there and Jamie Keith was running around the outside. And obviously this is where the pass for the lead was gone, so he set it up like 3 corners before. Here's Keith around the outside.
But Charlie...
he's done him.
He's done the opposite.
Yeah.
So Charlie went inside to try and protect that line where Jamie got him before, and Jamie just went, well, okay, well, I'll go the way you were going. Right, this is where Heyman, in all intents purposes, probably needs to just roll off a little bit for a couple of corners so he doesn't get roosted.
Yes, and that's... with the last thing you want is Dunson's obviously going to come through and make the pat. Oh, it's right there. Dutchman right on the tail of our race leader. It is raining, look,
Yeah,
Jeff. That's why.
the big difference.
So
as well.
all of a sudden, and that will...
Charlie goes so long.
Yeah, now, this is one of the things where sometimes when it's raining, not having goggles on isn't as much of a disadvantage as you think, depending on whether the rain is coming down or that it's hitting you straight in the face. If it's hitting you straight in the face, it's awful. But if it isn't getting you, you haven't got the distraction of having all the water on your goggles.
That's getting quite grim out there now. You can see how it's got a lot darker. Now, for Charlie, it's all about championship. I don't know if he's in on what kind of setup he's got with his team deal, if he gets extra for winning races, bonuses, all that kind of stuff. All that will go out the window at this point. If he gets the board from his pit crew, and he might get the board from his pit crew to say, just let it go, let him go, I would take that as sound advice.
I would as well. And Keith looked like he was struggling for vision there as well. So Phoenix Talks fastest lap man is Jamie Keith still. He's got a lovely line down here, Jeff. He's been running high, wide and handsome for the whole race. And while I was out there watching those few laps, it was where he was making a lot of time around the corner and over that jump on our race leader, Charlie Heyman, who was sticking to his inside lines, which he's kind of done for most of today.
I also think in the position that he's been in, though, Charlie, leading the majority of this race, at least if you go inside, you're going to make somebody work and go round you. Okay, you can't pop out of the rut so easy, like in today's conditions, but at least you're controlling that line and you're not giving it up that easy. So he managed to get away a little bit there from Doomson as well. So Musto was lurking in the background. He's probably rider in fourth on the AC United Gas. He's there. He's not far behind. Has he gained a little bit on Doomson that last lap? I think he might have done, but probably not enough with 1:37 to go, plus 2 laps. Remember, coming into this, it was today's racing. Heyman had a 57-point lead over Guillaume Doomson. He stretched that out another further 2 points in the opening race by coming in second, and Doomson was third. So he pushed it out to 59 points. So basically, as we stand, he's pulling another 2 on him now. So it's the championship lead is out to 61. If he finishes this race 51 points ahead, he's the champion. And he's currently got a 10-point little buffer on that.
So as it stands at the moment, Jamie Keith and Guillaume Doomson are going to tie on 40 points, I think.
Yeah.
And
get it with the second.
And then Keith will take it on the tie break because of the bet finishing the second race. So that will, I think, will be a career best for Jamie Keith overall. Obviously, he's won races before, winning the opening round of the championship at Hawkston Park in the sand, but he is not. Having a quick look at my notes, I don't remember him being on the podium at all this year.
No, I don't think.
No, he's not strung 2 good races together.
That's what we're on about. It just hadn't. He's had the speed and he's had some bad luck along the way, and he's made some rookie mistakes, which that's what rookies do.
Exactly, but he's been good. He has been very good. That Honda's worked well for him, and he spent a lot of time on that last year after basically writing off the 2025 season, where he had the prize that Drew Stock had, and just could not make it work for him with injuries. But there is your potential championship leader, or championship winner rather, Charlie Heyman. Yeah. So it's 3 to go, Jeff. Clock's just finished, so it'll be 2 lap board next time by. We've got a yellow flag in the down the bottom of the hill here. I'm not expecting. Is that our race leader? It looks like whoever it was is back up. But this is the battle for second. As it stands at the moment, Doomson will, if Doomson finds his way by,
will that push him from third to take the actual overall victory?
It will give him the overall win, because currently he's tied on points with Jamie Keith on a 1-6 against a 3-3. As Keith works his way through. Nice to see Jamie having a bounce back. Like I say, he led the first one. He was there. Finishing your season on a high. Still got Blacksall to go if you're local to Blacksall then in Suffolk.
Definitely get there, because they've gone out into the other field, which they didn't. I mean, that was back in my time racing. And they haven't used that other field for ages. And believe me, it gets rough as the badger's proverbial, honestly. So I'm really, and it makes the lap a bit longer. So if you've been to Blacksall, great, but if go again, because they've extended the track for this year, and it'll be brilliant.
It is a fantastic venue. It was great there last year. We were there earlier on in the season, but there is Jamie Keith. So this will be 2 laps to go this time by. We can hold the shot and we will see the battle for second, hopefully.
So yeah, we're on Charlie Heyman, 2 to go. He is now starting to just check out a little bit, and it's understandable. Heyman is not going to go and try and chase him down. He doesn't need to. He's got no goggles. He just needs to try and stay where he is. He's still ahead of Doonson. In fact, Doonson's dropped back a little bit.
No.
Oh, is that him there?
No, that's him
there. That is Doonson, yeah, sorry, up the inside. Yeah, I thought that was a...
So there was a rider down then in Charlie, in the switchback before you get to the start-finish straight, Jeff. And it looks like... Well, I think that Charlie's just gone, do you know what?
Yeah, well, why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you? Got no goggles, it's raining. It doesn't make it okay if he's on an overall bonus, then I think this is...
So, I mean, as the points stand, just to give you a quick recap, so Doonson is just pulling another 2 back on him.
Yeah.
So it's back to 59 points. Remember, Charlie Heyman needs to finish this race more than 51 points ahead of Doonson, and he's currently 59 ahead of him. So he can drop back another 2, 3, 4 positions and still win.
Yeah.
And if you look beyond Ben Musto, there's a massive gap then. I mean, there's nearly a 19-second gap from Ben Musto to, well, yeah, look at that, to Joe Brooks. So there you go.
Billy Askew dropped to 9th at some point. Freddie Bartlett up to 8th. Ollie Coleman. Brooks recovered to 5th. Ooh, 1.5 time. So a 1.5
by that, Phil.
Is a 40. Oh, this is getting. So that'll put
juicy.
Brooks on the podium.
Right. Okay.
So that's a 1.5. Charlie Heyman's now a 3.2.
Yeah.
Which is 42 points, and Doonson is a 3.2. Sorry. So
another mistake.
42 points. So I think Doonson and Heyman will tie.
Yeah.
And Brooks will be on the podium for third.
So another mistake from Charlie. He's like wishing it down. So the 1 lap board is out. He can let Musto by here, because beyond Musto, that Brooks would have to put in the most, cut the course effectively to catch him up. Charlie could, knock off so much time and still bring it ahead of Brooks. So let's see what he does here. Doesn't need to race Musto at all. There's Doonson.
He's got to win. Whatever happens, James Doonson has to win this race. And Charlie Heyman needs to be no worse than 5th. Still wrap the title.
It's getting closer, but I can't see Jamie Keith have a chance to win another race win and stick it on the box.
He's not going to get there, Jeff.
No. He's not, is he? Yeah, because...
No, it's a 1.6.
Right, Brooks, yep,
so
sorry.
Brooks up to 5th.
Oh, so still with that, he's not going to get it done.
That's a slap in the chops.
But like you said, he's had a good rookie year. Would have learnt a lot from it. And he'll go into the off-season. Obviously still a round to go as well. Nicely through there. I'm gonna have to get going in a minute. Well, I'm gonna get going now because we've got half a lap to go.
Yeah.
But it's looking good. We're keeping an eye on Charlie Heyman with half a lap to go.
Jeff toddles off to victory lane. And this man is going to come across the line and take another race victory to add to his tally, but it isn't going to get him on the podium because Joe Brooks has absolutely motored through to 5th position. But there he is. That's the race win for Jamie Keith. Cian Doonson will come across the line in 2nd position. But this is going to be your championship winner. There he is, Charlie Heyman, the 4:22 on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna He ended up 4th on the day, but there he is. Puts his bike against the fence. What a fantastic result for Charlie Heyman. There's the team. Big up from team boss Neil Prince. Helmet comes off. The Nottinghamshire man takes his first pro championship. Pat on the back there from the Auto 7 of Luca Pegg. Handshake from Jamie Keith, who took the race victory. So by my reckoning, Ian Doonson will take the overall victory. There we are, big pat on the back from Tommy Searle. Shows how these guys are absolutely, they're hammering the nails out on the track, but ultimate respect. There's Neil Prince. I would imagine that is the other half of Charlie Heyman. They're back to us. A good time to celebrate a championship, but Jamie Keith will take the win from Ian Doonson, Ben Mustoe, Charlie Heyman 4th, Tommy Searle. Oh, Tommy Searle goes back up to 5th in front of Joe Brooks, so that will put Jamie Keith back on the podium. So Jamie Keith will finish 3rd overall. It's all changed. Searle gets in front of Brooks on the final lap. Ollie Colmer, Freddie Bartlett, Billy Askew and Glenn McCormack. We will take a quick... Well, we're going to watch this man with his number 1 plate. Fantastic there. Charlie Heyman, your 2026 British MX2 champion. Still yet to wrap up the under 21. But brilliant result for him. So we're going to take a quick word from our partners and then we'll be back. And hopefully Jeff will be down there with our new 2026 MX2 champion, Charlie Heyman.
How would you like to win Tommy Searle's actual race bike? Well, at the end of the British Motocross season, we are going to be raffling it off to one of you that have a ticket. Okay, John, can you tell us a little bit about how this is different to a standard Triumph 250?
Yeah, so we begin with a 2026 TF250X from Triumph, and we completely strip the bike, modify the engine, EvoTech, full race engine, K-Tech take care of our suspension, some custom SM Pro wheels, Akrapovic pipe, X-Trig clamps, Dockwob titanium bolt kit throughout the bike, plus so much more.
And one of you is guaranteed to win all of that, but not just that. Every single week we do tons of different competitions, whether it's cars, whether it's watches, whether it's bikes. Week after week, we give away prize after prize. And now it is down to you to be the next winner. But remember to keep your eyes peeled, because at the end of the season, someone will be winning Tommy Searle's race bike. To be in with a chance to win, all you need to do is head over to the TWD website, make an account, grab your tickets, and you really could be next.
Okay, here we are down in the winner's circle, championship winner's circle. I'm half of everybody, Charlie. It gives me great pleasure. There you go. Look at that. 2026 MXGB-2 champion, MX2, where I may. I mean, listen, I've said before, winning championships are hard no matter what level. Oh, here we go. Get it down you, get it down you. So I'll take that. I'll have that for later. No, yeah, that's exactly that. But you know, I've said before, winning championships, you've been such an amazing competitor this year. Amazing starts, loads of race victories, but consistency either side of that. But when you're going for a championship, it seems to be the longest race ever. Not that I've ever won one. And they say you hear things on the bike and things, but you genuinely had issues throughout that race you had to manage. Talk us through it.
So, yeah, it was a bit of a crazy race. The start was kind of such a good start. That was the main thing I was going out there. Just get a good start, get out the front. I did that. And Joe crashed. He had a really good start again. He crashed, which I was leading, and a lap in, thought my foot peg don't feel right. The spring are completely gone, which is just from the rocks. It's no one's fault. The other foot peg did it 2 laps later, so I couldn't take my feet off on the jumps because I couldn't get them back on. So then in my head I was like, right, like it's making it hard for me. Then I got past. As soon as I got past, a rock hit my goggles and shattered them. So then it started raining. So I had to take the goggles off, and I thought, like, I'm still gonna do this, so if I can't see, I'm just gonna keep riding until I can't see. But no, I made it happen, and the last few laps I could hear guys really close to me. I thought, just go by me, I don't need to be in front of you. But no, it was really good, like such a good year for me. I mean, it's took so much work with everyone, the team, family, everyone, Neil, Clint, like everyone. Neil put so much time into everything and kind of shows me the path really, and I just believe in everyone around me, trust them so much, and things work out. So
just very quickly, just sign off, how does it compare winning a pro title to a youth title?
And I won a lot of youth titles. It always felt good, but it's like I had to work for them, but it was never it's like, yeah, this just feels next level really compared to that. But it's so nice because I've worked for it for years. I've had up and downs, I've had injuries, I've had people think, oh, it's not the Charlie Eamon we used to see. Then now I'm back, so it's just good to be on top, and with such a good gate of people, it's so nice feeling to be the best this year. So
go and let it soak in, pretty much like that cheap champagne is soaking into your jersey. We can maybe suck your jersey dry in a minute. Go and celebrate with your team. They are your champ 2026, Charlie Eamon. I'll bring in Jamie first. We're going to go now back to the race results. Again, it all changed on the last lap, but one thing, when I left the booth, this guy was leading, and I think he brought it in. And then you took the race win. Please tell me you did. Yeah, because I left the booth, so I wasn't sure if you did or not. Good way to wrap up today's racing. We said you've had the speed all year, rookie year, obviously learning, mistakes happen, whatever, but clearly you're showing you've got the potential to win races, and already probably one eye on next year.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we started off the season well at Hawkstone, and then I don't know, everything just seemed to just fall apart after that. I think that ruined me, to be honest. As much as it was what you want, it wasn't what I needed, if you know what I mean. So I think everything after that is just not what I wanted, and it just fell apart. But we've been working a lot lately, and I've got it's all because of Conrad really, and Conrad's put a lot of time into me these past couple of months, and I just need to give him a big thank you really, and Luke as well, my mechanic. It won't be possible without him, but did you see it down the pits?
Oh, I did see that little squirmish thing. Well, we kind of saw it out the corner of our eye, so we're not sure exactly what happened, but
I don't know what happened either, honestly. I think I'm just my style, I think I ride very relaxed with my arms not holding the bike very much at all, and I just did a little bump and the hands come off and everything, and I don't really know.
You sound like your mechanic, because I saw him ride recently, and you think you're wild, you all watch him ride.
Yeah, Luke is the boy on a bike, and he loves it, but
so we've got one round to go, obviously, so you're going to go into that full of confidence. Go and celebrate your team. Well done on another race win, mate. Let's bring in second place rider Gian Doosan. Again, listen, you're the master of these last lap turnarounds. Again, I'm walking down here, and you've made moves again on the last lap. Maybe we just have one sprint race with one lap.
No. In the beginning, I was very slow. In the end, I'm like a diesel, you know. Yeah. No, I'm very fit, and like the last couple laps, I feel like I make the difference. Second moto, it was really rut city out there. It was so many lines, and I didn't really want to take any risk, so I took it easy. I was seeing the battle up front, and I made it up in the mix in the end. Took me a bit to pass Charlie, and then Jamie was already gone, but I had, like I said, I had plenty more left in the tank, and I pushed it out the last lap. just to show the fastest, you know. No, good job to Jamie. Of course, big congratulations to Charlie for the championship. Great season. But yeah, back-to-back wins, and looking forward to do it again in Blackstone.
Yeah, I wish you back to that. We'll see you then. Okay, so there we go. Third place on that last lap, I believe, went to Ben Mustoe. But I think Ben, with all the excitement, has gone back to the van. So I can't see him anywhere, so he's missed out on his post-race interview. So let's get back to the final race of the day here at round 7 at Duns, the Apico MX1 class. Let's see if Conrad can go 1-1.
I never take a day off, work around the clock, my engineer getting paid off. Rock like Ace up, like the weed and take off. So high, cannot see, 8 off. Now I got these rappers all breaking up a sweat. Cause every time I get up on the mic, I come correct. And I learned it from the best, always dressing something fresh. Looking for a little dime, big button, nice chest. Yes, they heard I used to rock guests, but now I'm rocking clothes that ain't in the stores yet. Travel back in time, I'm in a vortex, trying to make it work out, think I need more reps. Used to take a bus, now the board.
At Ride, you're in control. Create something unique or choose from our wide range of base designs. Stand out with eye-popping colours and bring your kit to life with personalised details and logos. With our advanced materials and proven durability, our kits are built to perform. Head to our website and start designing today. Look good, feel good, ride good.
MXology, next generation performance in off-road. Find us at www.mxology.co.uk.
Welcome back, everybody. Then that was a bit of excitement. Then Charlie Heyman taking the 2026 MX2 Championship. Then and the overall, because we were all fingers and thumbs, it was a win for Gian Dunson. He took the overall victory from Jamie Keith, and Charlie Heyman coming in third position. So that is your podium in MX2.
There's been some real excitement on the last lap of MX2.
Yes.
I missed it because I'm trying to hot foot it down there. I left this booth with half a lap to go, going, "Oh, what a shame! Jamie Keith's not going to make a podium," and and he should. And then all of a sudden, he's there.
He is. But here we are. Then this is the championship as it stands at the moment. 21 points. Then the gap back to Auriel Oliver in second from Conrad Muse. Ben Watson in third. This championship mathematically will not be decided today. Taylor Hamill out injured. Tristan Purden had a good ride in that one as well, so good for him. He finished fourth. Grimshaw 5th, Adam Sterry 6th, Jamie Carpenter 7th, Ben Edwards 8th, and Bobby Bruce Nice. That is your championship positions. But the race was Muse, Watson, Oliver, Purden, Gilbert, Sterry, Grimshaw, Bruce, Meara, and Lennox Dickinson. So we'll wait and see how that goes. Right, we'll have another quick word from our partners, and we will be back with the gate drop for MX1, Pico MX1 Race 2. Riders on the gate then, Jeff. There is the 16 of Tom Grimshaw. The 88, now that's a rider that's not familiar to me. That's Lee Cameron, one of the locals. Good to see him. Good to see the local boys come in, and the 500 Callum Murphy as well. Last race of the day. It's been a great day's racing. We've seen all sorts of people tipping off and all sorts of stuff. So is this last of our Pico Factory Racing MX1 races going to deliver?
Well, if you go on the form, of course, each race is different in its own entity. Of course it is. But if you're going to go on form, it's going to take a Herculean effort to pin back Muse, because Conrad, that's as chirpy and chipper as I've seen him all year.
Yeah, he's
post-event.
He's a man who's comfortable where he is at the moment. 15-second board is up, 5, and we'll go sideways, and we'll be underway for the final race of the day here at Duns. And we're going to take the whole shot. Somebody didn't make a very good start in the middle. That Walker Kawasaki might have made a decent jump there.
It's Oliver, but he's left the door wide open, and Gilbert.
Was it Gilbert?
Did a bit of a terra firma knack, caught a rut.
That's Ben Edwards.
Ben Edwards, come on, lead a lap, Ben. In your home, Scotland. He's Scottish, basically. He's still 2.5 hours north of here, believe it or not.
It's as near home as he's going to get, but it's Josh Gilbert then that leads them away.
Yeah.
It's like Muse there in about 5th or 6th. Ben Watson did not see Ben at the sharp end either.
So Ben Edwards there, he's dropped back to 3rd, but still on the absolute Mark McCann 64 KTM, making it count on his home turf.
There's Watson buried in the middle of the pack. I think Conrad Muse was about 4th, and Ben is buried in about 10th or 12th, so that's not what we need to see from him. Auriel Oliver is the next guy that we need to see. He is there in 2nd position behind Josh Gilbert, and it is Auriel Oliver.
Yeah, another good start for number 6, Carlton Husband. We didn't get to find out what happened to Carlton. He's just behind that pack there. He's made a pretty good start. But Gilbert going for the lead. He's going to control the inside. Yeah, job done. There's Muse already up to 3rd, looking just supremely confident in these conditions. I think it's a matter of time. You know, he might even be up to 2nd by the end of they come out in this next corner. Not quite. It's optical illusion there as they go inside.
Nice move from Oliver to hold that position. So let's see what Josh Gilbert can do through the first couple of laps. Yeah. So Oliver tight down the inside, Conrad round the outside. I would have passed. That was just line choice, Jeff.
Yeah.
And he's going to do the same here, I think, because he's going to motor to the outside, and then he's going to square this off.
Well, coupled with his pace from the first race, he doesn't need to rush it either. But with the conditions like they are, it's starting to drizzle a little bit. I'm sure Conrad will just want to get clear vision, get to the front, and basically rinse and repeat, do exactly what he did in the first race, clear track. And what was it out to by the flag? It was close. It was over 40 seconds,
yeah,
wasn't it?
It was a country mile, 43 seconds. Fairness to Ben Watson, he said, "Look, I settled for second ridiculously early in that race. Knew he hadn't got anything for Conrad, and wouldn't want to take any risks."
Oriel fighting back though.
He is though. Yeah.
Look. I thought that must be chewed out on the inside there. It looked like he was going to get it done, but coming out of that, obviously where they're trying to get the power down up the hill, you can see the rain drops on the camera, so it is coming down harder now.
It is just kind of, it's in the air rain, it's not bouncing down at all.
But look at those skies in the background, you can see it rolling in here.
Look, we've been lucky with the weather all day today. If this is the worst that we get, then so be it. Adam Sterry there in 4th, Grimshaw 5th, Edwards, fast starter, he is back to 6th, Purden 7th, Watson 8th, Bruce 9th, and Carlton Husband 10th across the line that time. But as they come to
so Edwards hanging tough. It's not a bad start for him, and he's put a great season together. Again, if you really stop to think about it, he's eighth in the championship, and that's impressive. And again, I think he picked up some injuries last year.
I think he missed a couple of rounds already this year.
Did he as well? Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yeah.
So that's not too bad at all. I think that's great, and he's such a likeable lad, Ben Edwards.
Conrad had a look up the inside
he did,
there,
didn't he? But he's taken his time with this, I think. Oh,
so Josh
nearly
Gilbert
plugged it a bit there.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? And that's it.
Everything I just said in the last 10 seconds, just ignore.
No, look.
I said, I'm taking his time with it, and then he just rode by him.
Josh Gilbert's got to defend. And so at that point, he's trying to make Conrad go the long way round. Conrad did say in the interview, Jeff, I was looking for lines for race 2 from half distance. So, Josh Gilbert had a good ride in race 2. He'll be happy with that, although he ended up finishing 5th. That's still a decent return, and those three have already started to gap out. Tristan Purden in the background there looks like he's making his way. Ben Watson in there as well. Lots of stuff going on.
Yeah, they're absolutely checking out the top 3. Early days, but that would be a signal that they're going to get on. I'm going to be interested to see Josh Gilbert's fitness at this point. Remember, he's a fit.
There's Watson. Sorry, Jeff.
Yeah.
There's Watson. He's already passed Purden. There's the rest of the battle. Grimshaw. Sterry's dropped to Sterry's there in 4th. So Watson, Grimshaw, Purden. I'm not sure that Ben Watson didn't find his way past Adam Sterry at some point there, unless Adam is over the jump and gone. In fact, is that Sterry there on the outside? I think it is. That does look like the change of
Yeah,
space.
it's white back end on the KTM.
So he's had a bit of a nonsense somewhere and lost a bunch of places, and he's now back behind Tom Grimshaw.
Oh, standing it up again. God, those ruts they're big, no question. When you see top level riders like this, kind of 50 pence it round corners and keep notching it, standing it upright and not have that flow, those ruts are treacherous.
Herman coming back at Ben Watson.
Yeah,
So,
look at that.
The man on the 772 Ride MX Kawasaki with that special kit.
Yeah, you can't quite see it from here, but when you get close on the chest on the right hand side, literally is Mel Gibson as Braveheart. It's that fine detail. It looks pretty cool. He's going to have to. Yeah, well.
Oh, Ben moves him out of the way. Then that was a I'm coming through. Oh, Tristan coming back at him though. He's going to have another go.
Yeah, not really able to take his freedom, but he definitely took his line.
Oh,
see what I did there? Right, I'll just park that up for the day. My work's done. I'm not going to better that.
No. Yeah. So Purden then he took a very good 4th position in race 1, and he's he's still chasing towards this battle at the front. So he had late race pace. He said that for a while. Ben Watson has found his way through, but he's not dropping the number 41 Kawasaki, and that has pulled them away from Grimshaw, Sterry Bruce, Edwards and Lennox Dickinson. Again inside the top 10, Lennox Dickinson, man who's been selected for the Irish Motocross Nations team. I did not hear your interview with Mark Chamberlain because obviously I went out and watched the racing, but did we get anywhere with that, or was it a big
right,
kind of
okay, so I'm sure people are watching going, well, why didn't you ask him? Okay, actually, come on, who's it going to be? And I'll tell you the reason why I didn't ask him, because I know Mark well enough and long enough to know that he wouldn't have told me anyway.
Yes.
So I didn't even bother waste my energy with that, but we did have a really good discussion about youth development, where we're at, you know, and the future riders coming through below the 125 class. And yeah, just taking it into all accounts, he is, it sounds like he's going to finalise his decision after Sweden next weekend. That's kind of like where we're at. How soon that announcement will come out, I don't know. Obviously, he's just seen Charlie Heyman secure his first British title. That's obviously going to be a more positive than negative. Will he get the selection? I don't know. We just don't know. So I wish I could tell you, sit here, Phil, going, I know something you don't, but I don't.
No,
and it's always Mark's decision.
It's always the way it is. We will ping the Phoenix Talks fastest lap award for no surprises. Conrad Muse 2:03.6.
Big kick there. He caught the edge of that rut, and it, you know, just went off screen. He did it, but he pulled it back in line. In fact, you saw him peg that bike a little bit earlier, a lap before. The foot pegs ground out, and those deep ruts just unsettled it.
So it looks like Ben Watson has broken free of the 41 of Tristan Purdon, and now he's onto the back of the battle with Aurel Oliver and Josh Gilbert. So a ride that Ben Watson needs to.
He's got the pace.
Yeah, he's there. Dropped Purdon, so Purdon's lost a bunch of time on that lap. But in fairness to Tristan, he hung it out for as long as he could. He's still going to be under pressure from Tom Grimshaw, who was 7th in race 1. I'd say that's a decent result for him. He's close to this top 3 or 4.
Look at that. I mean, I know you mentioned it before, but I'm just going to pull it up again because the last lap around, Ben Watson was the quickest rider on track by some ways, 2:03. So he takes the Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race. He is, yeah, it's just edging out Conrad by 4/10. So there you go. No wonder Ben is closing in on this group at front.
Ben currently 6 seconds adrift of our race leader. Now, would it be stupid to suggest that maybe Ben's found a flow on this track, having to come from the back a little bit? Obviously, he was like 7th or 8th, not the back. And he might fancy his chances of getting up onto the back of Conrad, or do you just think that Conrad's managing the gap?
I think, again, Phil, a little bit of both. More, I would say, Ben looks much better in this one, but I do think Conrad is just reserving a little bit of energy at this point, and I reckon he'll get to the next 2 or 3 laps and start to amp it up a bit. That's my take on it. Right now, he's just probably still searching out the better line round the track. Once he's got it all sorted, as charging round the outside on that Dirt Store Triumph. Surely he's not going to get them both in one section, is he? Don't think so. Too far back, but he made light work there. Ben Watson of Josh Gilbert. Next on his hit list is Aurel Olivier.
Watson across the line. What is the gap? 2:02. Another super fast lap by Ben Watson. We'll give him the Phoenix Talks fastest lap again because he is motoring.
Yeah, he is.
So the gap then under 5 seconds. So he's taken a 1.5 seconds out of Conrad Muse on that lap. He's closed onto the back of the Gabriel SS24 KTM of Aurel Oliver,
who was second fastest that last lap around.
Yes, because Oliver was actually fastest on that lap until Ben went across the line.
Exactly.
So both of these boys are riding like the championship depends on it, because it does.
Yeah, exactly. They can't keep letting Conrad at this stage of the season ride off into the sunset. They need to start pegging back some points, and if they can't, you know, they at least got to apply pressure onto him. To try and force him into some mistake. If they can't actually put a pass on him, at least keep the pressure on to the end of the race.
So Gilbert already started just to lose the toe a bit on these guys, but I say first meeting back after pretty much missing half a season. He'll be, I think he'll be fairly happy with that. So this is where it needs to be interesting. Ben Watson needs to find his way past Aurel Oliver. in short order to be able to chase down our race leader, and we'll wheel that brilliant line out again. Ben was first in the first. Ben in the first race finished second. If he passes Conrad Muse, he will take the overall because second's as good as a win.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not saying that that's looking likely, but Ben's got a bit of a wriggle on, and we'll see what the time is. So there's Conrad. It looks a little bit more than the 4.5 seconds that it was before.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, if we go on the first race, by this stage of the race, it was already up to about 11, 12 seconds. So not as big a gap this time, but I don't think Conrad's in any kind of panic mode. As Watson doing this outside line again. Is it going to work for him? Yes, it does. Oh, no. Okay, I think that's legit. He didn't overtake, didn't lose ground, didn't lose any time. Try to put it back on the track at a safe vantage point, which he did.
Yeah, 6.5 a dozen, no advantage gained. And I think Oriel showed him the edge of the track there. Ben's going to do the same.
Oh, blimey, hello.
Well, I guess that tells you everything that Ben thought about the previous move. And there's no hiding from that one. Ben just took him to the outside of the track and said, I'll be having that one, thank you. And so now the gap's 6.7, so that's cost him the best part of 3 seconds. Does he have anything up his sleeve? Look, Ben Watson, when he's on a rip, and let's remember, he was taking 3 seconds a lap out of some of the best sand rollers in the world at Lommel. So there's Conrad. We've got a bit of a visual for the next lap. Obviously, this will give Ben second overall. Bit of a moment there for Oriel Oliver.
Gilbert getting a good drive up that hill, getting back into action. The best thing that he can do, Conrad Muse has just gone quickest, set the Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race. So just right on cue, we were saying we'll probably give it roughly 10 minutes for Conrad to find his way, settle in. And now we're at that stage of the race. He's gone, right, I've got it all my lines sorted out, I feel good. Maybe those early, your muscles warm up, all those things, you find a flow. So just when Ben was hoping he would peg him back, it's going the other way.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything. There we go. 201.83. 0.3 faster than Ben has gone so far all day. There's no way that Ben's going to be getting below 2 minutes round here, which is what he's going to need to do to pull that gap back. So unfortunately, it looks like the man from down there in the West Country has made the most of his decent start and early passes and has checked out at the front of this second of Pico Factory Racing MX1 race. There was Oriel Oliver, who was still in second position across the line last time we came by, and he's lost quite a bit of time then to Ben Watson. So the gap's out to 9.3.
Yeah, just like that. I mean, literally.
Seconds, so 4 seconds. It's like that Motul banner has completely disappeared.
Yeah, well, Oriel is, again, he's losing more points. Well, they obviously both are to Conrad, but Oriel in that second place in the championship. Ben getting in between him, so the points gap is clearly going to go out for Conrad if the flag fell now, which, it doesn't. There's still 10 minutes plus 2 to go. But the way Conrad's been riding today, I just can't see him making any kind of major error. I mean, it looked like he was going around on rails in that first race.
So a little puff of dust on not this uphill but the previous one from Oriel Oliver, which was a bit amusing. But look who's in the background lurking.
Yeah.
Josh Gilbert still. I think it's fair to say that Oriel Oliver has come backwards towards him, but he's still going to keep the pressure on. It'll be interesting if he can put some more, because he puts himself in front of Oriel Oliver. He is going to be doing Conrad Muse a big favour, because that's another 2 points out in the championship going into Blacksall that our race leader will not have to worry about.
Yeah, exactly that. As we said, the championship cannot be decided today, but it's definitely shaping up, at least, to be a solid step forward in potentially winning another British Championship for Conrad Muse and the Crendon True 7 Honda Racing team. Gap going out. Again, let's see if he's turned a quicker lap time. I think he might have done. steal over Ben Watson, so the gap will go out again a little bit further as we're watching the third place rider on the SS24 Gabriel machine. Well, no, actually, Ben retaliated. Conrad actually lost half a second that last lap around to Ben, so no, not checking out as much as I thought, but he's put out a nice little buffer of 8 seconds to work with. You can see the surf and turf pop-ups that are our pit lane straight, blowing a bit more in the wind. The weather has just turned a bit more now, the wind's picked up. There we got a little bit of a rain cloud blowing through. Okay, so here's Purden all over. Is that Tom Grimshaw?
No, that's Sterry making the pass on Purden across the line. Purden,
oh, okay, right.
Yeah, Purden was 5th, Sterry was 6th, so he just caught the tail end of that battle there. Tom Grimshaw, he's hanging on to that one as well. They were quite close the previous lap, and our director picking the battle up, and Purden coming back down the inside.
That's a full enduro trim round there in current conditions. That corner just keeps dropping away from you the whole time. Off camber, very rutty. Got to be patient through that bit.
And we saw Purden get quite racy in the last one. He didn't give it up at all, and as a result he chipped away, got himself up to 4th at the end, nabbing Josh Gilbert on the final lap. It will be Conrad Muse, Ben Watson or Oliver on the podium as it stands at the moment. But this battle then between Purden and Alan Sterry, the man on the Chambers KTM. Again, they will be off to Sweden for the Swedish Grand Prix next weekend. We've got Adam Sterry in MX1, Coleman in MX2, and the EMX 125 of Hayden Stat.
Yeah, there's still potential talk. Lucas Moncrief might be able to make it over. They're just trying to sort out some potential logistics to getting his bike over there. So we might have another rider in the EMX 125, but if they can sort out the logistical issues of getting a bike there, as I said, that's what Mark was talking about. Obviously you didn't get to hear that, Phil, but we were talking about trying to find a way of encouraging more British riders to get to EMX.
Past then, Purden comes back at Sterry. That was a nice move, and got down the inside. And again, it is all about line choices. The short way round this track, he's not necessarily the fastest, and Purden digging his heels in, nicking that 5th position back off Alan Sterry, and Sterry comes back at him. This is where the pass was made the previous lap.
No, I should have. I bet Purden, if he makes this move, which it looks like he might. I bet Tristan's like, I can't believe he's done that again.
But this is it. He's back up the inside.
So if that happens, if he gets him back again next time around, 3rd time lucky, I think Tristan might change his line, or I'd like to think that he will, because that's twice he's been passed on that section.
Yeah. Definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. But it is all about rider comfort, and the worst thing about these conditions is when you change your line and you don't know what you're going into.
Yeah.
You can't push into it. You've got to be brave. But all of a sudden, Sterry just has another little bit of a paddle. Take the Welshman was quite steady. So that looks like a much nicer line on the right.
It does,
but it doesn't
until it gets to that corner. And then all that advantage kind of goes away. So that's a good bit of course design for you there. What looks fast, whatever, but it obviously then tightens up the corner, and then you're basically in rut city, rut hell going into that corner. You can't just charge in there. Meanwhile, at the front, Watson is keeping it honest. Again, last lap around, he took 8/10 of a second out of Muse to get the gap down a little bit further, but with 4:22 on the clock and 2 to go, he's got to start taking bigger chunks out of him, and even then, if he does catch Conrad up, he's got to find a way past him. So, again, I think Conrad, race leader 4:26 on the Honda, is just managing this situation. You know, it's always nice to win race by huge margins, but we've seen, particularly in more modern times, we've seen how Jet Lawrence is kind of always like, well, he just did enough there. a win's a win.
A win is a win.
Doesn't have to be by 40 seconds.
I don't think that Ben is going to pull 7 seconds back on him in 3 minutes at 42 plus 2. But again, it only needs a little mistake, a tip off, getting caught behind a back marker, all sorts of things. And Adam Sterry then still having to deal with the 41 of Tristan Purdon on the 772 Ryan Kawasaki, who has been tenacious, I think we'll call him.
Yeah, he has. I think Tristan's got to be.
We'll call him Tenacious T.
Yeah, Tenacious T. I like it. I like it.
See what I did there?
Yeah, beautiful. Like that, Phil.
And Josh Gilbert is far enough up the track for him not to have to worry about the guys that are closing. I think that's a lap rider that was the one just in front of Sterry there. There is, I think that's Gilbert just going the other way. Gilbert has 5 seconds to catch Aurel Oliver, so that is also not going to happen. So we're following this battle because it is the battle. Everybody else is doing their classic ride in their own races. Ben Watson then 7 seconds. So,
yeah, there is a big spread there, isn't there? If you look at the times, they really are spread out in this one. So you're absolutely right. We're sticking with this battle because, well, as Phil said, quite frankly, it's the closest one on track. We're obviously going to keep an eye on the top two. You can as well. Ben Watson has just gone quicker again. Is actually not just quicker than his previous lap. He has gone Phoenix Tools fastest lap quicker, setting the quickest lap of the race with a 2:01.436. So he is digging deep. He took a second and a half out of Conrad that last lap. It's now down, as you can see on your K-Tech timing tower, to just over 5 seconds. But with 2 minutes to go, so effectively we're probably going to be a 3-lapper from here, or maybe, because I don't know exactly when Conrad crossed the line, might be touch and go for a 4-lap, but it's certainly no more than 4 from here.
So we've got a difficult choice now. Do we follow the battle and see if Ben Watson can run down Conrad Mears, which obviously if we follow it, he quite clearly won't. There's Aurel Oliver.
Of course he won't. The minute we switch the cameras to it, it completely changes. So maybe let's get them closer and then switch to it.
So there was Ben Watson away in the distance. We'll wait for the rest of the rides to come through. There's Tom Grimshaw in 7th. And Bobby Bruce having a decent ride in 8th. Ben Edwards in 9th, still after that whole shot, and Dickinson dropping to 11th as John Meara takes the Jason Meara. I was getting muddled up. There's so many of them. They all begin with J.
Well, there you go. That's the nation, 2/3 of the nation's team right there for Ireland, hovering around the top 10.
So 50 seconds left on the clock, so I'm pretty sure it is going to be 2 laps this next time by. There's Purdon. Is he... well, he's still kind of within touching distance. Oh, we've got somebody down. Who's
Dickinson.
that?
I think that might be Lennox.
That's 2/3 of the Irish Motocross Nation team just took themselves out.
Yeah, that was Lennox Dickinson. I'm pretty confident it was. Recognise his race kit.
They've got to be nice to each other for one weekend a year. And there's Purdon. So 21 seconds left on the clock. How are we going to see Conrad Mears get across the line, Jeff? I don't think, looking at the gap.
The gap's come down again. We've got wave yellows there. Oh, that's not one of our front runners, I don't think. So did Muse? No, Muse must already be over the line. So it's going to be 3 laps from here then.
So 2:03, 2:03.5, 2:02. The gap has come down. It's 4.2.
Yeah, so we're maybe keep an eye on the top because this battle here between Purdon and Sterry has kind of just fizzled out a little bit. Adam Sterry just starting to get away now from Tristan Purdon. So the 772 ride, Kawasaki team doing, like I said, doing good stuff.
There's your race leader, Jeff.
Yep.
4.2 with 3 to go.
He doesn't look flustered. I mean, the gap might be coming down, but I don't think there's any kind of panic I can see from Conrad.
No.
That's not the right word. Not panic. Intensity. I don't think he's stepped it up or anything. I think he's just comfortable with his pace.
I think Ben Watson has made a massive mistake there because that gap looks way more than 4 seconds.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
So we cursed the job by going back to our race leader.
Of course, it always happens. That's Sod's law. So Conrad was getting closed in by Ben Watson. Let's see if he comes into shot. Yeah, I think Phil's right. I think there's been an error there. That looks a bit more than 4 to me.
Yeah. So Conrad is riding this one in. He will take another 1-1. He stays upright for another 2 circuits. He will get the 2 laps to go board this time by Jeff. And the Crendon True 7 Honda rider showing his class. And like I say, look for lines in race 1.
Yeah, he's done a good job. Of course, a good job. For the best part, where he can, it looks like he's stayed out of the. He's definitely tried to stay out of the real, albeit the shortest route. He's tried to stay out of the real heavy stuff. Not Lennox Dickinson again. Or is it still the same incident?
No, I don't think so. I think he will have got going.
It's the same corner though, wasn't it? That he had the issue of that before. I don't. Yeah, either way.
But that was brutal in practice.
Yeah.
I watched there, and they were all struggling, and we've seen them getting the hook out of that berm. So the gap gone out to 8 seconds. So Ben Watson lost 5 seconds on that previous lap, Jeff, and that has well and truly given Conrad Muse the breathing space that he's got. I'm sure his crew will have got. Will put at least +5 or +6 on his board to let him know that gap is no longer coming down. A few spots of rain still falling, but we've been very, very lucky with the weather here. It's been nice to have a bit of rain and a little bit of a change.
Genuinely, I never thought I'd hear myself say that.
I didn't want to contemplate how this track was going to end up with the weather that we've been having, but I think it would have been fine without the rain, the amount of water that they put into it. But it's ridden so well today in all of the classes. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah,
to
I mean,
commentate on.
what it's done is taken a bit of pace off the circuit, clearly. So they've had to genuinely think more. They're going to be going home mentally tired from this, because race conditions and track conditions like they are, you can't switch off in motocross anyway. But on a track like this, you have to be on your A game, concentration levels at all times. There's no respite here. Like they're taking off in ruts, they're having to land in ruts. There's line choice to consider. There's throttle control. I mean, look at that corner there, Phil. I mean, what was that? 7 or 8 lines there.
They were ruts, Jeff. They're not lines.
No, they're survival. Yeah,
but seriously, there's been guys going outside wide, and that nice little line on the outside. Somebody else spots it. I watched this morning, and there was one point when somebody was into this turn here. And I'll give props to Harvey Cashmore. He was the only guy that was going wide down into this turn in time qualifying, and for no reason at all, the next 4 top fast riders came through and used exactly the same line, having hooked the inside rut.
Yeah.
Every single lap before that, they just suddenly went, something's gone out there, we'll have a look. And they absolutely motored around there, and I'm just like, he's been doing that for 4 laps, nobody's been there, and now that line's ridden in, they just went in and hammered it. But there's the race leader then on his final lap. He will wrap up a 1-1 from this round 7 of our Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. Don't forget to like and subscribe on YouTube, and follow us on all of our socials for all of our post-race output, our props pit pass, all of the other items across our Instagram and Facebook. And don't forget to get your tickets for our final British Championship round, Woodbridge and District Motorcycle Club at Blackpool, which I think is the last weekend in September, Jeff, if my memory serves me right.
Yes, it is the final weekend in September, the week before the Motocross of Nations in Ernay. Yep. So definitely be there, and of course by then we would have known. The announcement would have come out who our Motocross of Nations team is. So, yep. If you're not going to Ernay and the Motocross Nations, get there and go and cheer them before they get off down to France. Right, talking of getting off down there, I better get down there to speak to Conrad Muse.
Yeah, I shall join you in a bit, Jeff, and we'll do our customary wrap-up. But here he is, the man that's going to take his second victory of the day and extend his championship lead. He looked like a man that had put in a bit of a shift there. He had almost a bit of a shrug as he went across the line. Ben Watson came across the line. Gap was down to 7 seconds at the end. But Conrad doing more than enough to take another resounding victory, 1-1. That will take his championship lead out by at least another 7 or 8 points, meaning that he will take an advantage into our final round at Blacksall of about 25, I think, off the top of my head. But Muse, Watson, Oliver is your top 3. That will also be your podium. Gilbert finishes 4th, Sterry 5th, Tristan Purdon in 7th. As Adam Sterry comes across the line on that Chambers KTM. And Tristan Purdon on the 772 ride at Kawasaki. A good day for him. Not on the box this time, but a decent ride. 7th will be Tom Grimshaw. He comes across the line. 8th place for Bobby Bruce. I'm not sure that's not his best result of the season. 9th will be the local man, Ben Edwards, on the Absolute MX Mark McCann KTM. And in 10th place will be Jason Meara on the motorcycle Yamaha. So we will take a word from our partners, our great partners who bring you this this stream, the Dirt Store MXGB-TV live stream of our Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. We will go down and see Jeff in the winner's circle after a word from our partners, and we will do a wrap up of the day, and hopefully you will join us all at Blacksall at the end of the month.
Okay, everybody, here we are in the winner's circle. You can see the rain starting to come down. That was obviously a difficult race. We're just waiting for Conrad Muse to come in. He's debriefing with his team. Not sure where he is. I might have to do this in reverse order. Let's do that, because that will speed up time. Ariel, can somebody? We'll do it in reverse order because we're waiting for Conrad. So we'll do it back to front. Come on over. Yeah, we're going to do third to first this time. So congratulations on another weekend. Obviously, it's super tough out there. How was that one compared to the first one? We saw you pushing again. I mean, really tough rutty conditions.
The track was quite sketchy, like GP conditions. And yeah, to be honest, I didn't feel my best. You know, I didn't show my best potential. But for this weekend, I'm happy to finish in a good way, let's say, and yeah, move on.
Yeah, that's all you can do. So one round to go. It's a big ask, but it's still mathematically possible, and while it is, you've still got a shout.
Yeah, that's the thing. I came here to finish the race, take some good points, and looking for Blacksall, the last one. Yeah.
And you raced you like Blacksall? I think last time I said you really liked it. I remember you saying you quite like it.
Yeah, last year I won the race, I remember. So yeah, it's a track that I like. Yeah.
Well, look, good luck at that. We're going to see you there. Good luck in the meantime at the GPs. Ben, can we bring you over? Again, this is the big debrief at the end of the day. God, that was a push. You set quick lap after quick lap. You set the Phoenix Tour's fastest lap of the race, but then you got it down to about 4 seconds, and then we didn't quite see that happen. Then in one lap it went from 4 to 8. So we're assuming overcooked it a little bit.
No, I just came around this left-hander after the finish line there and crashed. So that was just a really small mistake. Basically, the main inside line was a real deep cutout, and I was trying to cut out and back onto the kind of fresh dirt, and I just came in, bars scraping, and literally just fell over. So that was a shame, because I felt back to myself then, like my arms and everything were good, and I was pushing. Like I was saying at the beginning of the day, the intensity was there, and I felt like a good race was heating up, because I could see myself getting closer to Conrad after a bad start. So it's one of them. I didn't win, but I felt good, and when I ride like that, if I don't win, I'm quite content. So
well, that's the key thing in it. Like you said, and you've been open and honest all year to sort of say that the format you just find it a little bit difficult to get up to speed, because it's proven in the stats.
Yeah.
You always seem to be that little bit more relaxed, that little bit, more faster in the second race. How, going forward, if you're going to continue to compete in the British Championship, any ideas on how you're going to overcome that? I mean,
I think it's just finding comfort. Like with my setup at the moment, I just feel like I need a bit more time. Like some people call me the diesel, because I slowly get better throughout the weekend, and luckily at the GP the 2 races are the last main event. So I think I just need to, in the winter, especially on them cold days when the blood's not flowing through your arms as much, and when the arm pump kicks in a bit more in riders, just try and replicate these race days. Just go out there in my first session of the day after a few days off, get some quality laps in, and 2:30s off the bat with some good intensity, and just push through that out of my comfort zone. So we'll work on it, and I feel like this race has probably been a bit exceptional because I've come from Lomond. It's taken a bit of getting into this dirt again, so it was a bit tight. In quality you can do 1 lap and you relax again for 5 laps, so it's just took me a bit too long to get into it today, but I've ended on a high, so we're okay.
Well, that's the main thing. Want to go. Good luck in Sweden. By the way, I'd like the little Q&A with you, Tommy and Billy this week. That was quite entertaining. Thank you for that. Good luck in Sweden. Let's bring in the winner, Conrad Muse, then. Like I said, we're doing it in reverse order. He's been having keeping us waiting. He's had a major debrief up there. It's all right. We do it in reverse order. It's no big worries. I saw you having a longer chat with your mechanic Rob that time. Obviously, still supremely confident. You controlled the race, the pace from the front, but you didn't get away so much this time. Was that intentional? Were you managing the situation, or did you make changes to the bike that just didn't quite work out, or something like that?
No, I wish it was intentional. I wish I did control that one, but no, I just didn't. I'm the biggest critic for not changing your lines if you're not comfortable, and I did exactly that race, and I was just on the same lines as the first race. I had such a good flow, and I just had a good start, got straight into them lines because I was the first rider to go around the track, so I didn't really know where to go. I was just in the same lines, and them lines were just beat up, and Ben had he had to pass a few people, so he obviously changed his lines up to pass people, and he found some really good lines, and he was coming then. I did have a little bit of a gift when he crashed here. He was coming then, and to be honest, I'm not sure there would have been a lot I would have been able to do, but I tried my best and won one on the day. Overall it was a fantastic day. It was what we come here to do. We worked extremely hard over the last break, and it's paid off. So 2 different kind of races today, but same result.
Yeah, good time to do it. Obviously, you had the penultimate round, and that gives you that little bit more points buffer going into the last round. It's funny you used to say that, because obviously when we spoke here in the first winner's circle, you said, I got out front and I could use the opportunity to look at lines for race 2, and yet ultimately it didn't pan out. It's a funny old sport, our sport, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. The first race I got the start, and I think halfway around the first lap I got into the lead, and I don't know whether it was luck or what, but I just hopped straight into the best lines, and sometimes it goes like that and sometimes it doesn't, and especially how the track was today, hats off to the track crew. They've done a fantastic job of prepping this place, and it was amazing to race today, but there was that many lines to choose from that it was hard to use them all, it was hard to find the good one. But yeah, like I said, overall 1-1 on the day. Massive shout out to the team, all my family, friends, my fiance back home. It was a great day for the championship.
And the sausage dogs. Don't forget the sausage dogs. Right. Okay. Congratulations on your win. We're going to wrap it up. Bring Phil in. Phil, as always, this series continues to deliver. We're fortunate enough to sit in the booth, not always maybe see everything that goes on, but what we see on the screens and what everybody sees at home. Again, a great day's racing. And Conrad just picked up on it then. Under the circumstances, the track crew, I thought, did an amazing job, because it's not been easy prepping tracks in this summer.
No, we've had the longest dry spell everywhere in the UK, and they ripped it so deep on Friday and Saturday. Overnight rain, lots of water, and the track's been absolutely fantastic. Yes, it's a bit rutty, but everybody's raced it, and it's been really, really good. We've seen some brilliant racing, 2 champions crowned as well, so that's been cool.
Let's just quickly talk about that. 2 worthy champions, obviously still one to be decided at Blackstall, but a quick word on both champion.
Drew Stark, against the run of play, rode all year with an injury, did what he needed to do. So pleased for Charlie Heyman as well, because obviously he came close last year, and this year he's he sealed the deal. He's a worthy champion, but there's a lot of boys that are going to want to take that off him next year. He's going to have to ride, that level just to retain it. He's not run away with it. He's been the quality of the field, though, definitely.
Looking forward to Blacksaw, actually, seeing how both those champions. Remember, we might see Drew Stock actually moving up to MX2. That would be a little bit of a treat if that happens.
Yeah, so he was out on the 250 on Tuesday last week. But a conversation I had with him last night, they were going to take their time making the decision to make sure that they could make it work. And I think they've got a month or 6 weeks or 5 weeks. They're not going to rush into saying they're doing it. If they can get the bike where they want it, they'll be there. So that'll be good to see.
I reckon we'll see him on it. Anyway, you're going to be there watching it. We hope the final round of the championship is going to be at the end of September at Blacksaw. It's going to be really good. They've extended the circuit. We're really looking forward to it. It's been an amazing season so far, as always, at the Motul ACU British Championship. That's us done in Scotland. Long drive home for many of us. Some obviously fortunate that we've finally come to Scotland, so they haven't got such a far journey to go home. We hope you enjoyed all the action. Join us at Blacksaw at the end of September. We're going to now do the presentation. Thanks for viewing. Like and subscribe, all those things. Thanks to everybody watching on FIM-TV as well. And we'll see you at the end of September. Look forward to seeing you then. So thanks for tuning in. Keep liking and subscribing. We'll see you soon.
So I make it harder. Don't hold back. If you think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. Don't hold back. And you shouldn't even care about those roses in the air and the crooked stairs. Don't hold back. Cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people care. Don't hold back.
Trajectory and balance look good. You confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
How would you like to win Tommy Sell's actual race bike? Well, at the end of the British Motocross season, we are going to be raffling it off to one of you that have a ticket. Okay, John, can you tell us a little bit about how this is different to a standard Triumph 250?
Yeah, so we begin with a 2026 TF250X from Triumph, and we completely strip the bike, modify the engine, EvoTech, full race engine, K-Tech take care of our suspension, some custom SM Pro wheels, Akrapovic pipe, X-Trig clamps, Doc Wob titanium bolt kit throughout the bike, plus so much more.
And one of you is guaranteed to win all of that, but not just that. Every single week, we do tons of different competitions, whether it's cars, whether it's watches, whether it's bikes. Week after week, we give away prize after prize. And now it is down to you to be the next winner. But remember to keep your eyes peeled, because at the end of the season, someone will be winning Tommy Sell's race bike. To be in with a chance to win, all you need to do is head over to the TWD website, make an account, grab your tickets, and you really could be next.